Darkmeister partner up and getting all this information that will inform the B players to be on high alert. Techno.
Off angle here.
Off angle. And just as he started to transition backwards, he does find output, gets his. 910 onto Alexi, gets his. Now what? Wonderful in the 1v3. Galil versus an AWP. Ooh, and he's taken a heavy blow. Deagle for the headshot. Can't find it, just 2 to the belly. It's going to be another Mongols round. They are starting to accrue a very comfortable nest that they can rest on into that second half.
So right now, Na'Vi's buying pattern likely to be a partial buy now and then a full buy for the final round to salvage the half at 8-4. Him getting that. And then taking him out of the picture. And again, it's just a fragile Makazi who just a stiff breeze blows him out of the round.
Well, when you are taking these fights in mid, and every opportunity you get, you typically will be operating with something a little low up. Oh, it is. So typical mid smokes are in the air and just go. No one can hear them. No one can hear them. No one's donut. They'll start to hear it now. Flashes on A and just in time. 910 is there to rack up a double.
I think Wonderful was meant to be smoking CT or Donut, one of the two, and it's missed, so this will just be a blind vest. And we'll call this one the 8th round as Na'Vi try and catch the tone, right? They know it's been pretty heavy defenses in middle, right? So you're thinking that should leave us an A gap, and well, it did, but 9-10.
Tell me, from a captain's POV, those must be some of the most frustrating, right? Where the call was bang on. You've read it. The reasoning was logically sound. There was no 1A, and yet you're left with a very convincing round to your opponent. You know, how do you not beat yourself up? Do you blame the call, or can you kind of separate the quality of the call and the result?
I think you're not too concerned with it because it was the lighter buy.
Sure,
right? It feels like, okay, we did have an opportunity there, but they've had opportunities in a lot of these rounds because they've been finding the openers. It's how they've handled themselves in the mid rounds.
Right.
So now it's just about salvaging this. I'm not sure if Wonderful Smoke was for Donut or if it was for CT, but either way, he did miss it from spawn.
And either way, 910 just being in the right place, had a good read on the play, and yeah, frustrating for the captain, Alexi B. A little bit of a face palm. I think 4 feels like a compulsory Na'Vi round if they want to remain competitive here. Yes. Edging the smoke around the molly and into the loving embrace of a 3-man mid-stack. Oh, he gets a stray bullet into the 910's head in the red smoke. Makaze in middle, you just can't keep a lid on him.
You have to win this one now.
You better. A 2-man advantage. And make it even bigger. Just take a whack left. They live and die by those mid-fights, don't they?
Yeah, both teams. And Bulls have done a good job of weathering the storm. Yuakia in the right place to give this one a go. Opts for the extinguish, strafes on out, and Makazi will take him down. So they do manage that 4th round, but this is good stuff from the Mongols, right? We're learning about these new young gentlemen, Darkmeister and TQAC in the roster. We're seeing if they're going to be able to rebuild to their former glory of once upon a time. They're having to do it without the coach Mara, who's unable to be with them throughout Bounty and now here in Paris. But Na'Vi on the other side coming out of the break. Didn't play Bounty, and Blade seemed very happy about having all that extra time to be able to prepare. Just a quick 30 seconds and we can get things back underway. Now, we split the pistols on Inferno. Can we do the same on Ancient?
Very impressive from Makaze.
Darkmeister and Techno both have decoys, so I wonder if they're going to use these as you would see on Inferno. Now, obviously, there's the half wall, but also if you throw them over, you can bait out util, right? They see the util in the sky and they drop a block smoke. It's Alexi with that util. It's wonderful with the Berettas. Okay, fake cave flash. This is fast. This is B.
No pressure onto the 2 of them.
Oh, long molly, no good. That's missed.
Yeah, it's dodgy, and this is HE could do an awful lot of damage if he can get the timing right. Ima, how are you playing this? Bomb going down, they buy time for this retake. Just trying to get someone on that close wall, and it doesn't do too much. Retake on Alexi with a full belt, no kit.
And where's the smoke for ramp? Or cave?
Techno's going to be well situated to find that multi. There it is, clean from him, and removes him completely. Up to the new boy, Dark snaps up for 2, but down and easy pickings. Tickle whack. Down to bit, that USP headshot too clean.
The difference is the fact the bomb goes down in this one.
God.
So this round's facilitating an AK for 9-10, pistol upgrades for the rest. There's a good smattering of util. Red smoke and a B lurk smoke. Not the cave smoke coming into play. And all of that pressure has actually drawn that rotation of Immer away from middle to support B because of the lurk. So we've done a decent job there of keeping Na'Vi moving.
Pressure onto Wonderful eventually. 9-10 that goes searching, and Wonderful is letting them in.
Which is a little bit scary. They must know that they are playing a setup where temple slip is possible, but the opening kill for Alexi onto Techno. Wonderful hasn't moved a muscle, so this is interesting indeed. The bomb coming back. There will be a smoke for CT.
Now the jig's
they're
up.
in.
Yep. Access to the A site granted. Not going to be easy in the post plant, especially if you lose Tikuak early. Forced the Molotov out of his hands. Mikaze. Bit finds 9-10. Super uncomfortable for the T. Sure, you got the bomb down, but holding on to this, you need a hero. Someone to step up. Darkmeister's AK gonna have to do an awful lot of work because he's lost his teammates. It's just the one man, and just, yeah, losing out to Mikaze, coming back for that retake on Temple. Now retrieve all those rifles, and Wonderful's approach is probably the most interesting part about all that round.
Yeah, you wonder if that's prep.
Yeah.
In the sense we were expecting this type of a maneuver to come out.
No one's going to silently get to CT spawn, or at least we're not expecting it.
Yeah, exactly. But Counter-Strike, anything's possible. So with the bomb going down again there, I would expect another Mongols force buy. They're one of these teams that like to keep up that level of intensity.
Yeah, a la Snappy.
Yeah, and it's not a new thing for Asian Counter-Strike. It's obviously ancient history these days, but I remember watching teams like Lunatic High, We Made Fox, Project KR, that's the Korean teams, or even Tai Lu. They were force buying a lot more than what the Europeans were back in the 1.6 days around your 2009, 2010s.
So when it was a bit more...
Maybe a little bit earlier than that. I've lost track of time. But yeah, but to see, Asian teams have always backed their individuals. When I played against Tai Lu, or when I played against the Mongols, when I had Machine Gun or Zilkenberg, those type of names, the one thing that was always so suppressive was there was always more bodies than you thought there was going to be, and they would just shoot so hard, right? You had a tough time being able to respond.
Because on paper, you're going up against the recovered AK and fully armored, fully
full
equipped.
util as well. So you have a couple of nades, right? And we'll likely see similar openings. We'll definitely see a red smoke. They're just going to lack options. So if you want to play a quick round, you have to hope that the kills come your way, that you're able to trade out, or you have to play very, very, very slow. And that's where you hope that Na'Vi, they don't have good economy of utility. Darkmeister's going.
He wants to fight. You've got to get past Mikaze. The flashes did connect, but now across to the box is Darkmeister. You've got two players stretching their legs. It does look like a little mid-A split. Mikaze swinging on in. Darkmeister Shadow, and ooh, he's clinical. Mikaze just deadly when you put that AK into his hands, and you're feeling his wrath as 2 kills, cleans out middle, big commits to a long-range spray. It's done very well. That is a shutout for the Mongols.
All right, one round game as quick as that. 4 straight now for the Na'Vi.
That's the other side of the force buy coin, though, is you kind of feel like the gap is closed and now you've got no money.
Yeah, now you have to take a light buy. You're going to get max loss bonus into the next, so you have everything you want. But at that point, we're all tied up. And in the 4-round stretch that Na'Vi have connected now, they have only lost a total of 5 casualties. So starting to change the tide of battle.
Ouch, that hurts. Blitz with 1 HP after the opening salvo.
Action on Wonderful.
Yeah, a lot of action because the bomb jumps out first and he gets nothing. Shouldn't be the end of the world. Grouped up double donut. Darkmeister needs cover. They're running at him. So many bodies, but the bomb does go down. The transfer from Mikaze comfortable, but from Tikuak and from the grave puts Mikaze down. Look at their health. Yeah, blitzed from 1 to 0. Feels like this result should be binary. It's either yes or no. Na'Vi kills 9-10. And they will.
Okay, Darkmeister, 1 HP and a dream for the young man as Alexi will deal with him. And we're all tied up. But they made that one somewhat interesting. One of the more competitive rounds as of late.
Yeah, Wonderful's going to be beating himself up a little bit.
Yeah, he had a great Inferno. Now, struggling a little bit here on Ancient. But when the AWP comes out, this is where he can start to play his trade. Just lose track of the entry pathing, and then Techno makes Looks good on the promise of the trade.
Setting up 9-10 for an opening pick.
That was his chance.
You know he's trapped towards the cubby. No way to flush him out.
And if you're Makazi, you're going to move from that position, right? You don't want to get mollied and swarmed upon, so they'll continue to stuff the choke point. Makazi not deterred at all. A grouping outside the B doors with 4.
Ooh, a little bit of damage there connected onto 9-10. They're going to boost him up. So the question is how does Bit get that info if he chooses to?
He knows they're very... Well, he shot the orb.
It's
he knows
occupied, yeah.
So that's not a mistake that Bit's going to make. My biggest concern for this B defense is just lack of util. Just a flash on Alexis. They have to play for fights.
Yeah, no fights coming his way. Very audible there. Techno jump spot. Molly's coming in. Alexi concedes the space, and we reached the sub 1 minute mark.
But there was something he saw there that he wanted to adjust the setup, right? So he's called Wonderful over. Orb confirmed now. Over towards the B ramp.
He's in 2 minds. Alexi B needs help. Just swings on out without the flash. It's an easy pick for Darkmeister. Bit's going to tuck on him, but that sets him up perfectly. And they just manipulated them into an easy 3. You get the kill on ramp. You get the bomb plant, just about. And you'll take a 9th round into the full guns and immediately succeeding.
Okay, so first T-side round on the board. Broken into the same point Na'Vi did in their first half, and then they went on a spree of 3.
But that is when the wall bang, not at the start of the round. It's when one of the players on B has gone down. Don't care how, but the immediate reaction to, oh, they're coming up ramp, I'm tucking in that corner. It just is so comfortable for Darkmeister to collect through the boards. 2 from him, job done. Makaze and Ima saving comfortably.
So Wonderful can be dropped an AWP from Ima or Alexi. There's lots of cash, and we'll get this 1,400 loss bonus coming into the bank balance. And with all 5 staying alive, that's good signs for the Mongols.
It was Blitz, excuse me. Darkmeister was the one up ramp, getting his double kill, but still, regardless, the timing was perfect. And it made it look very easy to seize control of that B side. Wonder if they can replicate that.
B doors smoke, so Roland Molly becomes a whole lot more difficult.
No lane molly. 3 strides. They'll do the HEs instead, though. Look how difficult that's become. Makaze's down. They've taken him down. It's up to Ima to fill his shoes, and he will. Sprays down another. Oh, and 9-10, the next victim. That is just a massacre in mid.
Well, look like Ima, he's worried about heaven. Didn't know quite where to put the crosshair. The fact he adjusts into that and just locks it down. Very important fragging from the Romanian there.
It's got to be one of the quickest rounds you're going to see.
We're going to point out Alexi having a bit of a map here. 17 kills for the Finn. And shut down. Oh, well, the Mongols, with all 5 staying alive in the previous, they can get another full gunny.
Or for Wonderful.
He's got to hit this one. Darkmaster with a lot of space. The boy's just making a play.
He is on his own. I say that, the flash is perfect. Oh, wow, Bit finding an awful lot of connection there. Darkmeister's already slipping towards CT. Ima's around the long side.
They have to know this is possible, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so. You certainly
Wonderful
would.
is about to rage.
Oh, of course he is.
Oh my God.
This is so outrageous. Darkmeister catching the loop, catching the wrap, catching one hell of a backstab. Okay, Makaze will finally put him to rest. Mission accomplished, though.
My eyes are on Techno because he's the one who's going to make this save quite difficult for Na'Vi. Saw Alexi's reaction there as well when that kill came in. I wondered, did they say it was possible? Was it an expectation that wasn't had?
Oh, it's such a good play. This, like, you've already thrown the lurk smoke a couple of times and done nothing with it.
Yeah,
This time you throw it and just flash for the long player?
You can see him on the cameras here. He's a big smile on his face, having a bit of a chat about how that unfolded, how good the flash work was. And on the other side, it's a bit of misery. So double digits reached first by the Mongols.
Because I thought the cave player would have seen him cross towards Speedway. Like, there was that moment where they kind of intersected.
I think it's just weird to expect one guy, right? Because that's all it was.
Yeah.
There wasn't any follow through.
No.
And to continue pathing like that. So, you know, okay, he's got his kill. Maybe he's dipped into sight. Maybe he's fortifying this and the rotation come in. No, he's just continued to slowly creep and crawl his way into the back lines. Oh, we've had that knife kill from Techno, and now this lurky play from Darkmeister, which is a round winner.
They are hanging with the big boys.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
Opening Gambit middle for Blitz.
They've used 3 flashes to try and get this space. There's the 4th. Darkmeister is out.
Not afraid to make a play. And play he shall. Him is there. Oh, his crosshair is too. An opening kill provided, but an immediate trade into a 4-on-4. Going to be boosting 9-10 up to look for Wonderful. He's actually elected for a more of a donut line this time. Big Box has not been kind to him.
They do the tree boost again. Wonderful might be in a bit of strife.
Yeah, you're right. Doing it silently. He's safe on this angle.
2 on tree.
Shadow. Begging for backup. Donuts on his way. Oh, they jump
Leap
at
of
him.
faith.
They jump at him. They're doing it their way. Mongolian style. 3-on-3. Oh, a lovely shot out of 9-10. Catches bit. One back. It's all onto Makaze's shoulders now, and 9-10's having absolutely none of it. This is starting to convince us we may need and require a third map to get this team to the playoffs.
That's Mirage is the third decider if we need to get there. And right now, just 2 rounds away. Na'Vi with a couple of these saves and the better cash they built themselves early should have enough to go around somewhat. Blade getting on the mic just to tour this one through. So you can see 2 M4s immediately equipped. One's been dropped a bit. It's a FAMAS. So juggling this around, it does have some compromises. That's a great way to deal with that donut, right? 2 players up on tree, they jump out, there's multiple bodies to try. It's a couple of times where Wonderful's had that to worry about, right? The Tech 9 kill from Techno coming out main after the player entering, had that pathing to make life difficult.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think for Wonderful, he just can't, he's going to be screaming, why are these guys always in the air? Here it comes, look at this. Inspired, dismount, even a flash for good measure. Just they have consistently made it very difficult for Wonderful's expectations to be met. Here we go. Lurk smoke to start.
Game gets away from Na'Vi here if they lose this. Sure, it's 12, but it's more the finances I'm concerned about.
Yeah, pressure onto Na'Vi's shoulders here. And the wallbang puts Bit on notice. Very lucky to get away with his life. A dink back in combination with the nade matches that. Alexi first blood, but for how long? Bit's easy pickings. Just Techno catches 2. Imeh tried to unload through the smoke. It's not worked out for him. Makaze cannot deny that plan.
He made noise as well.
Yeah, Darkmeister cognizant. To 4-on-3, 9-10 behind that door smoke. Tikuak as well. Feels like Alexi B should be dead here. He did clear him, so maybe with Makaze. Oh, no! The MP9 up close, but still the reaction speed from 9-10 is Wonderful in a clutch with a FAMAS. And 9-10's AWP ain't missing. He is pulling this team to that third map. Mirage awaits, and Na'Vi left wanting in the financial department.
All right, well, it's going to need 3 straight rounds here just to take us to overtime. And they're going to have to do it the hard way. Wonderful had a bit of extra cash there, and he's able to bring in the M4. The rest of them are going to be hodgepodge, pistols and SMGs. You've seen the flavor of this B lurk smoke. It's not new. It's just being one of the key moves for Mongols as part of this T side. That's no secret that he's up close and personal. I feel if they just continue to try these A walkouts, this is an even better round to do it because there's no wall, man. There's very limited rifles. The use of the block's not there. They're in a strong position to close this down 13-9.
Dikoax clears, Diligent, looking for Makaze and nailing the headshot. First step towards Mirage. Now you want to leverage that advantage as best you can. You got MP9 and a 5-7 from Bip and Alexi towards that cave side, just playing either side of it. So it really will just come down to Wonderful on A? Is it really going to be, will he have no assistance, or will they start this scouting party in the right time? Now holding for this, easy for Blitz, short, headshot back. The 5-7 of Bit did damage. Wonderful still hiding out behind the box. And if you peek in, 910 is still scoped up here. Flash for him. It's perfect. It enables him to retreat.
Now you know there's two here. There's 30 seconds. You have to go.
Need that multi. Dark's found Bit. And Wonderful unable to provide. So we're off to Mirage, folks. Both teams taking their opponent's map pick. And that is beautiful. Everyone contributing from the Mongols.
Well, it is about lunchtime, so that it would make sense that Na'Vi want to hand theirs over to the Mongols so that we can go to a third map of Mirage. And it is a pretty good showing right here from the side of Mongols versus the face that we got in the first map, Yanko, Pimp, myself being Trace. Guys, we've got a series on our hands now, which is nice.
Yeah, we do, and we were talking about the Mongols as map pool in recent times compared to just historically what it's looked like. Well, Ancient has been historically one of their go-to maps, right? Mirage probably number one, Ancient at number two, and even though perhaps in recent times it hasn't been the hottest, some things just never go away, Trace, I guess. And on that CT side was where they were able to do the brunt of the heavy lifting really for this map. And even though it seemed like Na'Vi was back in control in the second half, just a couple of good rounds, honestly, by Darkmeister, lurking around, slinking around, put them back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, without a doubt, a strong performance from the Mongols. The ability to string rounds together on that CT side, getting 4 in a row to begin with. Then, as you said, Na'Vi coming back into it, you feel like they're taking control over the game, and then they get another 4 in a row and really string them together. So credit where credit is due to the Mongols. One of the things you said heading into this game as well, Yanko, was that Na'Vi have a bit of a habit of losing focus or not really coming in and being as clinical on the second map, their own map pick in a lot of these series where they're the heavy favorites. We saw it a lot. We saw it at IM Rio, we saw it at IM Atlanta. It seems to be a bit of a trend that once they win the opposition's map pick quite convincingly, I don't know if it's complacency, if it's a lack of focus, if it's just... Yeah, I don't know what word to put on it, but I think I've seen it enough now from Na'Vi that it's definitely something that they will need to look at. I think Blade even said to us on a desk segment at one point that he's aware of it and he doesn't fully understand it either, what's going on. But as much as I want to give credit to the Mongols, credit for playing well here, I also do think Na'Vi once again just lose a bit of focus. I see Makasi in a lot of, duels just brute forcing him, instead of missing out on the first timing, you could fall back, you could, see if you can create another timing later on into the round. It's like he's all in, do or die in a lot of these entries. And I don't know if that's complacency from winning the first map as easy as they did, or if it's part of the game plan or whatnot, but it's been happening a bit too often for my liking.
Yeah, and dare I say, I'm looking, if you look at it statistically, say wonderful impact here, there, and the other, but just from the Na'Vi side, I do think it comes down from those late round decision making.
Yeah, for Wonderful, he had a stinker on Ancient. The numbers also showed that as well. 9 assists, really? Well, maybe that's the reason, right?
Yeah.
Just couldn't finish the kills. No, but in some of those rounds towards the tail end of the game, right? Like especially the one where he gets killed in the back by Darkmeister, it felt like that was communicated, the player could sneak through. I think maybe Alexi even saw him from cave going up short, and then the round right after that, he sort of hears the main, he's holding it, he even turns from the flash, but the Mongols with the jump boost, right, like they just stomp him. And yeah, some very frustrating rounds in there for Wonderful, that's for sure.
Even a lot of the rounds that Na'Vi were winning, when they were up against pistols, the Mongols made them competitive. You had a lot of 3v3 scenarios where, sure, you'd argue, okay, Na'Vi ended up winning it, but it costs deeply, in terms of the economy. And it felt like, we had a game yesterday where there was no tension in any of the rounds. It felt like every round was up for grabs right here for the Mongols versus Na'Vi. And that's not a good sign if you're Na'Vi. You're supposed to be a little bit more clinical, and be better.
Speaking of that Na'Vi, if we roll it back to the comment you had just a second ago about Makaze and brute forcing, I think we have an example of him trying to do that in Cave, but when it doesn't go your way, what happens, Yang?
Yeah, it's a fast round, right? Like a fast cave take. He has a good spawn. He goes into it. He finds the opening kill. And now in a 5v4, this is where like some small mistakes start happening. Like here, they decide to dry peek from heaven. Ima had a smoke. Like you can see, he was pretty much lining up for it. But Alexi dies before that gets smoked. They get one more back from Bit, right? A nice little spam kill. So even in a 4v3, now Ima makes a play through the smoke, finds Darkmine. So it's a 4v2, right? And now 910 gets a kill. Ima dies to Tikoak. He was low HP. Goes all the way back from a 4v2 into a 1v2, which wonderful, you know, still not out of it yet. He's pretty good in the clutch, right? Going to find a kill on 910 here. And now he's in a good position, right? This smoke is a little bit weird because, I mean, completely obstructs his own view as well. So once he plants the bomb, he's going to move into cave. Tikoak was last spotted donut, so he could be flanking behind. He could do a lot of different things. He gets, you know, he goes for a risky play, pushing through the smoke. And I feel like once he throws this smoke and taps, I don't understand wonderful spathing and aiming. You know, like why is he focused more on the right side of things? Like if he smoked him in banana, and that was like a really big one because it would have been an eco round for the Mongols if they lost it, right? Instead, they were able to go on a streak of their own.
One of those funny rounds where you have an advantage in you know, in pretty much every single scenario of the round. You know, your 5v4, your 4v3, your 3v2 of that matter as well, and it just didn't pan out for them. I also do agree with you. I was sitting in the room and thinking to myself, even if he would have stuck the bomb, I think Wonderful would have missed the timing. I think he had time to actually defuse the bomb, so he just felt off his game a little bit in this one.
Yeah, I think the problem was like he was really shocked by how quickly Tikoak was there, right? And how quickly he tapped the bomb, because he also didn't necessarily plan for himself. Sure, he could spam from that point, but I think he was hoping to, you know, buy time with the smoke, check behind, and then reposition again. But in the middle of all that, the bomb is tapped. So now he's like, well, shit, you can stick it. You know, what do I do? And yeah, it just wasn't the best of clutches for Wonderful.
Guys, I think at this moment we can kind of turn our attention over to Mirage, and basically a map where I'm looking at a chance for the side of the Mongols. You know, it's a 77.7 round win percent getting after the first kill.
That's a lot of sevens.
That's a lot of sevens, and which means that they've got to have better luck going into the third map of the series than they did in the first.
I think they've done a good job already making the game competitive, forcing it into a third map. I do think, again, as much as we've seen Na'Vi, you know, lose focus, be a bit complacent on the second map, they always course correct coming into the third map. It's not a team that is getting too affected by losing that second map. So, again, I'd expect Na'Vi to show up in more like the first version of them we saw on Inferno, you know, and then it would take the Mongols playing equally good, if not better, in order to make the game competitive. That being said, though, Mirage, open map, you know, open for expression, and probably one of the more easier maps for the two new guys to slot into as well.
Historically, Mongols' best map. Now we know Na'Vi, probably the best team in the world for the majority of the last 2-3 years on this map. And I think that's also the problem for Na'Vi, is that outside of Mirage, they haven't established a go-to map. You know, statistically, Ancient is very good,
Used
but
to be
sometimes,
trained, you know,
yes, sometimes when they pick it, they lose it, but then they can win on a lot of maps that their opponents might pick. And that's been sort of the struggle for Na'Vi a little bit. Mirage is there where they should feel right at home, though.
And inversely, kind of the same idea for the Mongols. So what we're saying here is the Mongols like to pick in a Mirage sometimes, correct?
Yeah, I mean, historically speaking, it's been one of the go-to maps. Also a map the day, you know, when Vitality were unbeatable and the Mongols were one of the few teams who could actually contest them in some of these best of threes. Mirage was always the map that was super competitive, overtime games, you name it. So they've shown before that they can play it at a high level, without a doubt.
So what you're saying is there's a chance, Jacob.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance.
We like that. All right, let's go to a quick break so we can get it back underway here. Mirage, Mongols, and Na'Vi, if you can believe it, we're the Esports World Cup in 2026, Paris, France. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早くまだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみますんだ
We're in the upper bracket and we're into the third map. Winner of this one securing a spot in the playoffs. It looked like it was going to go one way, and Mongols picking Inferno and Na'Vi quite comfortably converting. A little cosmetic comeback towards the end of that, but into Ancient. The main takeaway, Mongols looking good, Mongols playing well, and these two new additions, Darkmeister and Tikuwag, since their addition to the Mongols, since their recovery of their roster rundown, we have seen them take on many names, but this one is the biggest name so far. Mongols versus Na'Vi, are they ready to actually win the series and secure playoffs versus a team like Na'Vi?
Yeah, they don't look like fish out of water at all, and I think, you know, you can do this changing a one-player plug and play, but when you bring in two, it changes the dynamic. Now, sure, they're playing similar positions as what you would have had with a Cobra or a Senzu, and then TQ out replacing that of Mzinho, but still a different vibe, some new faces. And this is their second big boy LAN event. They were at Bounty over in Malta. They lost a phase there. So scalping Na'Vi would be massive, and that's where they get to go, oh, well, this is just Counter-Strike at the end of the day.
Well, I really feel like I saw over the course of Inferno and especially Ancient, Darkmeister's flank onto Wonderful where he slipped through the lurk smoke, ended up backstabbing. When you're pulling off maneuvers like that against a team like Na'Vi, you're doing something right. You're playing with your confidence, you're playing, oh my god, I just nearly said the player cliche, they're playing their game, Chad. They are playing their game.
I think a factor there that we can leap off from, though, is Na'Vi, they're a system team, they're a prep-heavy team, and with the new Mongols, well...
How many officials is there?
Exactly. I think when you take a look at Imma saying, oh, they play the same, so you're going to be able to consider a lot of their decision-making and the fact they want to be in your face and take a lot of duels, sure, but players with their own moves, their own style, their own rhythm, that can be a difference maker. Now, the knife round has concluded. Na'Vi winning that. They've opted to start on the CT side here. Their huddle has just finished, and they're taking to their seats, putting those headsets on, getting ready and raring to go. For Na'Vi, this is more than just making the playoffs. They want to have a deep run. If you take a look at EWC, this is 24 titles, 25 tournaments, and a club championship, which has millions of dollars on the line. Na'Vi, they're one of the top orgs here at the moment. If the Counter-Strike division could do well, I wonder how much they can be taken home in the back pocket for the org. But that's a conversation for another day. Right here, right now, we just want to see who comes out on top of this one. When we take a look at the buys, 9-10 given a P250. Had a good map on Ancient, gets a chance to search, blitz with the util.
Yeah.
Facilitating
Crazy
this.
map.
And dual Berettas for Bit. And a decent amount of util on the CT side. Emma with a full belt, Makazi with a flash, Makazi with a HE. It's Alexi with the flash as they are.
2 HEs on a CT pistol, interesting.
I've seen a bit of this, right? You wonder if it's reactive.
Good start to Wonderful's Mirage campaign. Had a great Inferno and a very cold in Ancient.
Yeah, maybe he thought job was done. The boys will get me across this one, but he had some clear frustrations. Master spotted. TQ gets a chance. Ooh.
Okay, same result for Techno. That's the bomb lost. On back from Darkmeister. And with Tikuwak and Darkmeister side by side.
All right, boys, come on.
This would be nuts.
Keep impressing.
This would be nuts.
Fun to watch the new names.
Given the way their teammates have died, yeah, Na'Vi are shooting hard. Good luck with that. Darkmeister does get brought down by Alexi B. Had a great Ancient, did Alexi individually. So at the top of the tables, Bit will bring it down with his second.
Okay, will they avoid the bomb going down? See if Mongols want to operate with a force play with some Tech 9s. And that'll just be a moment away. So every map so far, we've split the pistols. We'll have to wait and see for the second half if that's going to happen again. And it wasn't as clear-cut as map number 1. That's Ancient I'm talking about. Na'Vi were doing a good job on the T side of finding opening kills, but not being able to find conversions. Mongols aren't going to take the eco. Darkmeister with the D. Everyone else with the Glocks. The The last Mirage Na'Vi played was back at the Major, and that's as they were eliminated 2-2 by G2. This was the last map before the break. So let's see if they can start their season off with success on Mirage. They go searching B with the Deagle, they get smoked, and they're just going to continue to do knock and run. That's what we'd call it in Australia.
Knockador dash. Cherry knocking. Never played as a kid.
I was always scared of the neighbors.
Same. Yeah, I was worried about the ramifications of my actions, but what do I know? Does feel quite susceptible to like a Deagle headshot in mid-window, but wonderful. He has stood his ground wonderfully and will lock it down.
Okay, 4 for him. Drop that M4 across to Immer if he wants to bring himself out an AWP. Wonderful. You got the cash if you sell back that flash. Doesn't want it. Okay. Well,
curious. Yeah.
No, he did. Okay. I was going to say, Guy, you're the AWPer. Okay, so as predicted, as Mongols will bring in the AKs. Top cat, window smoke, very standard opener. Nobody towards a ramp, at least to start the round. 2 through underpass, 2 top middle. They will creep out and get this island box control. So able to work on their second wave of mid. Likely another window smoke, top con also available, but creeping down looking for the fights.
Yeah, wonderful. Trying to catch this crawl, but you can see the flow chart. Smoke break. Ooh, Darkmeister was on his way into cover. Still goes down. That's a nice opening kill, his second from Wonderful. And just our third round of play. Got one in the pistol.
His rotation will have been heard. Techno is aware that there was somebody loitering. Trade for Makazi. Techno
should have this. Should and does. Back of the head tracks it nicely.
So they know Alexi Bianca still alive.
Techno showing off his movement.
Just smoked off B-Apps as Alexi. His support is on the way. Wonderful, jaunting over as quick as he can.
Just going straight through this smoke is incredibly brave, so fair play to Tikawak. Leads the charge with Blitz with the bomb on his back.
Here's the tell.
And wow, finds lethality. Nearly finds Tikawak as well. Oh, wonderful, and able to provide onto Tikawak. Had to show some restraint on his trigger there. Still 2-on-2 for this retake. Held by Techno is the cross. Bit versus Techno are likely head-to-head. You've still got the potential swing from Tikawak on that low HP. It's held by the AWP though, so he's showing that restraint and understanding of the current lay of the land. And Bit got the first headshot. Tikawak tasked with the clutch. It all falls into place as textbook stuff out of the two of them. That's 10-0 with Bit and Wonderful's output.
What was the frag tally for Wonderful in the last map?
Like 418 or something like,
yeah, it wasn't. I think at 5 at one point is what I saw. I don't know if
6 and 18.
Okay, well he's already got 7.
Yeah. Okay.
So I know 4 of those came against the Eek, but still, Wonderful is fun to watch. And back at the Major, we had HTV confirmed episode Kakafu from Luminosity was Monty at the time. He came and joined us for a chat. He was talking about Mirage and how in the modern game, you're able to start 4 towards A a lot, like window, jungle, stairs, because if they go for con smokes, you're able to keep breaking them with the HE and negate their timings up cap. And that wasn't one of those rounds. We're just saying to keep our eye on if Na'Vi want to pursue a heavier A lane. Tactical timeout called, and surprisingly, high blade. So they have been able to pick up the first 3 consecutive rounds. There is another buy coming in from the Mongols. Now,
perhaps the reasoning for Blade's timeout?
I would love it if you'd just give us a nugget after the game. Oh, you took a timeout on round 4 after winning the first 3. What was the reason?
Yeah.
Oh, was it because the cash was a little bit light on? Or was it, you wanted to give them that time to really screw their heads on? Was it just to remind them to expect constant buys coming out of the Mongols? Either way, we're back underway.
Curious to see what Wonderful does with his AWP starting A.
They've done 3 mid smokes immediately, so they've done a con smoke straight out the gates, which tells, hey, they could try and rip it straight up cat.
So it is that heavy investment to act and posture like you're occupying middle and then quick pivot into A. Now, Wonderful is there.
And Emma will be as well. They cleared mid window and saw nothing, and there's no one spamming, no extra util. They might be a little bit late to this, Mongols.
Wonderful getting that early beacon. Spots the jiggle of Techno. Bit tugs triple. Here comes the commitment. Flashes rain over. Techno seizes control of the stairs and Darkmeister audible pathing. Oh, just about bit. 10 HP swings to his demise. Overlook completely was Techno. It's got 3-on-3 as that bomb's planted. Blitz could be putting himself into the Orb's crosshairs, and Wonderful could not react. That's rapid out of the Galil of the Mongolian captain.
Smoke for the bomb available here, Alexi.
Okay, threatening. Certainly threatening. Smoke and a kit, always a good combination. It's double Tetris and then around the world maneuver back to Palace for 9-10. Smoke on the bomb. Alexi onto Blitz. That's Techno necessary. And then quick team play on display. 9-10. He's not baiting. He's not letting that teammate get run down. He lends a hand and contributes to ensure Mongols find one.
Thought they might have been a little bit off with the timing there, Mongols. It felt like Makazi and Imma had enough info on mid with those 3 smokes down, but no. Great shot from Blitz. It's a round-winning kill. Navi walking a little bit funny after that. We'll bring out 2 MP9s. Oh dear, they've double smoked top cat.
Valuable utility squandered.
It's hard to put it into words from the commentary box when you have wasted util like that, but it just limits options. It's going to make things much harder in the mid to late rounds. 4 players ready to clamp down on middle. Imma window. You've got 2 connector and vent room being occupied as well from Makazi, so they want to fight mid.
And fight they shall. Guess the fight he was hoping for. Darkmeister unable to win out. Jump out the window from Imma. Controlled chaos manufactured.
You wanted Tiku out ready to play out A there, and he hasn't, so this round is going to settle for a moment. Divide and conquer. That's the Mongols' game plan. 9-10 out mid to try and draw this back into something a little bit more competitive.
Palace occupied. Walking on our ramp. 2 CT. And Imma jungle. Yeah, easy fights for them. Oh, it even tracks Techno mid-air. 3 out of the Romanian. Very nice.
Yeah, in those situations, if a team is going to shove all in like that for the mid control, that's where your extremity players have to take the space so you have something to go back to, but they weren't in a position to try and capitalize on that. And Imma's back to having that good mood. Now, the thing is, the mood was pretty good on Ancient as well, until we got into that second half and things started to get a little bit more difficult. I wouldn't say the mood, well, obviously it's sour and you lost, but it didn't look like it was anybody who was completely tilting off the face of the planet. We've got a hero AK into this next one for Darkmeister. The rest are just into a little bit of util and light pistol upgrades. So, what a 1 for Na'Vi as Mongols will give over the real arm wrestle for economic control. It's great when you can keep all 5 alive on the CT side. You get yourself a couple of AKs. Blitz a curious guy, isn't he? Right, in-game leaders normally sit in the middle, and if it's not the in-game leader, it's the AWPer. There was a period of time there for quite a while where Techno took it, and people asked, like, why are you no longer in the middle? Like, is Techno now in-game leading? And they were like, nah, I just want to sit on the end. That was Blitz. And then he went back to the middle, and now he's back to the end.
Maybe he's just an aisle seat guy.
Yeah,
you know,
a bit more room.
Room to stretch the legs.
Snade could be well placed.
It could, couldn't it? Oh, the 1-2. And there's Makaze's double. Darkmeister's AK did not get a chance to do a thing. A quad kill shut down from Makaze coming his way on the lighter buy. Casual. We'll get the guns back out.
Yeah, 910's AWP is available. We'll see if he wants to go for the AK. It was going to be either lack of Kev or lack of util. But no scopes into round number 7 for either team. Anything out of the ordinary? Let's see. Oh, okay, bit out to underpass. They want to contest middle again.
Ooh, double nades don't do as much as they would have hoped.
It is going to have to get out at some point. There's a flash on the fade of the smoke available.
Yeah. Ooh, he's taking some damage from the Techno spams. He's gotten away with it, though. Ooh, an info top mid. Head to head, Makaze can't win. Good work from Blitz. That's output. Na'Vi at the disadvantage now. Will they be able to
oh my
find
gosh,
that
excuse me.
equalizer?
I didn't even know that was coming. It was literally scared me.
Deliberate angle from
I
Alexi.
literally jumped after I broke.
It
It scared me so bad.
Darkmeister down to him. He's done well to catch him just as he jumped up and transitioned.
Bomb is heading
was so
back to A, and
focused.
Wonderful. He's the window
Let's
player.
focus
right?
on
The
this
AWP.
game to
He's
see the
seen
goals.
sandwich.
Alexi just started to sweep as the departure of Blitz. So Wonderful tugs sandwich, and he's got a lot of
It's
work
a
to
weird
do.
round.
Gets dodgy now. Dikoak, of course, procedurally clearing. He's got 30 seconds to try and provide that opening. There is just one Na'Vi member here, but the rest are on the way. Attention drawn, and info, that's the kill. Wonderful. And a second, finds Dikoak on the swing, just delaying, living as long as he can. He's won the round right there. Or has he? Gets run down. Blitz has done enough. 18 seconds. That bomb still needs to make it across the sight line. Alexi forced to tuck dump. Util has bit the plays active. Finds the damage necessary. Puts Techno into a box. He just doesn't have the time to climb out of.
Well, not obliged there. That's going to be 6-1. 5-round gap. And good stuff from Na'Vi to be able to bail themselves out of that.
It's the timing on that Alexi clear. I don't know if it was a sound cue or just a premonition, but he just immediately starts to confirm that no one's mid. Blitz is left. They're heading your way.
Second's great from Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's very well there. Especially with the pathing and how slow it was. If that's an execute and he goes overlooked, okay, there's the double. But the way that unfolded. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Ooh, the Mongols, they're in again. Mainly Galils, and an opening kill for Bit.
Just what they wanted. Just what the doctor ordered.
There's always something every round from Na'Vi so far, right? They're not just doing the default, oh, let's just play 2-1-2 or... So keeping a decent tempo to things. So light on the util. One of the smokes is in the air. Window now blocked. Con flashed and sweeping through.
Bomb still spawn.
That's going to be picked up now by 9-10. And it was Wonderful and Sandwich last round. It's Makazi now who's the short player. Wearing into an A split. Playing retake with this Bit. EWP.
To gap him is cognizant of, but back is currently turned. Just now addressing it and still does well. The movement. Techno leads to a nice opening. Darkmeister builds upon it. Makaze was not overlooked. Darkmeister will catch a AWP bullet from Bit, but it's not lethal.
This one's a bit of a stinker right now. Just as it was
perfect.
looking pretty good for Na'Vi. Mongols have ripped this one away and... Doesn't have to necessarily be the save, but they can't buy these AKs, so we'll... Wonderful over towards B while Alexi takes contact A ramp. This just keeps the comms and intensity on this A side defense right now. But that'll be that. Mongols will get their second round. And with how easy that opening kill came, it looked a little bit unusual. That's twice now that Imma's been caught by Techno. There was the one time with the AXQ where he jumped over stairs and then Imma just rounds the corner and aware of the possibility. And this time just up close and personal towards jungle. So in the darkness, in the quiet, Techno's starting to do some of his best work. Lots of talking here in the post-mortem about what went wrong in that situation. Imma had a bit to say. And looks like a blade timeout. Clear and sandwich this time, aren't they?
You don't make that mistake twice.
And this is a great opportunity to start working back into the half now. If you take a look, Alexi has the most cash at 7.8, but everybody else is 2K or less. So with only 1,900 lost, depending on saves, Mongols are in a position now to really start making a dent in the finances. Might have to be this one and then a following gun round, but either way, you can get that spilled open before the half comes to its conclusion. As now, if you want to be extremely frugal, just continue to hold if they lose these sights. So right now, fully strapped kits, head armor, orb, everything they could desire. A blade timeout to give them the chance to chat it over. If you lose today, you go down and play again tomorrow. The lower bracket last chance to be one of those top 16 teams for the playoffs starting next week.
Hello, opening, an orb collision. 9-10's the one that reigns supreme. You can see McCarthy's not playing scared. He welcomes them. You want to swing? I'll take this duel.
It's only their second opening kill so far, the Mongols.
Wow. Let's see if they can make good on it then.
Yeah, Darkmaster's been having a bit of a tough go. I think he's 0-4 in that department.
Miss window, Molly.
gravitating towards middle again for another clamp down as a unit. But him and the com player starting to hedge towards B.
He's got a smoke to block.
Yeah, he might just hide bench.
Yeah, the bait and switch. I like it.
If Alexi takes first contact, this is the anchor, so Emma could go overlooked.
See what output Alexi can get. Trying to track that window jump out from Techno, and it is one and done. Darkmeister wraps up the short side. Is Imet overlooked? It looks like it's possible. Just perfect. Can't transfer into Blitz, but there's Makaze quick on the short side. They still haven't got that bomb down, and that smoke enables more plays. Nade onto Blitz is ringing legs shaky. 35 for him. Oh, still hits the headshot. Puts it onto Bit. And a quick one on the AWP. They will convert upon that opening AWP shot. Bookend AWP frags for 9-10. Blitz as well with heavy contributions. Starting to claw back a respectable half.
Look at this again. This was the opener. As mentioned, the second so far in the half for the Mongols. Yeah, Alexi does well. Emma actually got mollied out of position, so wasn't as powerful as he was hoping for, but 9-10 and Blitz combined close things down. This will be the end of the Na'Vi finances. They can't convert this one. Mongols should be set for 5. Island box volley missed.
Okay, he'll get away. Probably overcommitted a little there with the sound cue given, and oops, just a little bit of Darkmeister's boot spotted under the smoke there, and Makaze, he's walking up to try and punish. Good connections. Techno, Darkmeister, it's just a roster rundown. A couple back. Emma finding him with the FAMAS, but he's alone.
Yeah, starting to come up the seams. Na'Vi are showing some real frustrations across the board in these rounds where they have advantages, or it feels like they should do, and well, this will be the final one. TQAC from the back takes down Emma, and now it has to be the eco.
Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed.
Oh dear. Mongols, they can hang.
Wonderful did start pretty strong, but remember, he had 4 kills against an eco.
Yes.
So, and I'm not calling him out by any means, but you just want to keep your eyes on it. And AWP on Mirage, you want to have some good impact. There's been a few of those reactions from Alexi. One even mid-round when Emma died to Techno and then Makaze died in Sandwich. That round just disintegrated in a second. 9-10's done it again. This time there's a bit more swagger. Quicker into the mid-control.
Yeah, you don't have to play as scared when they know it's likely just a upgraded pistol. However, a pistol can be lethal. Bit with a demonstration.
I'd hate to let this one slip if you're the Mongols.
I think eventually he's going to put that AK into his grasp. He's clearing out ramp now, so there is a weapon, but look at this. Makaze is going to be very hard-pressed to find output. Armored AK's coming in, and oh, still nails the headshot onto Blitz. These guys are hitting shots on both sides of the server. 9-10 included in that list. Alexi tried to cross into the site, acknowledge the potential for the plant, but it's a couple of kills. It's the Mongols round that matters a whole lot more.
Yeah, Bit should save the AK, and then Wonderful can see if he can get himself an upgrade. It's no longer a conversation about damage. It's the final round coming up next. So what was very convincing, it was round number 5 where they had those couple of MP9s and they went for that mid-clamp down together and they won back. I thought, okay, well, Na'Vi, they're singing for the same hymn sheet. It's looking like they've hit their rhythm. The Mongols haven't been able to break back in. What's going on? What are we missing out on?
I don't know.
There's a lot of fun at
One
games
of
around
the
here.
million games that are being played simultaneously is something's happening.
Yeah, we've only been here this week, so this is our first Saturday and it's getting quite busy.
I'm excited for next week.
Can you see the Rocket League from where you stand?
I can see these giant screens if I go over here.
Okay.
Looks like it's kicking off shortly. 18 minutes, boys.
That's where we're going starting next week.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to be with you until Wednesday. Teams will get some more time off. Been a long time between drinks for some of these games. Think about Na'Vi. They played on the first day and then they had 2 days off. So more time for Blade to prep. But right now, this one's damn close. One round the gap, round number 12. V, you want to stop this momentum.
For real. Where were we at?
6-1.
6-1, 6-5. Okay, opening damage. Look at Bit. Full ramp control. You'll take that any day of the week. Will not hold on to it. Wonderful's forward position in Palace is not bore fruit either. So a quick Mongol pivot towards B.
Nima has a lot of nades and he will be over to here alongside of Alexi.
They have no answers short though, so they are kind of distracted.
Yeah, it is only A where they have that Palace presence, so
Oh, that's an important find. Nice angle as well from Imma, adopted. You chip in, Darkmeister's clear, it's pre-aimed surprise! Oh my god, it's pristine! Quick one onto Imma as well. 9-10 plucks him out of the sky, and another Mongols round. 6-1 goes 6-6.
And they did it the hard way. On this stretch right now of rounds they've been able to piece together 5 straight, only one of them was Eco, right? Everything else was with guns, so great job for the Mongols to be able to bring this back. Now, Wonderful and Bit, give it a go, but it's a 2v4. The bomb's down, it's ticking, and you're smoked off.
Hoping that he can draw attention to short, and you'll give it your best go. No reason not to. Easy pickings for 9-10 Zorb. He is finding a lot of impact on that T side. Oh, fair play. Mongols here to play. That playoff spot, dead even.
I think Darkmeister, I'm most impressed with his resurgence here. I think he had 1 kill for those opening stages.
Oh, you were talking about his opening deaths?
Yeah, he was 0-4, and then he bounced back, right? This is very easy for a young man, right? You're giving away, or you're being dictated to with these opening finds, and then you kind of start to become a bit more reserved. So the fact that he's able to get himself 8 kills and impactful ones come the tail end of the half, that's a strong recovery. And 9-10 doing what he has to do if Mongols want to be a relevant team in the top 10 of Counter-Strike. Pistols have been split on every map so far of the series. Mongols would have to win this one, and that would mean they've won 6 straight rounds. It's the back of the close to the first half. Let's see if they can do it to keep the Pistols tied up.
Such good output.
Back underway, insta window from Wonderful. It's a 1-1-3 for the defense of the Mongols, so they're hedging their bets towards the A site. But they've given Techno some dual Berettas and a smoke towards B as Blitz will perforate that smoke, see what he can find. Nothing on the initial timing, and he'll rotate over to join Techno. They're feeling things out now, V. Wonderful on that P250. Home in B apartments, Bit and Makazi. And they're just turning this into a simple B split.
Techno, a smoke to play around, and dual Berettas that we will not get to see. Nice headshot from Bit. Second as well. Mantles up on the van, and a clothesline from Imma with perfect crosshair placement will just remove Tikawak, trying to lend a hand to that lost B site. Consider this one a Na'Vi pistol, so both on Mirage.
Only a difference in that department.
Yeah, bucking the trend. And after the half they just had, or the last 5 rounds they just had, I think it's going to feel good to kind of shake that off and say this is a new half.
That's one of the differences, right? Obviously, different tournaments with different rule sets with how halftime works. Some of them we have 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But this is only 30 seconds. If you had the momentum taken away from you like that, this pistol becomes even more important because you don't have the time to reset, to kind of take it all in. You're straight back underway.
True.
It's great for the viewers too. They don't have to go anywhere. That is confirmed. Na'Vi back in the lead ever so slightly. But with 2 players staying alive, keeping the Kev, Darkmeister and 9-10 could both buy into Famises. 9-10, of course, is going to operate with the Scout, but he could sell that back, drop the Famis, and someone could drop him a Scout. They really wanted to min-max here, but looks like they're more like MP9 guys and 5-7 guys. Na'Vi just double window smoked as well. So both teams showing a little bit of pressure off these spawn calls.
Makazi's already holding util A. It's going to mean nothing if they've got all this ramp space. Trying to sell something. It will force out some block util. Con, Palace, smoked. Blitz, he can peek over the top of that smoke, and that's all about the timing.
They've just re-smoked B apps.
Oh, info. And a headshot. That's the Scout. So deadly. In 9-10's hands finds 2. Serious output and serious problems for Na'Vi here. Techno's in the smoke. You know he likes to rat around it. They've run straight past him. Into the B. Where is he? He's right behind you. This is a pantomime at EWC. Mikase, no way he's ready for this. Ready to be sideswiped. Techno bides his time. Power position, Short gets the info. Oh, and Techno can't finish it off. Makaze just enough to maintain apartment's control, and that might be enough. to back on away and have a second bite of this force by Cherry.
It's hard to be critical of Techno because you're thinking he's allowing his teammates to get in position to capitalize off the back of his unknown surprise. But it's no longer a surprise when you're like, they're in the site, and of course they could have pushed underpass and flanked behind us, right? So he just took a little bit too long to activate, and whether Makazi was ready for him that close or not, it doesn't matter. He was still worried about some form of a flank. So Na'Vi, they'll convert against the Force. It'll be 8-6 as Darkmeister seeing if he can grab a gun around this short corner.
Terrorists win.
And grabs it. So this is actually a heist, right? They have 2 Galils, they've got the MP9. There was some 5.7s as well that could be dropped across, so it's a sketchy looking round coming up next. This is not going to be easy, so nice shooting from 9-10. Zips in, zips out, and gets him 2. But this is a tough round ahead. They haven't shoved fully behind it. They'll still be able to full buy into the next. Na'Vi will have a test. Show the mid presence. Rotate as a pack towards A, bit through apartments. So Wonderful is going to join him. Him is responsible with covering behind. It's close round against the 5.7 and the MP9, the biggest concern for Makazi alongside of Alexi as the util being lined up now.
Yeah, presumably Bit's going to make life difficult for Tikuak as well. Makazi goes first. Confirms close. Ooh, nice headshot. Gets them both. Scot-free. Barely a scratch on his knee. Makaze finds and overcomes what could have been a little threatening.
Yeah, this was a much scarier looking round than the previous, and yeah, it's a whole lot easier. So 9-6. We'll buy into the next. And he may as well hold on to the armor in this situation. Thanks for coming, Blitz. Wonderful will take you down, get his 12th frag. And Darkmeister. So the boost hoping someone comes his way so we can add another one to the tally. Interesting, everyone else from the Mongols left during the break. And this isn't unusual for the Mongols. We see it quite often. A lot of the players just stick around between the breaks. They're pretty short, 10, 15 minutes or so. Blitz stayed there the whole time. And without the coach being here, he's probably going to feel a little bit more responsibility on the man's shoulder. I saw him have a one-to-one conversation with TQAC. He was showing him something on the screen. I can't see the screen from here, but you wonder what the particulars were.
But out of the gates at the start of this half, Na'Vi find themselves that dream start.
Both snipers with their weapon of choice, 9-10 and Wonderful have that equipped. Yeah, that's something you don't see from the Mongols either, right? With no coach here, they very rarely take a timeout, if ever.
True.
Right, so that's something that Blade usually banks on. The opposing coach taking timeout so he can make adjustments.
He burned 2 in the first half.
Yeah. Oh, this is a pretty direct A-pop.
Okay, just go. Yeah, I mean, it's vulnerable.
All on TQAC here.
Yeah, Tikuak's got a little bit of 9-10's help as he finds his counterpart. Wonderful goes down. Tikuak spotted towards the default box. They're aware of the setup. Util in the air. Makaze 1, Makaze 2. Oh, a broken record at this point. Again, out-ramp, double kill. Makaze, has he done enough? Darkmeister doesn't seem to think so. Heavy chip-ins. Serious contributions now into a 2-on-2 with actually worse for wear on the health department. Bit's gone down, softened up. Easy headshot for the Galil. Him at 8 bullets, 2 targets. And Blitz is so gun on, so ready. He doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger.
I think that right there is a good example of the constant pressure that the Mongols will keep on you once they know you are there, right? Everybody just swinging through, willing to take the fights, not giving you the moment to play at the mid-round and settle. Like, we know where you are. We'll just put the bullet between your eyes. And Makazi does very well here. You think that should be enough, don't you? But Darkmeister, what a recovery this kid's had in the map. And they just keep on swinging. Like, I've seen him like it before, but it's been consistent. I thought, you know, maybe it'd be a bit more chill. It's all right. We got 2 new boys, but I guess they know they're still right there. Na'Vi will take their 3rd and final tactical timeout. So this is where Blitz actually has the power now. He doesn't have to take any timeouts. Alexi, you're on your own, bud.
Make the most of your last 30 seconds with coach.
Well, Mongols know if they win this, it's going to be an eco most likely coming up for Na'Vi. So this is the opportunity with a round win here for the Mongols to essentially tie the game up at 9-9. So a very important rifle round of the scheme of the game, and that's where you can see why Blade took the timeout.
Oh, Bit seeing what he can get around that incendiary.
9-10 being boosted early. If he stays, it can free up essentially 4 players to focus more on middle and A, because he can always deal with short. Okay, Darkmaster, never mind, is going to creep close cat, so they're going to keep it with a standard setup. It's a lot of information, though. The fact that Orb's posted up that far, no one's harassing, you're not really worried about that B pressure. Sure, it can go from 0 to 100 from behind that, but right now, I feel like they're well informed. Techno starting towards A, so he's that unexpected loose piece alongside a Tikuak. Window smoke late from Alexi, and he's missed it.
Oh, when you know where Emma is, you just hit him with a grenade. Bit out. Fight, important fight to be winning. Techno goes down with empty hands, but look at their health. They just got a crazy HE right between 3. Doesn't matter if Darkmeister and 9-10 can't profit off of that, because the A site's fallen, and I feel like the round's going Na'Vi's way without any more resistance. Doesn't look like it's in their best interest to throw any more resources into this.
We're in the early stages, and the finance is not yet built for the Mongols either, so at this point, hold on to the Orb and the M4. So this one might just be called off.
That's exactly what Blade would have wanted to see.
Oof. I can't believe Darkmaster's even giving this a look, right? They only get a 2,400 loss next round. 9-10 will be able to drop one. You ask the question now, does this force the hand of the Mongols to try something more aggressive? Right? Are they going to try and use 9-10's Orb? Does he get a good spawn for apartments, right? Jump up, take a look into Palace. Does he want to try and be harassing around middle, but that means they're going to need HEs to break these smokes, so you'll have to play ahead of them? Or do they take the save behind the 2 rifles carried over and then full buy into the next? Doesn't mean they're giving Na'Vi 11, but it's just going to be a whole lot harder with only 2 equipped. Right, they are going to shove, which means it's probably going to be a FAMAS or an MP9 in the mix, at least one. Okay, Techno with the MP9, Tikuak with the FAMAS.
A 3 smoke start, and look at the pace. Look at this, just gunning it up mid. Just a head-to-head collision. Oh, and Imma prevails. M4 v AK. Awkward for Techno. Has to try and play around the smoke. His favorite move. He's done well. Can't get the upgrade. He's getting
low.
Backup from Blitz as well. And oh, Imma, good reaction through the smoke. There's Blitz back onto Alexi short side. Makaze claws it back. And 9-10, yeah, just put into a very uncomfortable position to go combat AWPing. That FAMAS on Tikuak. Not a chance. Okay, there's some wonderful AWPing for you.
That was rapid. I like the gear shift there, right? When you've been doing all these mid plays, you've been smoking off window, smoking top cat, you've been harassing with the defaults. Now you actually follow through with it. Not quite ready. Unable to put up the resistance required.
That came way quicker than Darkmeister was ready for.
And it looks like the Mongols are going to force buy out the game.
All right. As is tradition.
It's not a fun place to find yourself, but that's where we are.
They know how important that one was. You can see it in the celebrations.
Oh, wonderful. Ready to punish if someone tries to perforate the top of that smoke. It's going to be quite difficult to get a read on this. So you will just treat this as a buy round if you are Na'Vi, but a buy round where you want to dip your toe in the water first. This assertive play from Blitz is giving them a safe haven to forget about A. Worst case, he can always pounce in late from Palace. So hedging more towards middle and B for now as Imma continues with the mid-util. Deep con smoke, they can start to slowly creep up short.
Soft angle from Darkmeister though. How good are your pre-aims, Alexi? Not good enough. Caught out by the FAMAS.
And no real trade attempt.
Someone boosted him. It was Tikuak, who is hoping to be overlooked here. Are they really considering ladder room? Yeah, Bit does. Nails the shot. Darkmeister next victim. Tags up Bit heavily. The molly's going to make his life miserable. They know he's trapped. Flames force him straight into the crosshairs of Mikaze. There's two on the site. Techno gives him the headshot. That's exactly what you needed.
If they pull the plug, this would be great because look at Blitz. He can't really assist with this. He's going to have to go through the underpass and now completely cut off.
Oh, and now it gets so uncomfortable.
3v3 though, they have to give it a go. Running out of chances, running out of rounds.
Okay, so with no kit available, you have to do this the quick way. Wonderful holding for that murder hole rotation. I don't think 910's interested. Blitz might be.
This could be a kill.
Yeah, overlooking him. Immet dancing with death. Double peeking him, and he's managed to stand his ground. Techno next challenge. Blitz reveals himself, but it is only Blitz. No kit, no hope, no head. Na'Vi 1 round away from the playoffs here at EWC. A valiant attempt across 3 maps from Mongols, losing pace here in that last half.
I'm impressed they won a map.
Yeah,
right?
me too.
I've
me
also
too.
mainly been keeping my eyes on the output of Darkmeister and TQAC, right? Decision making, their fragging output, that's kind of what we're putting under the spotlight. It was always going to be a tough task. So early on in the season, though, upsets like this can happen. So as mentioned, 4 spying out the game. At least they all have rifles for this one.
Yeah, we can count their nades on one hand. And look at Beard. No resistance. Alexi with an ambitious crouch commit. Contact though, he's not ready for this, is he? Yeah, a bit of a jump scare for TQAC. Still managed to get gun on, find a head. 4 on 4, A-side lost. Oh, no. Ooh, 910. Okay, it's the Mongolian special. You think you've got enough. You think you got the kill. There's another 2 right where they were. Wonderful in Immet in the 2 on 3. Bombs going Palace. Slow it down. See what the orb can find.
And investigating elsewhere now. Blitz starting to have to shoot over towards B.
Oh, if they find him, A-side's theirs. And they will. A free frag onto Darkmeister.
And Immet has so much util. Smoke whatever you want, molly whatever you want, and get that bomb down. Very worried about more, but understandably, this is the Mongols after all.
There's always more. Will there be more rounds, though? Techno seems to think so. He's taken down Immet. Wonderful in that clutch. Oh, and info on them both now, but Blitz finds lethality just before he can round the corner, straight through the boards, into the skull. We see play again.
So Immet and Bit can both drop. So they'll likely still buy in this situation. Remember, Blades expended all of his timeouts. That's not as bad as Snappies.
It's not.
Not as bad as Snappies, but these things happen. Okay, so they've been able to get out 4 AKs and a Tech 9 for Alexi. They lose this one though, they are going to have to take the save and we're back on.
Hard to put away other Mongols.
Actually, I want to see the other stream. I'm gonna follow this stream up. This one's very close, so I'm not gonna switch streams. But we'll take a look, see. And see what it is.
Missed it again.
Ah,
There's a couple of these in this half.
it's costly, especially when it's such a limited resource.
It's 12-6 on the other stream, so
It does look like there's a lot of responsibility on TQAC's position in this one. He's got 9-10,
Different.
there was a bit of a backup brigade, tucked sandwich.
And Blitz's side too. This is strong.
so that can get over here
That's the
real
first to
soon.
fall. A second as well. Mikaze chips in. It is all onto TQAC. He's in so much trouble. Tech 9 whittles him away. He's gone. One back from Darkmeister, but the writing's on the wall, and so is the blood splattered by the Tech 9. That's Na'Vi to the playoffs. Mongols putting up a valiant fight.
Yeah, Na'Vi making it look real good there in the last map of this series. Otherwise, the Mongols leaving a little bit to be desired still, but obviously we're going to sing those praises because still a lot of foundational work there to be had on the side of Mongols. A lot of roster changes leading into this matchup itself, but for Na'Vi, the victors, they'll be the ones that tell the spoils today.
Yeah, we saw this plenty of time with Na'Vi. Takes a little bit of a while, but getting to Mirage as the decider is where they take care of business. And it's unfortunate for the Mongols that was on this decider that they were marred with, you know, bad starts, 2 lost pistols, 6-1 in both halves. Down they started, and they managed to recover well in the first half, but not so much in the second.
Could you say they were marred?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mocked by Mara.
Mocked. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's way more apt. Jacob?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, you know, as Yengo said, you know, not getting off to a good start, not winning pistols, not converting like you did on the other 2 maps in order to have a chance was a big part of the reason. I think gun round to gun round, buy round to buy round, there wasn't that big of a difference in the 2 teams. And as you said, Yengo, they were able to stabilize in the first half. I think 5 or 6 rounds in a row to even it out and make sure that you went into the second half with a chance of perhaps, you know, claiming the favorites to win the map. But then you lose the second pistol, you know, not able to break the economy, not able to do much against Na'Vi, and I think they fell a bit flat here. I don't know what it is with Na'Vi. It kind of annoys me a bit, you know, that there's such a big difference between map 1 to map 2 to map 3 in terms of their level. And was it you and I, you know, during IM Atlanta maybe, we had Blade joining us on the desk and we asked him about it, and he didn't seem to have the answer either, but it seemingly still is. I'm not sure if I would label it as a problem, but it's still a thing that's happening in Na'Vi.
I think even at Pro League, they had a game where they 13'd over their opponent on their own map pick, and then
Yes.
they lost their map pick, you know, also convincing.
Was that IM Rio, yeah?
Yeah, and it went into a 3rd map, so it happens a little bit too often. I think it comes down to sort of inconsistencies with these maps outside of Mirage, where they found their form again. So yeah, let's see. They've had a long boot camp, perhaps moving into the playoffs, which they, with this win, officially qualified for, will be able to find some more consistency.
As long as they win, right? I guess that's the main takeaway. That sure, you can go up and down and level a little bit, and it can look a bit odd in your own map pick from time to time. But as I also said, coming into this map, they do have the habit of then refocusing to the 3rd map and getting the job done. So it's just whether or not it's in a clean fashion, and maybe sometimes, Trace, it takes them a bit longer than it necessarily should be.
Yeah, it's good to see him get tested around sometimes. Speaking of which, Alexi B, Freya standing by.
That is correct, Trace. Yes, Alexi, congratulations to make it through the playoffs. Before we dive into this, tell me how important it was for you, for the team, to make it through Group D without dropping a series.
Just as important as in any other tournament, but I do think that especially when the season starts, everything is important, and we had a long boot camp, so it would be pretty disappointing if we, you know, struggled here on the groups. So making it through the playoffs is important for us, yeah, for sure.
When we're looking at Mongols as opponents, when I was chatting to Ime before the game, he was saying he anticipated some differences because he got a couple of different players in the mix versus last time when you played them in Cologne. I guess the biggest difference was that Ancient. You guys closed it out last time. They had the edge here. What was going on there today?
Yeah, last 2 times I think our Ancient has been on overtime and 13-11. So both games were super close. Now they ended up winning. We had a 9-9 scoreline with economy on CT. Usually this is a good thing for us, but they managed to crack our defense, and yeah, kudos to them. But we still knew that we have Mirage Decider, and you know, everything is up for grabs still.
100%. I mean, you had a great start to that Mirage. Now, Chad noticed something in the early stages of the game. You're up 3-0, and then Blade took a timeout after that. Why did you decide to take a timeout there?
Maybe he understands also that I'm not sure, maybe we miscalculated their money, so maybe we thought that they had a buy round, maybe they had a half buy, I'm not exactly sure. But just maybe something that he heard that was called on freeze time, and he understood that, you know, maybe it's a bad call against them. Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I'm guessing the timeout was important since we won the round.
We just thought it was a little bit of a quirky one going down there. Final question, of course, EWC. It's not only the trophy for you, but the importance of the club championships as well. Na'Vi, currently in 3rd place. How much extra pressure does that add to you to not only try and get the trophy for Na'Vi CS, but to get the title for your org?
I don't think it necessarily adds any extra pressure, but I do think that it's cool to see your, you know, other Na'Vi members in the tournament, and you know, we had some great success by some of the players, and we don't want to be the guys who, you know, loses the points for Na'Vi, so we're gonna obviously do our best. and yeah, it's a cool concept.
Yeah, of course, you're taking a step closer to gaining that victory. We will be seeing Na'Vi in the playoffs next week.
Yeah, with Na'Vi going on into the playoffs, rest assured that this isn't the end of the Mongolian run here at EWC in 26. Of course, they were waiting on the outcome of Pain and Wildcard, and I can tell you right now that that outcome has given us Pain eliminating Wildcard, which will set up the Mongolians to play again.
Painful game to watch, you know, with one eye. Watched a bit of that. That wasn't necessarily too inspiring, to be completely honest. But I feel somewhat comfortable in the Mongols, you know, putting up a good fight against Pain Gaming. I don't know with you, Yanko, but I kind of lost faith in that project. So, yeah, losing to Na'Vi, obviously not fun in the moment, but they still have a pretty decent chance of making the playoff.
Yeah, without a doubt. It has to be said, though, without Mara there are... You know, there's a chance for things to go horribly wrong because they're supposed to win that game. And then if they start losing, if they lose a couple of silly rounds, you know, spiraling out of it, getting tilted really during the game, I think that's the only way they can lose to Pain.
Especially, you know, when you think about a team like Na'Vi today who had Mikaze, who was such a force there and in certain moments, key moments, and that's what they brought him into Na'Vi for.
Yeah, I think it goes a bit under the radar, you know, that he... Obviously, the first couple of months in Na'Vi, people were labeling him as maybe not good enough, never going to be good enough. Then he had his breakthrough during Pro League, a couple of MVP performances. Since, though, it hasn't been that great for Mikaze. It's a little bit inconsistent at the moment, up and down. The major wasn't something to write home about for him. So I think it's super, super important for Mikaze individually, but also for Na'Vi that he finds his form again, because... As we spoke about already, they decided not to go for a roster change or couldn't get the roster change they wanted. So in terms of, you know, this whole conversation where they maybe lack a bit of firepower or lack that star player aspect to the name, Mikaze is the best bet they have of doing that as a rifler. So I feel like he has to step it up. And so far, he's been looking great here.
Yeah, he initially it was, I think, map dependent. You know, Ancient, Mirage were pretty good, Inferno, Nuke, not so much. And over time, he improved. And really towards the tail end of the first season, was pretty good. Unfortunately, it was at the major where he flopped and kind of went missing in a lot of these games that Na'Vi just narrowly lost, right? And you're wondering, if he just played closer to his level, would have probably had enough for them to at least make the playoffs. And I think Na'Vi, low-key, a pretty dangerous team going into the playoffs here at EWC, because you're looking at its spirit, vitality. They're not looking too hot at the moment. Sure, Falcons are, but, they still haven't had Carrigan there for a long time. So Na'Vi, a bit of a dark horse flying under the radar to some extent, because we haven't seen them in a while play officials. Really, they're in a good position to maybe cause a few upsets.
Yeah, this is a win that they needed today, of course, not only to secure their way in the playoffs, but also to find that stature that they are so much looking to put back on the board. For us, we look towards a break, because on the other side of it, Furia will be taking on 9Z in what is a Group D upper semifinal. We're right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Alright. And they're both in the thing. So it looks like we're going to watch GZ or 9Z versus Furia, or no, that's the one that's on this thing right now. Pain versus Wildcard, which is already been played. So we'll see what we watch here next. I have to go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna look at something real quick. Oh, wait. There to the bathroom, so it will be back. Alright, back. Let's see. So at 13 minutes and 6 minutes. And it looks like we're going 3D Max versus Magic. Or 9Z versus Furia. I don't know which match is going to be closer, so I usually go for the closer matches. But I guess at first we'll just stay on this route. Now we got it okay up. Alrighty.
I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss who pushes everyone to improve the most.
Can I write myself?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are the slowest writers in the history, I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't put one only, but two. It's possible to say one. So
Good, good.
Feels good. Why both?
Fallen is captain, so he has his concerns about the game sometimes, so we need to improve for him. And Marix as well as a second captain, basically.
I'm the root version of Fallen.
Yeah.
Who is most likely to leave you on red?
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, Yuri, Daniel.
That's it.
What did you write, Yuri?
Everyone.
Everyone,
Good.
that's fair. Why do you think it's Yuri?
Me? I don't know, good question. That's what I'm saying. It's like everybody wrote a different person because legit everybody can, except me.
Do
Nobody
you guys
wrote
like each other?
No, not really. We're like colleagues more than friends, I think.
Yikes.
No, we're trolling. We're trolling. We're like we're like a family, like a toxic family, like where you're getting abused and everything, kind of that type of a family.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm joking.
We got the couches. We can turn this into a therapy session.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
Who is most likely to arrive to the airport way too late?
Of course, bro.
Of course, bro. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Brazilians. What do you mean, bro? It's him, bro. No way, bro. You guys are trolling. You guys are trolling. Why? Just now?
I never miss a flight, bro.
It doesn't matter. Just now we're late 40 minutes.
Yeah, but it's
You
not
know
an
why?
airport.
Because of Cacerata.
But it's not an airport.
Oh, so specifically
Is that
airport, right?
Is
So I don't know about that.
Why
Daniel,
you?
I always late. Not in airport, I always late.
young guy.
He's always late.
Who is most likely to tilt after one bad round?
Oh, easy, bro.
What's her name or first name, bro?
Okay, yeah. I'm very sorry, guys. I feel when I was saying like this family is like full of trauma and abuse, I think I'm the reason for that.
You know what? We love a self-aware king.
Oh, great.
You're good.
Thank you.
You know,
Appreciate
as long as you can acknowledge it,
You see, guys? Like, is it so hard?
it's my job to be nice.
Nice. Appreciate it.
Who is most likely to forget something in their hotel room after checking out?
Easy.
Oh, easy as well.
I put Fallen.
Why? Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen sometimes forgot the things. Like, so I made Fallen.
He forgot
on
where
the
he
passport.
put.
Yeah, sometimes Fallen forgot. Like,
I just
forget
forgot one time passport, bro. It's all.
Yeah, but then
So
the passport's passport, bro. What can I do?
I see more Fallen forgetting the things, so I put Fallen.
You can hype away for everybody, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining me.
so
Hope you
much.
guys enjoyed it.
Man, how do they ask those questions? And how they're supposed to be like questions like who does this, who does what, that, blah 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 blah. But how do we not get like a long explanation by someone and they just end in perfect time? Or does she have a timer? But no matter what question they're on, they literally have to end it.
To another on Stream B. We're going to recap Wildcard versus Pain, which I would argue was a pretty different face to what we saw going down on the A stream. That's because this match started off as an incredibly tight affair. We're talking about that map 1 of Inferno going to overtime where Wildcard would just about secure it by the skin of their teeth. And then we move on to map number 2, and it felt like they were unfortunately all out of gas. That's because Pain fought back valiantly for a 13-3 win on Nuke, really led by the charge of Safe in this one with a 2.1 rating. And then we get on to that final decider of Mirage, and once again Wildcard is out of ideas. Hex was pretty candid with me in the unfortunate elimination interview, saying the emotions and the communication sadly got the better of them. That does mean the end of the road for Wildcard here at EWC, whereas for Pain, they're going to be facing the Mongols in the final game of Group D.
There we go. Group D, upper bracket semi-final best of 3. Winners to the playoffs. And what we're looking at here is 2 South American identities built differently. Furious surrounding Fallen's calling with international firepower. 9Z spreading that responsibility to a long-standing regional core. And of course, I bring you right back in here to the desk at EWC 26. Pimp in the middle. Dupree down on the end. You guys all know the clip, right? They're probably doing it in chat right now.
It's so old by this time, but I'll never get old from this one. You do realize that we lost that round prior to this, yeah?
Oh, I was aware.
Yeah.
Jacob, what do you think about that round of Dupree versus Hiko in 2014?
Speaking of losers, you know,
Oh, come on.
to be completely honest, we gotta find a loser in this game, and I'm quite excited about this one, Peter. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is game of the day. I think this could be game of the tournament as well. You're talking about 2 teams who, as of recently, have shown good things. Naturally, Furia have been up there, you know, in contention to win trophies. Even in 25, we're winning trophies, and then at the major, all the way into the grand final, where they were slightly disappointing against Falcons in the grand final, was for 9C emerging almost out of nowhere to be a, dare I say it, top 8, top 5. Where the hell are they at right now, team in the world?
Let's start with 9Z, Dupree. Tell me about 9Z. Why are they such a robust, explosive team?
I think just looking back maybe 6 months, you know, it was it was more like a team that you'd be thinking, these guys are, they're just this underdog. But since they've just started, to work things together, they've just really been, elevating their gameplay. And I think just the addition of Lucha also getting DGT back into the team really has helped them. It's like this really good balance between having DGT, the more passive player, the sort of like Rob's kind of playstyle that makes very few mistakes, doesn't require many resources, but still, gets so much work done. And then just the addition and the cohesion of the trifecta of Max and Lucha, just the whole idea that they just play so aggressive, and also Guasopi coming in being massive throughout this season so far. It's a team that just has elevated themselves in so many directions. It's just a joy to see that what hard work really gets you.
Yeah, hard work and consistency. I think the way I would summarize that is that every single player that you're mentioning right here have just stepped it up a little bit, right? But if every single player steps up, let's say 5 to 10%, all of a sudden you have a very competitive team. Adding DGT brought some stability to the team. I think he fits perfectly into the role as well. And then, as you said, emerging, coming out of nowhere, almost would be Lucha, who's been very exciting to follow. You described the team as explosive. The explosiveness comes from Lucho. And then I got to give it to Guasopi. As of late, a little bit of a fun fact, we were told by one of the smart brains behind the production as well, currently the highest rated player in the world on LAN ever since the summer break. Yeah, I know, small sample size. We had the tournament in China. We had a couple of games right here, but Guasopi out of nowhere, playing like he's a superstar. That could potentially mean that 9C is here to stay at the very, very top.
Even his name sounds like it's said very fast. Guasopi now.
He's ready to peak, that's for sure.
Like he's cracking the whip. Yeah, for sure. Now here's the real question though. When you have a player like Max who's in the driver's seat over there, and he happens to probably be very aware of the tendencies that Fallen's able to put on the table, what do you do with these pieces? You might have the good pieces like that, but what do you do with them?
I mean, it goes both ways, I think these two teams have naturally also practiced against each other quite some time, and there's a bit of a history, but I mean, it's a rematch from the major quarterfinal, and as much as I want to hype up 9C, that was also the ending to their Cinderella run at the major. They weren't that competitive in that quarterfinal. At least I had the feeling that Furia were the better team throughout and were never really in doubt that they were going to win. Now, there's a difference between playing a quarterfinal at Cologne, where everything is at stake, and now playing in a nice little cozy studio environment like this. So I feel like that evens out the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. That's actually a point I also want to be making, that, sure, this tournament is also prestige and it matters a lot, and there's a lot on the line, right? But it's just a little bit different from the major. And, with the whole Cinderella story they pulled off at Cologne, the expectation also just got bigger and bigger, and they also felt like, okay, we're getting close of making something, really crazy. They did that by just getting to the playoffs, right? So I think this matchup now is going to be more close than we saw in Cologne. Just the fact that the environment and things around them is a little bit more settled. And I also just think, I know that both teams come from South America, right? But I still believe that the last two times these two teams faced off was in Cologne and then back at the Shanghai major, right? So it's also, 9C, they're still, in their own region, practicing there. They haven't really moved to Europe to play that much. Now, when they've got inside the T1 environment, they get more experience here, whereas Fury, they've been here ever since, right? So when it comes to practice, it's probably been limited compared to what we've seen with two teams coming from the same region.
If you're Fallen, if you're Fury, if you've got Quesarado in your arsenal and he's your closer, looking at the other side of the coin, who is the closer? Who would be that sort of representative?
I mean, you could argue DGT is going to fall into that category, but I think the roles within Furia are so clear defined because we know them as well as we do. Whereas for 9C, it's still developing a little bit. Naturally, if you deep dive into the team and if you deep dive into what they did in China as well, where they ended up winning a trophy just a couple of weeks ago, it's also clear to me that they're continuing to build on the foundation that we saw during the major as well. DGT is a bit of a closer in that sense. I think Guasopi and Luchev as well, maybe the more aggressive elements to the team. And then if I may say it right, as much as I want to praise 9C for everything they put to the table, when you go up against the likes of Yekinda, Quesarado, Yuri, Fallen for that matter as well, a guy like Molodoy, there's one clear weakness within this lineup to me, and that's the AWP role on Mayan. I think he's a smart player. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's not a liability to some degree, but he's not a difference maker on the server. The output from Mayan, the output from the AWP department within 9C is the one thing that is a bit lacking, because the rifling department, as we spoke about already, in DGT and Guasopi and Luchev, Max for that matter, that's working just fine. I just need to see a bit more coming out from Mayan before I can really start to imagine them being a consistent top 5 team.
And that's like the big topic, right? We know, are you going to be looking to find someone that can have a better firepower output? But then again, when you look at the team, it doesn't really feel like he's not supposed to be the one, you know, that creates all that. He's more like the supportive element in the team.
He's not a
because
liability.
That's what I mean, right? And they already have the pieces to get the space, the aggressiveness to create all the openings where he can have his rounds where he can pop up for being more like supportive element. And I mean, like, so far it's working, right? Maybe if you go a little bit more like that's why I think like the next couple of months is going to be very important for 9C when they do get to cap more repetitions against the best teams in the world, because they have now gotten themselves as being the 7th ranked best team in the world. You know, the opportunity is going to be there now moving forward. So also about grabbing that opportunity and you know, getting the best out of it. So I think that's going to pay into what the future of the team is going to be looking right. But you know, I still think, you know, this is a bit of a wild take, but I do actually think that if we look like pure team play wise, I'm actually prone to say that I think 9C has better team play. They play better off each other, and I think they have the protocols way more set. Whereas if you turn attention to Furia, they will have the firepower, they will have the star players, and they will have the experience to maybe bail them out of situations. So I think this matchup is honestly very, very even.
And I think you're exactly where I want to go there. Furia have Fallen Calling, Yukender creating space. You know, for 9Z, which part of that do they need to attack first? Which part of that should be on the docket?
I think 9C should just continue to play their own brand of Counter-Strike, which has been this super aggressive way, especially on the CT sides. We saw it during the major as well. Luchov always willing to fight, always willing to go for duels, always willing to try to create a bit of chaos. I think the duel between him and Yukender is going to be tone setting for the game. Whoever comes out on top, more often than not, will have a pretty good chance of dictating the game in that regard. So again, I think the way I want to describe this game is that if you look by the two teams and the name value, you'd be like, okay, well, 9C should do a couple of gambles, maybe throw out the playbook and see if they can rattle out Furia, you know, because we consider them the favorites. But I agree with you. I think they're much closer right now than people initially would think. No doubt Furia are the favorites. No doubt Furia have more experience. And no doubt that Furia probably arguably have the better players as well. But the gap isn't as big as people may think at home.
No, and that's also what you saw at the major. They did win the first map on Dust 2, you know. They played really well, but it was about making sure that they could prolong that throughout the series, which that was a bit of the issue, right? And now it's not that long ago, obviously, but still the fact that they get to play in another environment, I think that's gonna matter. And I just want to see what 9C did against Pain in their first win a game on Cash, you know. So good at using the time. They're like, it's the way whenever they go into like executes and when they go into like the final iterations of the round, they're so good at using time. They don't rush duels, they wait for each other, it's very much jiggle peeking. They're like taking their time finding the right kind of fights, and it's very hard to do. It looks so easy to do, but coordinating things between the players when you're about to hit the bomb sites, that's what they're very good at, and I hope they will continue doing that.
Yeah, that critical thinking right there in those critical moments. Perhaps Maladoy has had plenty of experience in those in the past 2 years' time. Let's hear from him now.
Side of Furia, ready to take on 9Z. But first of all, Maladoy, I just want to do a little bit of a health check. I know you hurt your eye. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better, but before I play with, I think 2 days with better eyes, but now it's better.
Okay, good. That's a relief. That's a relief. Big picture story for Furia, of course. We're always talking about it. The last season with Fallen, the last season he'll be and competitively. What do you want to help him achieve in this last season?
I think people already know what we wanted to give him. It's for sure trophies and major, of course, but it's not completely true, but we will try.
In terms of your matchup today, it's going to be versus 9Z. Of course, you played them at the major. That was a surprisingly competitive game back at the major as well. What surprised you about 9Z in Cologne?
I think it was a very hard game in major, but yeah, they play very good. But problem, I think in major we all start bad. But it's problem how we are starting, how we are enjoy this game. It's always like this, I think.
And in terms of how you've started the season, obviously the big asterisk when we're talking about Bounty, that was online, right? Wasn't the start you wanted, but how do you rate the maybe recovery here at EWC so far?
I hope we'll go far, but who knows? Maybe we'll lose today and we'll lose tomorrow, who knows? But I hope we'll win today and we'll go to playoffs. But we play against good opponents this tournament because it's tier 1 tournament. If you talk about online, it's not same feeling. You know, you're not sitting in the same room with mates and you're sitting alone and you just give him emotions in online. It's hard.
After you were eliminated from Bounty, Fallen mentioned that you guys came together for a little bit of time together, or you were separate, right? You and Yakindo were separate, and you had a boot camp?
We'll go full online. I'll go to Kazakhstan. We'll kind of chill, I'll say, but we'll full tryharders.
Okay, so it was Brazilians together, you separately. Okay, what was the main focus of that period of time?
I'll say we just enjoy a moment with Soul now. And yeah, for me it's all now.
And in terms of you guys making it to the major final, how close are Furia right now to that version of Furia that made it to the final of the major?
Good question. I still know, but when we play against Wildcard, I'll say we was playing good, but we'll see today how we play.
Very excited to see this rematch go down. I'm sure 90 are going to be out for blood. We're going to have to see how it goes down versus Furia.
Yeah, that being Maladoy, but in the battle, the coach battle that is, of Sid versus Bit, what we have in front of us is a veto and a best of 3. Gentlemen, start your engines.
I don't know about you, Jacob, but I'm getting a sense from the Fury and also the interview we just had with Maladoy that it just feels like a Fury that's not really in sync as you want. I mean, like, I know they made the grand final in Cologne, but then again, you know, they did beat 9C and then Aurora. I mean, like, wasn't really like the toughest bracket to get there. And I don't know, like, I just get sense that something is you know, happening like within the team, and we know that Fallen is playing his last season, right? So what's your take on this one? I'm not feeling the confidence in this one.
I get it. You know, I was looking into Furious results ever since IM Rio when they were announcing that Fallen were going to retire, and since then it's been lackluster outside of the major. Now, naturally, you can't take away the fact they went into the grand final of a major, and you're just potentially 3 maps away from winning, you know, a Cologne major. So that kind of saved them. But apart from that, they weren't looking great in the tournaments after the announcement of Fallen retiring. Got off to a bad start this season as well. But again, online Counter-Strike, you name it. We're not going to deep dive into that one. So I think it's as important for Furia as it is for 9C here to get off to a good start, to win this game, to secure playoff without breaking too much of a sweat. Now, maps being Dust 2, Mirage, no big surprise in that regard. I'm curious about Cash. Are they willing to float it to be the third map? We've seen 9C played already. I think Furia as well have played the map, so I'd be curious to see if Cash is in the cards here.
Oh, we do actually get it. So we do not get to see it. You know, the data was also very limited from both teams, you know, but we did see how well they played, how well 9C played against Pain yesterday, so that's probably also a case for why they don't want to play Cash in this one when you're Furia.
So with Dust 2 Mirage, I mean, what are the odds we need, dude?
I think
Probably
they're pretty good.
right?
Yeah, I think they're pretty good. As I said, I think this matchup is closer on paper than people initially would think at home. To me, it comes down to Molotov as well, because I think that's the one area where I look at these two teams and I feel like the AWPing duel in this game is already touched upon. Mayan versus Molotov, it's where you can make a big difference. If Molotov is on his game, you know, especially on Dust 2, Mirage, very open, expressive maps with AWP, you can always go for peaks, you can always rotate around. It's tough for 9C to shut down Molotov because they don't have the counterpart in Mayan who can do the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go bold here and say that I think 9C's gonna take it. I think they're scorching hot right now. I think this is just the beginning of them. I think they're doing really well, so I'm just gonna go root for them.
He's buying into the stock, huh?
I am.
I can buy into that. I can also buy into the idea of perhaps you getting out your phone here while we have this opportunity. You're not on camera right now, so you can get out your phone and you can scan this QR code. You can get involved. EWC Play Pick'ems. That's what I'm asking for. And in this moment, I really quickly just want to ask you. You're saying 9Z. I mean, what about the Furia fans?
I mean,
well, it's not about the fans always, Therese. It's also
then who's it about, Dupree?
It's about the players. It's about winning. It's not about the fans.
You're right.
I believe in the quality of Furia. I think it'll be a close game. I think we're going to need all 3 maps, and I think Furia and Molotov will take it over.
I'm still going for 9C. I don't see there's a case where, you know...
In that case, you should
think it's
take
gonna
up
be
your
blown.
phone, scan the QR code, and put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, we'll do that. Don't worry.
It's dangerous. You see what I did there? It's dangerous.
It's good to have the country, right?
Let's just go to the game. I can't deal with you guys anymore. It's Furia 9Z, Group D, upper bracket semi, and we're ready to kick this one off on Dust 2.
We've got ourselves a rematch from the major quarter-final. 9Z and Furia here at EWC to round out the upper brackets for all groups here at the CS2 tournament. Last one of the batch to be going down, and it's a bit of an interesting clash. 9Z, they've definitely been on a very meteoric rise to power, vying for control, and with Furia, I don't know. I'm uncertain as to how to read Furia at the moment.
That's fair.
Would you call Cologne disappointing?
I think the final was just because of the way that the tone of the game, right? It was very slow. It felt like they got rolled over, and they were on that easier side of the bracket. So you wanted to see something a little bit more competitive.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that we got a South American derby going on here, obviously we've got the European flavor of Molodoi and Yakinda. But it has been fun to watch Luchov, Kwasao, right, DGT, and Max we've had on our screens for some time. And we'll see if they can replicate the same success as far as Dust2 is concerned. I think, though, I still have questions about both of these teams. I saw a HLTV thread yesterday that summed up the scene. I think I'll have a look and see if I can find it. So this is what it said. It looks like we got 50 seconds before underway. Falcons still has the curse, but Carrigan changed the curse so Falcons can actually win if they don't bomb out. Spirit has Shiro pretending to be Brokey. Vitality is too fertile. Furia were cooked anyway after Fallen's retirement.
Right.
And the one that I wanted to get to, 9Z haven't faced real competition outside of the major yet. So I know it's a thread and a lot of this is funny, but I think I would like to see more from 9Z. Now, sure, XSE, Huasao with the MVP, that's all great. And this team can definitely deliver. But what you want as an Argentinian Counter-Strike fan, I know there's more nationalities in here, but guess what? The next major after Singapore, that's in Argentina.
Yeah.
You would love to see this team actually be a top 10 contender.
Oh, that would be huge.
The level of excitement, right, going into that would be out of this world. So let's hope that 9Z aren't the pain of last year.
Yeah, so we've got Max and DGT of Uruguay. We have Mayan and Luchov. And we have Huaso Peak of Chile.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's pretty warm in here. So let's get this one started. It's been hot in Paris.
It could be spicy. Let's get into it. Dust2 the first map, and this is the playground of 9Z, right? They have looked like a team to beat on this map in particular.
Right out the gates, this is going to be straight into what it looks like a B play. 2-on-2 split of the defense, and it's not a rush. They're going to hit the brakes, hit the shift key. A smoke for doors, a flash for Max, and in they'll pop. There's a nade at the ready for Queserado in case this is the move. And jiggling is Yuri. So there's the block. Here comes the HE.
And there's the flashbang. Yuri can unload his dual Beretta, stays composed, stands his ground. They double swing. A great HE. There is ringing as they are shredded.
Ooh,
2 back.
Okay. It'll be tough to get the plant.
Yeah, you've even got that tunnel smoke fading shortly. Opens up and exposes Wasso. He's in a position with a P250. If he can find this shot, it's on, but Molodoi denies, and now overrun is Mayan. Yeah, accidental scroll wheel. It wasn't his anyway.
Team ace, but they do get the plan out of that 9Z, so at least it's going to give them a juicier looking second round 4 spot. They handle that. It wasn't on the timing they were expecting, but the nade still does great damage, and the defuse comes through, confirming the first.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think that Furia have some convincing to do if they want to enter the conversation along the lines of Vitality, Falcons, and Spirit.
Yeah.
And the Vitality and Spirit have, well, also got some convincing to do after their performances so far. The Spirit one, I guess we can wash away. It was a best of 1 loss. But Halley definitely coming under scrutiny from the community. And here's that force. 3 Galils, Tech 9, Mac 10.
Very, very threatening. See how those SMGs fare.
Opted with the Xbox smoke early. That's going to deny the vision from Molodoi in towards lower tunnels. They're pressed around middle here to try and deny map control our Furia. And they don't want to allow them just to go for an easy mid to B. Molodoi playing anti. Yakinda on the jiggle. Fallen has that long control. It's this trio, right? Queserado, Molodoi, and Yakinda will be combined.
That's the jump off. Luchov loses all of those nades. That was the full belt. That was the full belt. You just get the one.
Way to go.
Rough opening death for Luchov.
Yeah, it's a map that this kid can take over, right? So they've lost him early, but sure, this is it's the opening exchange. Just wait till these AKs come out. Now quickly up to Cat, though. Yakinda and Molodoi will block. And so it's a risky choice, right, against an anti-force to be playing close like that. It's, they stick the landing, they get out, and now they play the number advantage. So by the book, Furia. Fallen clears out long. Will alleviate a little bit of pressure on that side of the map. And This forces the hand of 9Z to play into a mid to B split. It's just Max mobbing out for CT spawn. And he's actually going to rotate through upper with the rest of them. So it's going to be very tough to breach. You've only got one flash on Mayan. The rest is going to have to be bullets.
Didn't spot him. Throws out his incendiary, now sees the shoulder. Easy bait and switch for Yuri. Oh, it's casual. Even the MP7 at range finding a target. Frustrating one for Max. Even catching a ding through the door. He just wants one. Caserato's bum sticking out. There you go. Extra $600 for Max.
Yeah, well, that one kill, it doesn't really make up for what was a bit of a whitewashing there, unfortunately.
Yeah, trying the B site twice and Fury have passed that test.
And they have to the eco, right? Yeah, you haven't really stalled out there. Build up of the finances. Pops his head up and it's deleted quite quickly does Luchov, and that incendiary perfectly placed segregates the attack. And they just mow them down. Very well handled from Furia. It's a deagle for the likes of Hwasao and DGT. Luchov in with a Take 9 and DGT giving it a good go. Molodoi wanting to press the issue. Gonna farm some money for his AWP funds. The man up mid. Strikes on Hwasao. That's more where that came from. And this is a nice tone that Furia are setting. We will play in your face. And, well, that will give you an opportunity. Luchov will find Molodoi. So not too much to worry about in this 4v4, other than Caserano being brought down to 36. So, Deagle Bullet will do it. So this one will now simmer in. How much more value can they extrapolate from this one, 9Z? An MP9. Right in front of the nose there of DGT. He can give it to one of his teammates with the Glock, and at least they get something more. At least that was hoping for Yukinta.
Nice. They're not playing scared at all, are they? They are remaining vigilant.
This is one of the things from that final, though. Yukinta had his moments in Molodoi too. It felt like Caserado and Yuri in that major grand final were fish out of water. They were making some out-of-the-box plays for at least their normal approach to the game. And then it was just overall very, very slow. But you were going up against Falcons who just have firepower coming out of their ears. Furia seem to have fans wherever they go. There's quite the contingent sitting down in front of them here as we got 25. You got to get a move on. Kinder drops the bomb and the final frag found. So 4 staying alive again. A very nice start. Only 4 casualties in the first 3 rounds of play. Molodoi's AWP will be equipped. Mayan looks like he'll do the same.
He's found him on the cross. Caserano out of the round.
Yeah, am I crazy or did Max only have a Glock?
I think Max only has a Glock.
All right, well...
he's really leaning into the... There we go, okay.
I was going to say, that was...
he just wanted to make use of his
This is
spawn.
the first gun round.
Yeah.
There should be money.
There should be. Just wanted to prioritize that boost, and understandably so. They assembled it so fast. Caserano goes down on the cross. Now it's time to see if Furia can operate at the disadvantage. We've seen opening kill go Furia's way.
You want Molodoi to stay in the play. If he gets to back plat or something, it's going to be tough, right? Because if it is a short play, he's out of the picture. So they're staying 2-2 as far as the defense is concerned.
Those smokes popping in unison as well. Lurk smoke, cross smoke, CT.
Ballin still has a smoke over towards A. Yukinta has nothing. Oh, and they're gambling. Noisy on the descent. The pop comes out and you're in the wrong place.
Very uncomfortable fights for the CTs.
You gotta concede this.
Yeah, just back up.
Could just be the save.
Cut your losses. Just take yourself 1 casualty as opposed to more.
Yeah, playing the long game, Furia. So this round, 35 seconds, bomb yet to go down. Feel like we can call this one done. Molodoi's going to see if he can punish it all. Easy as you like. And man is an AWPer who can come under a bit of criticism. Someone who people are like, oh, get try, right? Find that upgrade there. But it's hard to argue the output of 9Z, right? When you have Hwasao and Luchov in good form. DGT can have his moments too, so it starts to become a scary rifling core. They'll keep all 5 alive as Furia will allow them to easily secure their first round, 3-1. Coach Bit, the Brazilian representation of 9Z. It feels like no harm, no foul if you're Furia. 4 players stay alive. We have a full buy. We still have the AWP. We're not in hot water with the finances, and that'll have flow-on effects. So we'll see if it can be consecutive. Man, with a long spawn this time going for the pick. And he's got company.
Yeah, okay. Fallen's got a test on his hands for his long holds. One's already made it out to blue bin. And it's Wasso.
So where's the response? Is it upper tunnels push? Is it a mid-doors jaunt? Because you've definitely lost this control.
Nerdy mid retake util from Yukinda to flush out anyone tucked Xbox, and now Fallen is going to confirm, yeah, body's long. Body's long.
The fact he smoked doors told me he didn't have that information. Now he definitely does. And they're quick on this. This is rapid.
Okay, Luchov fancies his chances on that cross smoke and go.
Already across?
Running across, knife out, gets across to the ramp side. Safe passage secure. Oh, he dips another. Nearly 2 from Fallen's good output on the M4A1. Yukinda hiding out the back of sight. Should be set to collect here. Flash connected, vision restored, and mantling up to expose Molodoy. Another one onto Keserato available. He slips into the smoke. They've lost him in the source. It's Yukinda back sight. Run down by Luchov. A site seized. Long collapses, and a triple out of Luchov.
Yuri in the clutch. Not to be sneezed at. Just going to give it a little bit of a look in.
That was the fight. Captain 2 HP, brutal. 1 on DGT.
All right, well, had a glance. Didn't glean anything, and we'll back off for another save. So he's got money to drop an AWP. His money for the buy for Molitor. He could get it himself, really, as
he gets away.
Yeah, Yuri will dart out of there. Okay, 3-2. And some conviction from 9Z. Get the long control. They stroll up. They don't allow themselves to be blocked. I think once they see the door smoke land, they go, okay, well, they really don't know that we're all out. I'm happy with that one. All right, well, you have guns again. Molodoy with a good spawn if he wants to operate for a mid-pick or maybe even try and push into lower tunnels. Man's getting boosted by Max again. The AWP starting B from Molodoy. This means it's a different looking setup from Furia.
Yeah, Molodoy is actually going for like a eye to the scope clear of upper tons, or getting on a deeper line at least. Flash doors, Luchov clears out the left side. It's safe to mantle up the Xbox, especially now short cleared out with the flame.
So the expectation from Furia was a late long play. That's why Keserato, one of the B defenders, started as an unknown piece. Now the round simulated to something a little bit more standard. It's Molodoy aggressive in the upper tunnels. Has fallen, presses in, and
where was the flash? It didn't.
I think it must have missed.
Yeah, I think so too. Looked like it was a really well coordinated opening gambit, but instead you've lost Fallen. He hydrates himself, and Yukinda readies himself for a lot of info. Okay, 2 out. Response from Max is the molly will make life difficult for Yukinda. Where's his options? Where do they lie? It's a perfect spread. Perfect spread from Max.
It's going to be likely another save. Very little friction and looking very clean for 9Z. Now you might want to try and hunt. You know the loss bonus is 2,400 into the next. You haven't seen Keserato, so here's this piece at long. You're wondering where Molodoy is. Well, should be informed if the AWP hasn't rattled off. It has to be sacked towards B, and now it's protect the president. So Molodoy and Yuri looking to just hold on to their guns. Keserato, he is going to get some company as they exit.
Found him. Oh, he's found you. Nearly 3, 2.5 out of Keserato on the exit.
Doesn't really mean a lot. Yuri will be able to drop. I think a timeout from Sid. The fact that you've lost 3 straight rifle rounds. while you still have this ult before it gets removed, take your time, have a chat, and see what you can piece together. If you partial buy behind these, Yuri is in a position where he could drop an M4 and then he'll still have enough money next round. So they can make it slightly more threatening as Yakinda. There's nothing that can be done for him either. K-Sro doesn't have any use of the flash behind him for the fight.
Yeah, and an unusual flub on the flash there from K-Serato did result in Fallen not having the fight he was expecting.
This is a great response, right? The pistol round, it looks quite dominant with that and then the conversions. And now it's back the other way. Looks like we were getting a competitive map. Now this is the saved AWP, the saved M4, and some light upgrades around it. 2900 lost into the next. Have everything they need. So they have every round Fury have played, they are competitive with the buy.
Yes. Now just need to be competitive with the guns.
Yes. And that's where you might want to start forcing your hand. You get the AWP, boost him up. Let's go for a short pick. Let's play into lower tunnels if we can.
Haven't said Molodoy's name too much. He goes
Outlong again.
Straight outlong does DGT. Oh, and Fallen gets pantsed. K-Serato, what have you got? Too many men on his screen. 3 outlong. He gets that info, but it costs him his life. Fallen's already gone. You're operating in a 5v3 in the first 20 seconds.
It's a very familiar feeling in a lot of these rounds. It feels like a putter in moment. So very comprehensive stuff coming out from 9Z in the early stages.
Yakinda departing tunnels.
Molodoy is committed. At least he was. Seen enough. He knows if he wants to win this, he has to play ahead. He has to take a chance. It's about to get flashed.
Oh, didn't quite connect it. Now gets run down, sprayed down. Max will find it on the second pull. Okay, Yuri doing everything he can to try and delay this, but there's just so much time left. They're chilling. Yakinda's going to call for, or rather, Yuri's going to call for the flash. Yakinda's the one to throw it.
Yeah, they're letting Quas up lurk over towards B and clear that out. I doubt they're going to rotate around the world, but just see if he can pluck off the threat from behind. You've still got time.
Now smoke and fade, and no, Yuri.
Just annoying. They took long and they just waited the whole round, right? And you're going to be more desperate because you don't have all the guns, you don't have all the util to block. So the 4th round secure in consecutive fashion as Hwasa will take down Yakinda, and there you go, 5 staying alive. There's a lot of cash on 3 out of the 5 members right now. They're stacking those piles high. When they got those long spawns, they're taking them.
Four on the trot. Different intentions for the opening. Interesting flash to kind of catch the high-low setup.
Exactly, right? The teams like to run that to play against anti-pop. You want to break these things up. You've got strategies, you've got tactics, you've got moves. That was a move. Rally of Flames up short for the control, and just this pack roll again from 9Z.
Molodoy does get caught by that flashbang. Pressure applied. Max burns down half health.
This time the flash lands. There's no one home. Here they come.
Okay, Molodoy should be set to collect the first onto Max. Now the nades in a burst of the M4 finding Guasso. Mayan one back, removing Yakinda. They know Molodoy's on that ramp, and they are starting to go for this bomb plant. Lushov at least gets across, but the bomb's on Mayan's back. This gets really uncomfortable real quick. Okay, Serato up close. Molodoy as well. You've got to start planting, Mayan. Luchov, nothing. Good find from Fallen, and yeah, the headshots just keep on coming. Boxed in, well responded to by Furia.
Okay, so if they don't lose territory in the opening kill within the first 15 seconds, they can definitely contest. So 4-4 tied out once again. There's long spawns in the mix. So here's the trade-off. if you're not going to use Mayan's AWP in Suicide, eventually you're going to give an opportunity for them to start to go aggressive. Right? And you love to keep the AWP there to make sure lower tunnels is always yours, right? That the CTs aren't playing aggressive. So they will just operate with something a bit more standard. They go for the boost, he rallies off the shot, but at the ready, Molodoi wants to take the fight.
You've been very good at not giving him too much, keeping him humble.
And this is just the classic default from 9Z. You have the combo of DGT and Luchov through the tunnels. DGT's left Luchov once they've secured it and is rerouting to join the pack.
It could be that late long that we've seen Fury kind of anticipate. This might be that round from 9Z. Fallen's got backup brigade as well in Yukinda. So they've got what? Fallen anti. Yukinda on the line.
Juggling nades outside the doors. And another incendiary. Yukinda's left long now. It's just Fallen.
That's
50
what they were waiting
seconds.
for. They've nailed the timing on this. It's just Fallen in the open, booked by a flash and a swing from Huaso Peak. Molodoi pressured from the short side. He can't focus on long. He's got too much to worry about on that fight with Luchov. Clean headshot. Yukinda running for the hills, and it should be just a putt in here for 9Z. Getting that bomb across, they'll throw it for extra safety. And it will be planted now comfortably. Luchov's in that hunt, in this blind spot. Yukinda exercising some trigger discipline for a moment. Max should trade. Spots him and caught. Just an unfortunate timing for Yukinda there.
I think Molodoi might be a little bit frustrated. I think Yukinda was attempting to help there with that high flash, but it cost him on the timing. So we had the pistol with the conversions for Furia. We had 4 back for 9Z.
I think another man who's frustrated, I've just put myself in Fallen shoes.
Yeah.
How long was he staring at that wall? A good 30, 40 seconds.
And it was the right call.
And he was right.
But this is, notice how they haven't gone aggressive on the CT side at all?
Yeah.
I think that's 9Z with their default and Mayan's AWP have kind of put a leash on those possibilities. This is where you might want to start doing something a little bit more aggro. In that situation again where they go likely the partial buy behind the saves and then the full buy into the next. And that's going to be the second tactical timeout called from Sid. So if you just look at gun rounds, it's domination from 9Z. Furia, because of these saves, have had weapons more often than not.
See how the other game's doing.
And they have long spawns again. I think at this point it's, well, you haven't stopped us. Let's just keep taking them. A response, this is where Fallen and Sid kind of have to agree, okay, do we want to start 4 long? Right? Do we want to try and be aggressive in the lower tunnels? Do we want to do a short boost or a short play?
Maybe Fallen does with no nades and an MP9. Oh no, he's just going to start with a 3-2.
But they're already out. So they're just going to do the same thing again. You bring everybody back, park the bus at long, use your util, siphon all their nades. Right, okay, you can have upper tunnels.
Yep.
As long as DGT doesn't get caught, you can just finish the round through long. This is...
The push onto DGT. Ooh, wow, Fallen does well to find some output, and Yuri combines with it to actually remove DGT without a casualty. Action on the Huaso walk. They're fighting for that short control. Max is trying to keep attention drawn, but look how far he's going.
That's a kill.
Wow. Wow, they're so switched on. They have such a good read as to where Fury are playing.
I think it's audacious as well just to do that without any util, just to go dry.
Yeah.
Now, they are across, but the response is here. Can Fury tussle for this one?
Not rushing this plant. Luchov hesitant to overcommit. Spams down, Keserato chipping in. There's 2 there in the smoke. He does have to go for the reload, and Max gets caught out. Molodoi's MP9 connects. Awkward now. With Mayan on an AWP, the damage inflicted doesn't really bear too much of an advantage. He's been spotted over the top of the smoke there by Yukinda. Mantle up, quickscope does not connect, and now surrounded. Oh yeah, a couple of missed shots. The AK would have been better. Couldn't get it out in time. Run down by Yukinda. Double for him in that, up to 9. But Furia have managed to kind of prove that they can beat these all-in longs.
And that's his, with a compromised buy there, right? So this is a confidence-building round. Let's see if they can make it consecutive. Haven't seen that from the Brazilian core since the pistol. Using the long spawns again. Luchov on the way. Corner smoke in the mix. Auto starting car. They will concede it. What a luxury to have long. I understand they didn't convert it off of last round, but still, to have long at the start of every round like this is beautiful.
And a nightmare fuel for a CT side. You have to adapt.
Just how many long spawns they've had as well. We tend to talk about it.
Oh, missed shot. Awkward for Molodoi. And look at the help. Fallen was trying to lend a hand. It almost jumped through the smoke on his underhand flash. He didn't get numbers.
No, and they still have that long control, but they're rerouting towards B. K-Serrado will have to link up with Yuri. They're in a bit of a...
Is Luchov making a play on a smoke? He is. Here's the steps of K-Serrado reacting to that B util. It was a Molotov thrown that he'll try and profit off of.
He's got a smoke as well. A block would be well timed.
If he jump spots, gets the info. Mayan was not on the double scope.
He's fallen ready for Luchov out. Has to know it's a possibility. This will have been communicated, but a reroute now from 9Z.
He's hearing all of this.
It's not that long presence. So if they can push back short, they really can toy with the rotations right now.
Yeah, it's just the time. 40 seconds for 9Z to try and find this finish, try and post that 6th.
Molodoi still has a lot of util. And Yukinder and Fallen both have something to block with as well over towards A.
Yeah, I think 9Z may have rocked the clock a little too much here.
Drop it.
He's holding on to it, showing such restraint. Mantles up, wants to punish the smoke walk if they dare. Easy pick for Yukinder, catches Max mantling up. TGT bomb on the radar now. Wasso from long does manage to strike. That's the unity we want to see. Synchronicity on display. T-side pincer in towards the A site. Losing Luchov's awkward, makes it a 2-on-2, and now planting, he's going to lose his life for it. Gets the bomb down, says, Mayan, I need you to clutch. You got your Kinder up close, eye to the scope. Yuri on his way, and wow, tags him. On back, fake dink through the box. Yukinder down low, not opting for the pistol. He somehow has to isolate these two, and it's just a stray bullet through the smoke to deny it. Smirk on Yuri's face, he knows he's done well.
And they made that one difficult again. Fury up. 6-5, a one-round gap. They'd love to make it 2 before the halftime break. That plant is going to go a long way in facilitating this final round's bye. Just Max and Mayan, who will be on a little bit less. I think Mayan, does he want to come in with a scout here? Well, he's been able to get the AWP, so enough funds to make it possible. Still, a lot of these rounds coming down to the dying stages. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, Molodoi really hasn't had a lot of action with opening fights. It's his teammates losing territory, and then he's been in uncomfortable positions. Being an AWP at top A and your team losing short in multiple rounds, that sucks.
Yeah. Here's that util combo. They break the smoke in unison with a Xbox Molotov. Just trying to really limit any early presence. Another smoke break. Coordination from Furia.
Yeah, I like that one.
Has Luchov legs down to 14 HP. Plenty of nades and plenty of time. Fangs of Furia to hold B here, and they're just going for another one of their signature contact walks, but Yuri was unprepared. He gets absolutely nothing, and now K-Serrado hard pressed to find the output of 2 men.
Very low on Max and Luchov.
And a retake you know they're going for, so you better set this up, you better have your plan, hold on to that molly as long as you can.
So Molodoi is going to be the man to throw the util. It's going to have to be Fallen and Yukinder to breach, then the AWP comes in late. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown right now.
All the nades, it's just going to be fights now. Here they come through that smoke. Max 1 HP, a stray bullet. Will kill him, so blind, starts to spam. Wasso one back, it's all into the clutch, and there's Molodoi, the difference maker. Back and forth we go, to and fro, but Furia keep their head above water. More than that, they'll have the edge as we swap sides.
Yeah, they got the bookend triples there, right? The pistol with the conversions, and then those 3 on the trot to close out the half. Triumphant music, as they will get 7. The magic number of 13 around the corner, but we're going to swap sides. Oh, we're straight in with some buys here, not taking a moment off Furia. Let you know, Caserado and Fallen are both chipped in with a lot of util. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. Sorry, 2 smokes, 4 flashes. If this doesn't put you in a good mood, I don't know what will.
It's like a hero returning.
It feels like everyone's winning right now.
It's a hero returning. You know, there's confetti.
The parade down the street.
People are throwing flowers into the street.
Oh, we love you, Fallen. We love you, Fallen. We love you. All right, here we go. Back underway. 4-man A-star for the defense, 9Z. And into lower tunnels is Luchov. They're ready for this.
They are. They couldn't be more ready. Look at the setup. Here comes the flash. Everyone's anti. And who gets those kills? It's May and a Molodoi. Back and forth. Quick one back. DGT connecting. Yuri struggling.
Committed to this now. You got to fight your way out.
Headshot hit by Caserato's Glock. And it's a goosh that DGT wants to run away from. Masso's just standing his ground here, playing the headshot angle as DGT. They are stubborn for this long fight. It's going to be determined right here and now in the deathmatch on long. You've got a clutch available, Yuri. You've got the bomb, but you haven't really got health. No teammates. And plenty of time for you to play this game.
Yeah, you can see here the fact that he's clearing these angles. He doesn't know where both players are exactly, and going to beat him on rotation is DGT, but DGT is low.
And he's not so sure either. Not rushing, not as loud or as fast as he could be over there.
Oh, you'd love to be able to get the plant out of this somehow, but with both players cheating over towards the B bomb side, and Yuri's pivot into lower tunnels. Okay, hold up a second. Adding some complication into the mix. He jumps up short. He won't be spotted right now with the current setup. And then the bomb can go down, which will facilitate a much stronger second round. But let's not rule the clutch out just yet. Yuri, 30 seconds. No resistance will be found as he walks into A. To the X's on the radar, all those corpses that lit along. Now it's where does he plant for? You'd assume, did somebody stay around? Did they push?
Oh, so much uncertainty for Yuri.
It's in now. Single box plants, so means he can't play this from long, at least not easily.
And he's going to be exposed to Lucha. Oh, he's found it cleanly. That's the hard work done. DGT's low. 2 kills deep from him, sure, but a single bullet either way. Going to be the differentiating factor here. Doesn't want to announce his presence. It's just going to come down to who clicks first. How good is that cross set? It's absolutely bang on. Yuri's turned it around. A massive 3K in the round, a 1 versus 2. And Sid's happy with what he's seeing.
The fact that we could see him on a collision course for a rotation, right? Thinking, oh, he's just going to walk in and B, hope that he's outmaneuvered them here.
There's 2 B
tunnels, he's found the gap. Insane work from Yuri, missed the clutch, steps up big time. And then you have to question Luchov in this, right? You have the low HP of DGT. It's a 2v1 situation. You send the ward in first, the canary in the coal mine, and then you trade. But no, he's played ahead on his own. And right now we are B rushing. There is a P90 in the mix.
P90 alert. Awooga, awooga. We got a P90 B rush. And Fallen's already drawn first blood. Main gets caught out on that Mag 10 spam, and you can stick a fork in this one.
That's round. 9-5. Treating this one like a job right now of Furia. Now that's happened damn quick, so we'll back off and try and retain what they're forced in with.
It's one hell of a way from the clutch in the pistol to your second round all-in B rush. That's like, come on, you're calling Counter-Strike rounds, Chad. You got to be like, that's a pretty gangster call.
It is. It's so risky, right? That you run through, there's a smoke, you've got multiple players stacking there, everyone gets mowed down. Kinda puts the Tech-9 to good use. Takes another one of these upgrades away, so this is making their next round of play an awfully lot easier.
Some Renegade stickers on that Tech-9.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Big fan.
Maybe he thinks they're cool.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Said no one ever. All right, do they rush B again? Obviously not. Actually, why not?
You do have a P90.
Yeah, and he has the good spawn again.
Has he really?
Where's your skins gone, Molidoy?
Yeah, he's doing 0 skin challenge
You're
or
doing
something.
the new Elige.
Just gloves.
Looking to clamp down on mid and... Oh, okay. Look, trying to subvert the expectation. The plan was to play with these flashes that Mayan has on mid, but maybe a little bit disconnected from the understanding was Kwasao. This will be a farm fest as...
I just want to see P90 get a kill, man.
Well, maybe he'll keep it for you next round.
Yeah.
It's hard to see Molido being a fan of Stargate, so...
I did see there's a guy who's dedicated his Counter-Strike life to playing P90 only. He's got 18,000 stat track kills.
Okay.
Pretty good.
What did you do on the pistol round?
Great question. CZ75.
Aha. Likes to finish quick, does this guy? Lots of bullets. All right. Waterfall smoke, CT smoke. Gonna send Molido out. He wants to get a kill on the P90 as well. Flash forward, the SMGs.
This is the scouting party.
The man and his mentor is...
Oh, what is that? Luchov's hit it from ramp.
Get it, man. Someone's got to use it.
Something better than nothing.
Max is here with a 5-7.
Yeah. Oh, just as the smoke faded the time, it couldn't be any worse. Oh.
All right, Max, a 1v4. And they're definitely going to clear. 25 fallen. We'll have a fantastic round 3 for him.
Damn, his Mac 10's looking pretty spicy.
I think he just has some frustrations he wants to get after being bullied over towards long in that first half. So this is a huge gap, 5 rounds. And that's both pistols for Furia. 6 on the trot when you consider the first half ended. And we're going to get a tactical time at the first from Bit, knowing that they need to get going and now if they want to have any say in this map. There's no AWP available for Mayan. Molido will bring out his. Fallen will retain the Mac 10. And Fallen actually has a very good long spawn if they want to exploit the run and gun.
Well, long's been a real recurring theme.
This is where if you're 9Z going to the first gun and you don't have the AWP, I wouldn't mind if they were to do something a little bit more gambly. A 1-4 setup just to win the long control. All boosted on Molidoy.
Ooh, wow.
Okay. How about that? So Max limping immediately. You get the combination of Yukinda, Top Cat with Yuri pressing the lower tunnels in a moment to start working on this mid and short control. TGT's been having a bit of a rough go of things. His death in upper tunnels against that half by with the saved guns. It's one that I bet he wishes he could put back in the bottle. Both teams on their CT sides giving their opponents a lot of room. 40 seconds.
Blocked long, blocked mid. GGT, this could be a bit of a redemption arc brewing.
There'll be a flash here, surely.
Yeah, there is. Underhand, turn, reposition, eat the second. Just a dead man. K Serato books him. Nice chip in. Luchov stems the bleed onto Yuri, but they've lost long. Yukinda's made that so. Molidoy, he can find this easy onto Mayan. Oh, and he has. Books him. Job done, bomb down on A. Mission accomplished, and Max just straight clotheslined by the Galil to finish off the job that Molidoy's AWP started at the very start of this round. Luchov going to be trying to hold on to his prized possession in the Kalashnikov.
Oh, you're boxed in, buddy.
Yeah, that lurk smoke is kind of terrifying. How frustrating. He wants to focus his attention towards B doors, but he knows at any moment his attention's elsewhere. He could just be walking on through. But yeah, I mean, this is what, practically flawless from Furia here.
Yeah, that opening kill in middle was onto DGT, who is the A rotating rifler. So that also facilitates the call to go back in towards the A finish, knowing that they're likely split 2-2. So Luchov, back of plat, be just allowed to retain that AK.
Wait, did he kill the output?
Yeah. All right. Well, out of chances now, 9Z. Yeah, the underarm essentially was the bait.
Right. Because you think you got your timing down, return your aim.
And you cop it in the face.
Genius.
Good to see Fallen smiling.
Oh, it's only an M4 spam in the cross. I guess I could just jump across. Oh, there's some damage, but there's a frag back. That's the Luchov saved AK put to use. Handed off to Huaso with the health.
All right, how can this one get weird?
Kind of already has. You got 2 rifles with armor. You got your opening kill.
And you have 2 players quite low on HP, so gambling 3B with that flash, they've been able to cross the bomb. On Fallen looks to join Yuri, and the tail of this is Quesarado. So the Brazilian core in the upper tunnels, here comes the fight.
He wants to go. Should be an easy one for Yuri here. Yeah, delivered to his front door. DGT just the one. Fallen makes it so, and just Mayan. That early damage inflicted has put him down to 25. He's cowering at the back of bricks. Feels like a guarantee he's about to be cleared. Finding output here would be incredible. Not quite the headshot he needed. I have no idea if there's a lurk in the system, so understandably cautious.
Plays through. Why
going
not?
through.
Yeah, you have to.
Go on, lad. Bricks clear. Headshot provided. Takes down Quesarato. Fallen cowering at the back of the site. Attention drawn. Molodoy's there. It's just Luchov that's so disconnected. It's just Huaso versus the world, and he's doing it. Molodoy missed the shot. They know where he's at. Huaso down. Tech9 can do it. Such low HP. It's the Molodoy clutch. Secure. Oh, it got weird, Chad.
It did. I was about to say, I feel for the Bricks player there, man, because Luchov was still alive. So not only, they're on a bit of a hodgepodge buy, nameplate Counter-Strike dictates, we should check for Luchov. But then it's that Huasao play that makes things interesting.
I think call timeout here, don't you? Because it's last round?
Extending
it could be last round?
back open. Gets them 12. Oh, this time it's a headshot.
Consistently finding impact on that opening.
Oh, look at the scaling, Quesarado.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, just walk out. Why not?
There is a flash. DGT wins
Oh.
out to necessary clawback. Okay, things return to a balance 4-on-4.
They're out of position. It's tough to capitalize on it, though, when you're all in the choke.
It's so chaotic already. You can see
So this was their pick.
uncertainty growing in the 9C ranks. Fight. Whoa, that's quick. Huaso thought he had the advantage. Molodoy using that AWP like a rifle. Wasn't expecting a second. 3-on-2. Fallen ready. Fallen gone. Bomb lost. 9Z showing a little bit of resistance here with match point, or map point, excuse me. Up for debate.
And it's 8 straight. Unless Yuri can win another
Match
clutch.
point, map
That's
point.
where
I
it'll
don't
stop.
care which one you say, because it's technically... I know it's not like the entire match, but like it doesn't matter. It's this match's
One
point.
clutch in the pistol on this T side from Yuri. This one asking an awful lot.
Especially with Luchov all the way back at ramp, ready. He can get the bomb sure with the time. DGT. He knows exactly what's up. See you later, Alligator. We'll confirm it. Finally something back on the board for 9Z.
Yeah, is it too little too late? Bit's going to take the opportunity to use his 30 seconds.
And that's just a tough
I thought that should have been last round, because like if Fury win that round,
they're using the HE, so to go, okay,
they
well, now
literally
we're smoking.
could,
Great, how much are we going to invest in getting across here? Because Molodoy, he's either tag or a kill frequently so far in this second half of play.
I think it's 3 back-to-back rounds with the connection.
Right now, I can see Molodoy has the best long spawn. He is on an island. The next closest is a little bit further back, but he should at least consider the pick.
Just looks ridiculous even with X-Ray on.
Looks to me, based on the way that Max is facing, that they are going to start heavy A, potentially. It looks like, yeah, they're going to start 4-1.
Just Max going to be trying to block long.
Means they might be aggressive short. Yeah, they are aggressive short.
Team Molly got to respect that, and they are. Oh, we can edge it. That's what that smoke is designed to enable this fight onto the Suicide player, but not giving it to him.
Flash doesn't connect, but they've seen enough. Worried about the B and mid to B possibilities. They'll rejig the setup. Kinder will smoke out towards the mid doors. That's going to allow that control to be taken.
It's a well-placed nade. Lands at Molodoy's front door.
Well, short is a gift. So this is the type of round that if you can get the control and acknowledge that, with the amount of util, the smokes especially, this is a scenario where Furia can throw the waterfall smokes, they can throw a mid to B. You could try dropping down into CT, turn it into a B split, but that's where 3 players, the 9Z, find themselves. That's the gamble. And the gamble being made when just one round is Furia needing. Oh,
Love smoke.
What's that about?
I mean, this is pressure.
Back to long.
Okay.
Max and Mayan to defend A.
This angle's always good for one. Molodoy clearing at half health, so just a single headshot. Can't find it. Good awareness from Molodoy on the rifle, no less. And Mayan's eating that flashbang for breakfast. Should be the end of Dust 2. This is 9Z's turf, 9Z's pick, and Furia have had their way with them.
Bad cross smoke. Very bad cross smoke from Molodoy there.
Learned valuable lessons in the head-to-head in Cologne. Clearly looking revitalized here. And that's 13. Furia take 9Z's pick cleanly.
Yeah, that was casual, that was comfortable, and this is looking like a different result. Let's see if Furia can do it in 2.
An absolute smashing, as I think those Brits would say, but for Furia, you can hear the fan bases out here really basking in the first map victory. As I welcome you back to EWC 26, Counter-Strike in full effect. Dust 2 really not going the way 9Z wanted to, and leaves the question, doesn't leave a lot to be desired for 9Z. I feel like we've seen more output from them at different tournaments. So.
Yeah, that fell a bit flat for 9Z. Naturally, Furia got off to a good start, winning the pistol, converting, and then 9Z kind of took over in the first half, and I thought, when it was stringing rounds together, I believe they won 4 out of 5 rounds in a row, I thought to myself, okay, 9Z, you're here to play, you looked in control. It was a combination of outer spawn calls, you know, fast long takes, and then slowing down the game, and then into the A bomb side. So it felt like the rounds came from different direction, Peter. It wasn't like a one-trick pony. So to me, that bound well for 9Z. I thought to myself, all right, your T side looks good. You know, you got Furia on the ropes, and then after winning 4 of those 5 rounds, they just shut down. Got nothing done whatsoever. You know, good judgment coming in for Furia, and at that point, it looked like, again, 2 teams on completely different levels.
I really feel like...
Like in that round that he died to the Molly?
Up until this last round, we just
would it be better for... I don't know what the time was.
I think the game was way closer than it was supposed to be.
Would it been better that if he like got off the bomb plant and helped?
What 9Z managed to get out of that, you know, they had so many good opportunities to get more rounds.
But
they lost themselves a little bit when it came to like those very important XVX situations and the clutch situation, right? They didn't really get that one going for them, but they also gave them a little bit too much space sometimes. But sure, you also gotta give credit to Furia for bailing themselves out of those situations. That is what you're gonna have when you have such quality players. But in hindsight, you know, I think 9Z will be looking at this game thinking we should have gotten way more out of what we just achieved.
Yeah, and I kind of hate to do it. It's not that I want to, you know, single out a player and be like, it's your fault, you know, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't highlight what I spoke about coming into the game as well. Mayan with the AWP on the side of 9Z, a non-factor in this game. There were a couple of rounds where he was left in 1v1s and 1v2s and 3v3s where he had opportunities of hitting the shots and maybe swinging the round in the favor of 9Z. Got nothing done in this game, to be completely honest. A bit of a stinker for him, unfortunately for Mayan. On the other side, Molodoy off to a bit of a slow start, but then he picked it up. He went 5 for 5
let's see. How's the other game going?
Plus 80 ADR as well, and you can just see the clear difference in the 2, right? So I feel like that's where the vast majority of the difference came from. You have one up on one side, Molodoy, who installs a bit of fear in the opponent, who's winning opening kills, and who's actually getting the job done. Whereas for Mayan, unfortunately, this time around, couldn't really quite stand the test of time against Furia.
Yeah, and I look at the round timeline and I think, okay, yeah, you don't win the pistol. You don't really give yourself a shot in the game if you're 9Z at a certain point. But I guess as far as the rounds go, Dupree, this is definitely one of the second.
I guess
half.
it was 12 to like 6. So whoever.
How they managed to play this, because it's 7-5 Fury, and if 9C gets this pitch, they're definitely back in the game and they can take
So it's the person who was 12, which I don't know which one was, because I don't know the logos. Wait.
Spends the entirety of the clock. He has 1 minute. He rotates all the way back into lower tunnels, really utilizing the time and making his opponent guess where they are. And as you can tell right now, your 9C is already committed to the fact that
I know who Fury is because I watched.
This is the mistake that I really don't like.
I watched Fury in Valorant. So
far ahead from GT, and at this point, good shot from Yuri, but he just leaves his teammate in a situation that is almost unsalvageable. And it's sad because the only thing Luchev had to do in this given situation, with the fact that he came up catwalk so fast, was to just play the contain. If he just jumped for information, try to figure out where Yuri went, he was just have waited for his teammate. Maybe Yuri would probably still have gotten the frag, but then at least GTC had a chance of refragging, right? So it's these type of mistakes that you just can't allow yourself to be making when you play a team like Fury.
It's such a weird round because it started off by being a deathmatch round on long. I think 8 or 9 players were fighting against each other back and forth, and none of them were willing to back down. And then, as you said, Yuri ends up in a 1v2, and I feel like 9C does everything correct up until the point, as you described right here, where Luchev is sticking his head a little bit too far ahead. They were rotating together. They were walking 2 towards B. They were walking 2 back towards A, right? Playing in a pair, playing in a pack, and I like that approach to it. It's just, when you then had to close out the round, when you then found out where Yuri is, that's when you start to make the mistakes. So it felt like 9C, for whatever reason, weren't really playing up to par, weren't playing up to the level that we've seen, the last couple of weeks, especially in China, but also in the opening game against Pain. And Fury, they have the class in order to punish that, and I like that. I like when a good team is coming into a game where whenever
it looks like match one
you make damn sure that you punish it, and so Fury did.
You talk about pairs,
but it doesn't seem like holy cow, 66% to 34%.
In terms of what they were providing, I mean, and we looked at this and talked about.
So a lot of people thought 3D Max would beat Magic, which is insane.
Yeah, not his best game. I said coming into it, he was the highest rated player on LAN ever since the summer break. Small sample size, sure, but still playing exceptionally well. This game, he didn't get to do much. He didn't have a bad game. It wasn't his fault, I felt, but you could expect a bit more from him. And then Yuri, who, last year in 25, he was one of the main reasons why Fury was starting to win trophies. He was overperforming to some extent. Then in the beginning of 26, he was tampering a bit off, and it's been a bit up and down. But if there's one thing you always get with Yuri, it's the clutch ability. We saw it in the pistol. We saw his stability on the server as well. And I guess in a game like this, you win 1 or 2 clutches, well, you've done your job.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I also just want to praise Fury for, specifically the Brazilians, right? Namely, Kesrado and Yuri. They're just so consistent. You can kind of always rely on them. They will always seem to be having a good game, and even if the games where they drop off a little bit, they still get their frag from time to time. It's not like they just completely disappear, and it must just feel so good to have, I can kind of resemble that from when I had Sipis in my team. If Yuri is left in the clutch, you always feel like there's a chance, right? And my team, if Yuri is left in the clutch, you always feel like there's a chance, right? And if he's presented with a situation like we just saw in the pistol, where there's plenty of time on the clock, even though he has 25 HP, he gets the bomb plan, right? That's also a win in some sense, right? But winning the round or so, it's so important to have a guy like this.
So Molodoy definitely had his say in the server at this point. But if we just go ahead and start talking about Mirage, let's start talking about the second match of the map of the series.
All right, I'm
currently aren't in the server, and we're going to need them to show up in a better form than they've got currently. I can assure you that much.
Yeah, it's definitely a map where they can play Counter-Strike at a high level as well. We've seen that the track record is somewhat decent for 9C, so it is for Furia. They had a time, a couple of months ago where the results were kind of swinging for them. It was inconsistent, which is atypical for Furia, but I feel like they found a bit of that consistency. Mirage was a great map for them during Cologne, competitive in all the games on them, despite not winning every single one of them. So I see no reason why I shouldn't expect the same level coming out for Furia. I think Molodoy usually plays well on a map like Mirage as well. Kesrado gets some of his best job done on this specific map as well. I see no weakness in Furia, whereas for 9C, again, if you play the level you just showed here in Dust 2, sure, the first couple of buy rounds in the first half were great, but again, it tampered out during the series, it tampered out during the map. You need to be playing well for 30 minutes and not just 5.
Yeah, and it's the Furious best map, so it's really all in their own hands, right? And I still think that 9C has something to prove. I don't think they necessarily, tactic-wise, play like a bad Dust 2. I think they will have a chance of bouncing back, but they need to get off to a better start and winning a pistol from the get-go, and then obviously converting the clutches and allow Fury to have all these situations where the star players can really come in shining. So, you know, it's a little bit disappointing, but I still believe that 9Z has a saying in it.
Yeah, I don't. I just saw the Fury manager walking with 2 bags of Joe and the Juice. It's game over. You know?
It's over.
It's over.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Yeah, 9Z Fury is still going to go toe-to-toe here. We got Mirage in front of us in what is the Group D upper bracket semifinal with playoff contention in line. Yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and head to that break. When we come back, we jump into Mirage, Nuke if we need it on the other side of that. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Oh yeah, left it on. Actually, okay, that needs to go off for a second because YouTube does not like the music. Oh. Let's see how they're doing. Let's see what they're gonna do. Looks on the second stream, it looks like Magic, it's 58%, 42%. So maybe we'll get... But I kind of knew that Magic was going to get a higher percentage this time just because they kind of owned them last time. Like, I don't know if it was 12-6 like I saw last, but it... But... We'll see what happens next. Now it's 41-59. Oh, they actually do a lot of... They do a long timer. Like, 15 minutes. Well, you'd almost bid right at the back of the, back of it. That's back to 53, 57.
It's the very last of the upper bracket games, just looking to see if Furia or 9Z are going to be the ones securing that spot in those playoffs here today. Furia took themselves up a very convincing Dust 2, and that was 9Z's turf, so rocking and rolling to Mirage. A rematch from Cologne, is it going to go the same way?
Yeah, this could be a quick 2-0, couldn't it? That was quite dominant from Furia. There was a patch, though, where 9Z, they looked themselves. It was the first half.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can pick that up now into Mirage, where they'll be on the CT side of Furia's map choice. As you mentioned, the last of the upper bracket games, we had G2, Gamer Legion, Falcons, FaZe, Bait, Foot, and Na'Vi already secure their spots. One more to make it 8, and then tomorrow, well, we'll be adding a bunch more. Actually, today there's a couple more games as well. We've got Spirit versus Big later. We've got Aurora as well, taking to the server to see if they can bounce back from their opening loss. They'll be taking on Gigi Hao, which was the team that actually took down Spirit in that best of one. So all eyes there as Aurora start to show us what they've got as far as the international Counter-Strike is concerned. But let's focus back in South American Counter-Strike on display here. Max, the in-game leader, with a lot to say. Sid, coach of Furia. Quickly talk through the positions that you're expecting to see this 9Z defense. You should have Max over towards the B site. You're going to have Luchop playing towards short. Man will be the AWPer, so floating around connector, window short, wherever the hell he really wants, to be honest. That's going to leave DGT playing connector, and then Hwasao playing over towards A. At XSC, they played this map a couple of times. Obviously, different levels of opponents. They won it twice, lost it once, and the loss was to Tai Lu. The wins were over MIBR and Paravision. So that fills you with a little bit of confidence.
Magic.
But at the same time, that's
when
when they had Hobbit
pistol.
and they had new boy Slackster Jez.
Just kind of getting himself
I think
acclimatized
that's
to
Magic
the
anyways.
environment as well.
Here's the thing, so many teams made roster changes in the offseason, just none of the big names.
Yes.
So there was a lot of musical chairs, just nothing that's really drawing a huge amount of attention. I think BCG took the cake with that Mzinho move, and we saw them playing in the open qualifier. And they were unable to get through that gauntlet of a bracket.
But
they
I
were
like
left
what
with.
I'm watching. The
Go underway.
this
Lots
game.
of utility brought out
Alright.
for Fury into this, and straight over towards
Close
B for
this
what will
one.
be an execute, a 3-man
Let me
stack.
watch this
and they
game.
boosted up.
Mayan's playing for that one and dip. And the crouch from K Serato. He dips under the bullet. And Max unable to track the jump in. K Serato, layer of flashes, does actually manage to connect while blind. And now Luchov's done significant damage to Fallen without the Kevlar. The Kinder's here. Luchov onto Fallen, and Max actually worming through that smoke. He's looking for Yakinda. Good awareness. They both go down. A quick sequence of clicks from Yakinda pulls us back. And now it's awkward. Super uncomfortable. Glock at range, working for Yuri. Wasso, a quick 1-2. Tap to the dome. Puts him dead.
Do they still go for this?
They're going to fight together, aren't they? Look at them getting closer and closer. Yuri's going to have a back turn. Yep, easy pickings. Furia start off with the pistol.
Not bad.
And rather convincing from Yakinda for a moment there. It looked like it had started dreamily.
Yeah, let's get that from his POV if we can, please, DJ. That was a massive double kill. Really changed the tide of this pistol. Okay, well.
Wow.
Not a whole lot you can do about that one, is there?
Sit down.
Force buy back from 90. That's 3 out of 3 pistols for Furia so far.
Ooh, okay. I'm very curious to see. Are we just rushing mid? CTs, SMGs, charging up the guts. Fallen's going to see a little tip of the head. Didn't spot it. Didn't clock it. Jump scare for Fallen. I mean, he was scared and he was jumping.
Oh, they're into B, but it's a 3v5 disadvantage for Furia. Batten down the hatches, boys. This one's going to be tough.
There's still a lurk.
Especially with Case right on the other side of the map. The bomb's going to get...
He's going to be hard-pressed to kind of contribute if they go quick. That's if. Yuri into apartments, good for the post-plant. Case Serato's got 2 exposed bodies. The backstab, perfect. So that advantage squandered. It's gone. Another fight. Yuri wins out onto Max. This retake's fallen apart. Despite their successes in middle, looking like they've held on to this one very composed. The aim on display. The fangs with all 5.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, I didn't think that Lurker was going to have too much to say, but... Hold at bay by the util. Well handled from Fury, even though that's sketchy with the skirmish top middle. It'll have to be the eco now from 9Z. We'll see what they want to chip him with. Some Deagles, some P250s, most likely. And this looks very dangerous, doesn't it? 1:39 on the clock. You find yourself immediately in a 3v5. Case Serrato takes his time, lines him up, knocks him down. And then in combination with that util from Yakinda, Yuri will get the job done.
Ooh. We're
Fallen's in a rush. Does he have a hot date or something?
Very quick. He's got places to be.
I thought he was a married man.
Yeah. Taking the boys out for a steak dinner to celebrate the playoffs if they pick this one up.
Yeah, it's quite a few days off. I've got Sunday to round out all of those lower bracket matches. And as you turn your attention to Monday and Tuesday, that's some downtime before the games start up on Wednesday. We'll still have A and B streams for the first couple of days of play. But we will be moving to a much bigger space. And then on Sunday,
nice
the grand
headshot.
Final, and the third place decider, I believe. We're going to move to the Acor Arena, which is where the Paris Swept Major was back in 2023, as they continue to sweep this round. Back at the Major, Yakinda absolutely mauled 9Z on this map. He had 7 multi-kills, 103. We'll round up. We'll give him 104 ADR. Molido also playing a factor of that. It's Max. Can't find any resistance with the Deagle. It's just Luchon over towards Ticket, and he's been noted now.
Yeah, Furia, one of the many discussion points is that they are the best example of a team bringing in these imports, breaking what was pure Brazilian roster into what has been a more successful amalgamation of talent.
Yeah, you wonder, does that say more about the talent or about how much the buyouts are in the region? Maybe a little bit of both?
A bit of column A, column B.
Because there are definitely players out there who you would be excited about if you're Furia. There's an Insani, but we know that over there in Brazil, these buyouts can be extraordinary.
Yeah, anyone got a money tree?
Been planting mine year on year. Okay.
Three smoke start, double window, yikes. And you've got Yakinda humbled with a HG. Quick on this, look at this, no way you're ready for that. DGT's down. K-Serato beat the incendiary. At least there's a trade. There's Wasso, puts him down. But in the meantime, you know the A players were distracted. You start to get Tetris space, and Wasso is booked. Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Can I get more out of this? He asked
surely
himself.
take him.
It's got a little awkward now. Should be fine to tap him in the side of the head, but he wants more.
No way.
He leaves him. He lets him know. He tells Fallen, he says, there is a man on the fight. I'm going to go and get something extra.
Yeah, he's got the rotations covered off at least, but Molido also has a full belt of utility. So this is kind of crazy because if he gets caught off guard and loses all of the belt of nades...
They don't have a flash for this fight.
Yeah, but of course they're going to be worried about the window boost. They don't have mid.
Oh, no. Luchov's taking down Molidoy, and then the fight comes through.
Molidoy, that's a classic overcooking of the pooch right there.
Yeah, that leaves you with a Listerine face. Minty, spicy.
Oh dear. He
gets him.
kills Hwasa. Sure, he's not to know, but once you make it into jungle and there's no resistance, at that point, you got to be wondering. That's where you like to see players play to contain, but it's the T side, so it's a little bit of a different
I
scenario.
don't like
one,
that play. I think you just kill him.
Quesarodo, 3 of his 6 kills so far have been in the back, so...
Yeah.
Beautiful double, though, from Hwasa. And the thing is, 9Z don't even know that unfolded. They have absolutely no idea. They think, oh, okay, Molotov got boosted window. Fair enough.
Little do they know.
A-pop.
Okay, Hwasa's got a test to pass. Oh, and he does. He's even got a chance at another. There's Molotov, though. Takes him down. Exposed on the smoke break, but a missed shot. Whistles past. Man, low HP. Luchov onto Molotov.
Safe plan. Limits post-plan opportunities. Oh, and Yuri's very low now.
What's Quesarodo up to in that smoke? Just by burrowing into it, it's going to make things very difficult for this retake. And Mayan's not going further than this.
A couple of smokes, though, on the retake, and there are kits. Remember, it's planted in sight. Yuri is very low.
You're right. Bomb ticking fast. CT, they're going for this. Yuri going to play for one on that low HP. Easy for Luchov. Now they've got to get that kit on the bomb.
Has to be fallen.
Someone's got to hold it. 5 seconds stick. Just in time. Just in time. Oh my goodness, a heist. Stolen away from Furia. 9Z making a 1-round game.
Okay, that's now 2 very frustrating rounds back to back.
Yeah, this should be 9-0, or not 9-0, 5-0, but they keep throwing rounds away.
Especially with the pace that they went in that round, you must have some assumption if you're going to be hitting the side with a minute 40 on the clock that they are still going to have block utility available. So they flubbed their lines on this one, Furia. Intensity still in with the buy. Galil's in lieu of 5 AKs. The money's not quite there, but we know that they're still in a good position to humble 9Z, who have a few players with a bit of extra cash.
Like the first look away, I understand.
Full and happy just to take these swings.
Like in the previous round, to like see if there's any more coming this your way. But the
I think someone just scored.
Yeah, okay.
We've got Rocket League on that main stage right now. Ooh, double up Ram.
Well,
Yuri gets info.
Yeah, good amount of info. Has to stay alive as well, so that goes both ways.
But they keep him alive for like just for your team to like die to him. With, I think you just walk back, kill him, and then you walk up if you want to walk up.
Smoke from Molotov. And Con Smoke from Fallen, so this will force the breakout from Mayan. We'll see if they're trying to link up Cat. That will keep the B defense of Max and Luchov planted.
He fired a shot, so AWP was A.
And he is rotating now. It's an A fake. It's actually going to pull him back.
It's all by design. They've really manipulated the rotation, and Luchov gets caught out. It's just Max up against the world. Fallen down, tracked nicely. That's a good output out of Max. Keeps it level at least, but the bomb will go... Ooh, I say the bomb will go down. Actually, they'll think twice about it with Mayan being spotted out. He can actually throw the incendiary to disrupt. Chose not to, elected not to. Bomb down. Ikinda, safe pathing. Anticipates it's market-centric on this retake, and he's right. The angle of Molotov there. Catches out DGT. Wasso, not to be underestimated, though. On the surge. Oh, just looked away. The timing favors Wasso in a large way. They're both hiding out in the apartments. It's Molotov on a pre-fire headshot. Nothing for Mayan. Can't win this one. Gotta take that expensive weapon into the next. And you won't. Stuck around for something. Leaves with nothing.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough.
Yeah, why did you?
The AWP, he could have dropped multiple guns, so that is going to force Bit to take a timeout.
Why'd you stay for so long? That's what I don't understand. Why you stayed?
If that was 3 consecutive rounds where Furia had an advantage and let it fumble, you have to think that mental's starting to take a bit of a turn.
Yeah, that's like the first kind of band-aid solution to what was a very, like you said, 2 very, very frustrating rounds. A failed trigger discipline play into a true last-second defuse. under the noses of Fallen. And Co.
Yeah, the fake worked perfectly, didn't it? Big control, AU2, catch a play with his back turn.
Good rifle work on Molodoi this round. Made that little work.
We knew that Mayan had cash. They've been able to get out 3 M4s around at AWP. There's one kid and Max, the B defender, with an MP9.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world then if you can find yourself an opening, which looks like there's a collision course set here in mid. Luchov, down to Yakinda. Quick one back, got to get out of there. No, you don't. Stands his ground onto the Fallen swing. A trade attempt from the captain. Results in an advantage for 9Z, trying to keep this just a one-round game.
Yeah, they're ready for the Yuri lurk, thinking he was going to try and take some space off of that mid-fight.
Here we go. Ooh, quick again. The headshots keep coming from the Molodoi rifles.
He was very worried about a lot of angles.
Molodoi starts to probe.
Orb's in a good spot, though.
Just in time, yeah. Mayan is the only man here. And that's exactly what he wanted. Catches the tail end of the ramp assault. Will remove Molodoi, sidelines him, now just up to the fangs of Furia. K-Serato and Yuri, 17 frags each. Off between them, never mind. Bomb cancelled, Mayan gets another one. Should see a clutch here if, yeah, you don't get double swung. DGT and Max standing and banging from Con. But you have got that one-round game after all.
And this is how Dust 2 went in the first half.
Yes.
And then it was the last couple of rounds of the half where Fury were able to piece together 3, and then they really ran with that momentum. Very, very good work from Mayan under pressure in a lot of these fights.
Serious output on that AWP right there.
Yeah, that could have been the 7th ace of EWC so far, but just one shy. Triple smoke towards middle, right? You're worried about the cat crawl. You just saw Yakinda run to great success, but it's in through underpass. And now another one of these A fakes. Do they get baited once more?
DGT is so paranoid around this smoke. He's got such a good read of this. They overlook the corner completely. They thought they'd sold it. Still though, oh, Mayan down. K-Serato through the smoke, perforates and discovers Luchov. Max was next on the naughty list, gets caught out by the Diga. Molodoi.
They just need to cover the rotation now, and Fallen can rotate around the world and putt this in, so K-Serato has that covered. He already has 3 in the round. Can it be 4?
He's played it really safe as well.
Oh, maybe. Aha. I was going to say maybe 2 safe, but Fallen's going back to A, so they've juked him here.
Completely sold it perfectly. All it takes, flashbang. Wasso convinced he's in the right place. Little does he know, the A site is lost. Open plant from Fallen, learned his lesson.
Yeah, when you look at that buy that they came into this round with, the fact that K-Serato gets that triple kill, right? We're talking pistols around just a couple of rifles here, so...
Well, that rifle was put to very good use.
Indeed. But again, they just, they throw the mid-util. You can see the thought process. All right, we can't see window, we can't see con, we're worried about the short scale because the cat smoke. They blow open smokes, they spam through, then they go, okay, hold up, they're not here. So then you turn to the extremities, you think, are they ready to pop? And then the A fake comes in, which helps your suspicions, but they just weasel through the smoke. And K-Serato with some very important trade work.
Yeah, it's a nice way to mitigate risk, that. These rounds, especially when there's damage inflicted.
Some good calling from Fallen.
Yeah, definitely.
I think one of the best facilitators in the game for sure. And, well, it's meant to be his final season.
Allegedly.
This one here. Opens the runway for Molodoi, and then they just pull 9Z around the map.
I'm sure Fallen's job feels a lot easier when you've got Yuri and K-Serato in form.
Oh, for sure. I think for him, he is always going to have Yakinda and Molodoi call their shots.
Yeah.
So
the rest are kind of what? This is like not the supporting cast. That's not the right way to frame it.
I was going to call it like herding cats, but it's not. It's more like herding sheep.
Right.
They're doing what you want them to do.
Yeah.
I actually know it's directing traffic.
Yeah, I see. You got the stop sign, you got the go sign.
Yes. And more often than not, you want to give your players the when Molero says, I have this peak, you would like to give it to him. You just need to temper him in certain rounds as they're trying to get tricky over these smokes here on Boisal.
Can't see much.
And again, it's another fakey maneuver. Caserato's just walked out onto B, so he should be able to call this clear and they can rotate over if they'd like. Caserato's at bench. Like, what?
Are we leaving?
I don't know. Fallen's put his body on the line so often, and
by cutting noise, they end up going B. This is so bizarre.
But they're all just
that 10-second pause was genius, actually, because the entire CT side vacate, and now they're all going to walk into Caserato.
How far do they go? Do they keep?
Does he just stay bench?
This is crazy.
I've never seen anything like this. He's going to hear
now they're
this.
noisy.
Here we go, lads. What? Why are we jiggling that?
All right, well, they will get themselves an AK.
What the helly? What the heliante is that?
Okay.
Yeah, why did you jiggle that? That's so funny.
They are outmaneuvering 9Z something cruel right now.
This is the path of least resistance. Oh, he's even taken another out of the equation. TGT, a frustrating death there.
It was actually very important to hold on to that because if you take a look at their cash now, 3.4, 3.4, 3.8.
So someone's on an MP9.
So, right? So it's a suboptimal buy with the loss bonus where it's at, how close some of these rounds have been. You're in the hurt locker right now for your 9Z.
That pause was so bizarre. It was weird for 9Z, I'm sure. He's conditioned them so much that whenever I throw full AX Echoes, no one's behind it, or
Could
one guy's
possibly
behind
be real.
it. Yeah, this time Caserato's on bench and they are all there.
And now when you go direct, the rotation's going to be so late. So
right.
maybe you want to play forward for info, and that's what they're doing.
Can they keep them dancing? Yes, they can. Dancing to the beat of the Furia fans' drum.
DGT's had a bit of a rough series.
He has a couple of mares. The opening deaths. Another one added to the column there.
6 already on the T side. You're happy with this Furia. You'll take every round you can get, so we'll see how many more you can add to the tally, but down the stretch, 9Z don't win this.
Hang on, Luchev's blinded off, but the support that's necessary from Mayan. It stops them and enables Luchev to have vision back as, ooh, bell rung, swung, back and forth. 3 on 3. There's 2 on B here, so Caserato's got his work cut out for him. Not Tiff Molodoy can lend a hand, and it just disintegrates. Woof. Ooh. No one's saying it's the cleanest close from your Kinder, but gets the job done. And yeah, they're doing some serious convincing on this T side.
Yeah. Let everybody know there's more games coming your way today. We've got Spirit versus Big coming up next on the main stream.
It's hard. It's easy to feel kind of rough for Big, huh?
Yeah, you win your opening game.
You did. It was a big one against, was it Aurora?
It was. It was on cash, and I think when you're getting you go into G2 next. All right, I think that was pretty winnable. They were able to take a map there, but then you drop down to the lower bracket, and because Spirit got upset by GG How, it's like I
mean, the G2 big game, both of them were probably fighting like it's a major, your grand final, because no one wants to be in a lower bracket game up against Team Spirit right now.
Yeah, exactly. And in case you're wondering what happens to the loser of this game, they are not eliminated. They will take on the winner of 3D Max versus Magic, which is currently going down on that secondary stream, so you can whack that on as well. As we just have some Deagles here.
So far, Magic's winning. Well,
the guns for the final round.
they're a map up.
Just salvaging what you can, and that's quite the shot from Luchev. All right, the pace towards middle. It's not reward Caserado, but Fallen will get his second kill. And it's going to be all 4 through middle for the finish. A 3-man stack from 9Z currently over towards A. It's Luchev. Pick up the B site, and they should just go through the motions to finish this. They've taken the vent room control very early, a minute 25 on the clock.
I have 1B.
Investigating A ramp. They've called sector clear. Guns are being juggled. Not in position to do anything right now.
I love that cam. 10 points to camera operator 1.
Probably J-Raz?
I would hope so. Shout out to J-Raz one time.
So back to A, that there's still a chance in this one.
There is. They're in the trap, and oh, he didn't quite hit that headshot you'd have liked, but Ywaso and Mayan's position now noted, and he's cracked the skull of Fallen. Significant damage on that, but it's getting out of hand fast. Molodoi down to 23, a single bullet. Max finds it, and it's all onto Yuri. Can't hack it. Ywaso will close it down. They'll leave with some free rifles and a much-needed 4th round.
I think right there, Fury are thinking they'd done enough with that mid-pressure to make it feel like a B-split, but they didn't really get the info, right? They didn't send out a ward to see if it was a stack. They've just walked into it.
Yeah, I wonder,
some sharp shots on the digs.
because it looked like they were going B, but then they start going A, which...
He was there just telling the boys, stay where you are, I'm fine.
Oh, they walk away with a bunch of AKs from that. Final round of the half. Can they make it 7-5?
Be a whole lot more competitive. Whoa. TGT stomachs a double nade combo. Ywaso has removed Molodoi before the round even started, just catches him. It's an audacious fight to be taken as a CT, straight all the way deep ramp. You can see the X on the minimap there. Looks like they're going to go through the motions to take some of this space away from Luchov. Window and Con smoked. Action on the push ramp. Is that Ywaso? Yeah, he's going through this. No one home.
2 through Palace, 2 through Con.
Okay. Mayan, priority is connector. However, no one's covering this Palace walkout. He could be susceptible to just a quick one tap to the side of the head if they go first. Who moves first? Yuri or Yeki?
Hexeros just smoked jungle. This will make it easier for the Con players.
Yeah, now they know. Informed as well, though. Ywaso tasked with this Palace walkout. Nice find from him. Removes the head of Yuri. Spot onto Yakinda. Doesn't find it cleanly. And Ywaso looking the wrong way, just getting manipulated, overwhelmed. The numbers game. One out by Furia. And the numbers looking to read 8-4.
They love to bait and switch.
You should have Max dead to right.
Which is really good.
Max is worried about vent room. Clearing that out with the util.
He's not
even
convinced.
more of a tell. Boys, you're going to run out of time.
Ooh, nice shot.
About that one for sure. Max has made a little bit of a case that they can still do this, and sitting in the opener, sitting duck is Yakinda. K-Serato manages the angle as well. They haven't got the info they needed, and so now all he needs to do is just stop them from touching that bomb. He's covering it nicely. Time check.
It's going to be damn close. It's going to be down to the wire.
Big difference between 8-4 and 7-5. 9Z pull it off.
They've had a couple of nail-biters in that first half. You had the heist in the early stages, and now at the end, they pull off that retake, and you're thinking to yourself, with the bomb planted, with Fallen covering the rotations, that should be Furia's 8th round every day of the week. They've let that one slip through the fingers.
Could you help me out understanding why Yakinda is in the open like that? I'm sure there is a logical explanation for his positioning. I guess just misinfo, perhaps, would be the explanation.
Think there's a level of confidence coming into play there as well, because the time's ticking so far, and you think you have everything covered off. It's
I think probably because for a moment ago, Fallen's had the mid-rotate.
And it's the second time that they planted in a safe position. That means you can't play the bomb from Con. So there were some very frustrating rounds lost in that first half of Furia. They're probably feeling like they could have had a 9-3 half, that they should just be waltzing into the second and getting the job done.
How many riflers are going for that opening gambit? Ywaso onto the AWP. And they did such good work to Furia. You know, breaching that site, it felt like the writing was on the wall. It should have been over, and I mean milliseconds in it. They pulled it off just in time. K-Serato just couldn't hang on for that extra second.
Looks like a fast B split. They've already smoked top Con and window.
Flash top mid.
Oh, maybe they go through the Con smoke. They've got this late piece of Ywaso.
They will. A flash
P250
go.
through Palace.
One more of where that came from. And in they breach. Molodoi taps one out from the ticket.
Yeah, you think that like as soon as it goes beep, you're done. You can't defuse it anymore, but it does.
Crispy.
Oh,
Yeah, it's on display. So you can add a frustrating pistol round where you got nothing.
So what we can add the first pistol for 9Z.
Oh wow, yeah, okay, about time.
Serrano's got some company. How many can you take with him? One and done. Good trade work from Ywaso.
He's deadly, isn't he? He's really just on one at the moment.
Right, well, 1 round gap. I was feeling very comfortable. Furia is starting to get a little bit sweaty. And if they force by now, When they drop this, the ramifications of that will have flow-on effects. Yeah, it's starting to take shape. Molodoi, he's not going to fully invest with the fort. Oh, I say that. He has gone back and forth with his decisions on the buys. They want to make sure they have smokes to corral. 4 Deagles at a 5-7.
It's rare to see a team prioritize the Deagle to such an extent. You know, typically 1 or 2, but 4. Back in their aim. Backing that B site read, Fallen started with extra troops on that side of the map.
Cole looks very good.
Kinder doesn't connect anything on the short walk, but here comes the pincer maneuver. Fallen. The 5-7 gets nothing. The Deagles are keeping us level. Molodoi humbled. Yuri gives himself a smoke to play around. Less susceptible to May on the short side. There is another body there. The smoke makes it weird. Yuri can play around it. There's Kinder on the edge of the smoke. Easy pick for May and over the top. Yeah, a bit of damage, but not enough. May and 3 kills. Oh, he didn't have the bullets. That force buy's gone down the Swanee.
So, 18 frags deep right now. This man doesn't want it to be done in 2. We're tied up 7 apiece, and as mentioned, if that force falls flat, it now is the eco, and 9Z will be taking the lead, or should be taking the lead, I should say.
Just smiling ear to ear is Wasso. When the game feels like this, when every decision you make, every bullet you fire feels like it's going in the right place.
Well, they're just going to turn this into an A play. There's a bunch of smokes being juggled by Max to set this up.
Yeah, there should be nothing to be said about this one.
So off of a lot of these rounds early, they've constantly been denying middle and connector. On the pistol was deep con that they ran through for the A split, but in the last 2, it's just been the shallow con smoke as the AU2 is in the air. It's a barrage utility that Yuri's going to try and punch through.
Diligence on Luchov, making sure he jumped across the palace angle. Couple of Deagles unloading through that smoke. Really lovely layering of the util as well there.
Only point of interest is this Fallen flash, and then just a flood of Fury up.
How many Mac 10 frags can you get, Luchov? Get some extra cash going. The flash turns, and nothing. Absolutely nothing on the mag. It's stressful now for Wasso. He's been brought down very low and does still take just the 1. Are these retrievable is the question.
And if they are you even getting away with them?
Not looking good now. The frags have come through. Oi! Gets himself a little extra as Yakindo on the low HP player. Finishes off onto Max.
Well, the score at the major was 13-9 in favor of Furia. Both teams looking to show improvements the last tussle, and the third and deciding map of that series was Overpass. Well, that's not in the pool this time round. We'll find ourselves on Nuke if we need to get there, and 9Z, they're making me question why the hell not. All the way in with the AWP, starting ticket. So feigning mid presence, a quick reroute back to A to group up for the A execute. So have a lot of nades for this. They were very diligent just there against the eco, and it looks to be more of the same right now up against the guns.
Copy paste. Different Molotov variation. And Molodoi just nails it. Didn't panic on the flash. Pulls the trigger onto Luchov. First blood for Furia, but the site now lost. Smoke break does expose Wasso and Palace. Yuri and Keserato are side by side behind these jungle smokes.
They'll be fading now.
Any moment now. Trying to see some post-plant control in CT. The deep smoke will facilitate that. It's a 5-on-4, but with a bomb now
Actually,
down.
I have an idea, actually. You know what I mean?
How long? Yeah, fading now on the CT.
Hang on. Oh, wait, not this one.
Flash from Molodoi's got to be good. They're going to double swing this. Oh, and the delay from the Molotov. They're going to have to go through it, and he's going to get them while blind. DGT finds the follow-up. Now an equal, even keel flowing nicely for 9Z. Wasso makes these multis look so casual. Up to 21 as 9Z find themselves their 9th.
Yeah, okay, well, putting themselves in pole position to take this map now. So we'll add his 6th multi to the tally at the top of the table. And continuing as Max is very happy with how this is unfolding. Although it gets you the opener, but that's about all you get. Had that second phase. They're handling business right now.
First time out we've seen from Furia. And Sid's making full use of it.
Well, yet to get a round going in this second half of play. It's 6 straight, so the momentum has swung. It's max loss bonus, so there can be some level of investment coming through. As you can see, taking shape on your heads-up display. I suspect 9Z to take a bit of pace out of this one. I say that as they all gravitate towards A. Juggle the smokes again for Maximilian.
Furia do have to demonstrate that they can handle it.
2 MP9s on the balcony. Somewhat threatening. They'll swing.
Yeah, they will, but Luchov looks so ready for this. Yo, doesn't matter. Oh, they nearly get both without a casualty. GGT just the last bullet before he goes down onto Yuri.
They're following through with this.
Yeah, Molodoi is playing a very active AWPing position. Forward position does find Wasso on the edge of the Tetris smoke. Very uncomfortable for May, and he's got the bomb. Does slink back. Doesn't want to overcommit with that bomb and lose the round right there and then. You're in a 2-on-4. As far as the information goes, you know where K-Serato and Molodoi were.
So Fallen, if he had all the info that both players there, you could have seen him just charge through and really close the door on this. He stayed over towards the B apartments. He's playing to contain and playing for info, so it's a very tough shot to hit. You can get that info and then get away, and they can rejig the CT setup. Furia looking to get their first round on the CT side with a partial investment. And so you want to get double digits, so Fallen on this line.
This is just for that info.
Turn X-ray off, you'll see just how difficult it is. Ooh.
That's all it takes.
This rotation's coming. The great migration of Furia players are on their way, and that nade. That's a no, yeah, we know you're here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's party. Rotation through, 2 in the market side. Fallen even managing to do it on his own. Doesn't need the help, just moral support, I suppose.
Well, a good time for Fallen to find his first multi. He's been relatively quiet.
Yeah.
But has been taking a lot of space and was calling up a storm in that first half. Had a lot of fakes, but yeah, that's got to be a little prep move, right? Because they've swung off the util into the A execute. They've caught the players in Palace with nades in their hands. And now they've put the money of 9Z into question if they lose this one. You've even got DGT with an AK, but Kevlar, no head armor.
I guess less of a problem versus 3 CTs.
They're running
with
out A.
the AK. That's a nice start, but there's still the A side's been such a problem. Ooh, opportunity for Yakinda cut short. Max and Luchov combine. Now Palace successful. Wasso on the low HP. What? He just takes heads. Time after time, he's just guaranteed to fight. What is that? Stray bullet. Finds Yuri. K-Serato, can you be the hero? Do something to get Fallen closer to that bomb site. They've got a smoke and a kit.
You gotta save.
Oh, man.
This is a treacherous pass. I think you just gotta hold on to this, concede the fact that 9Z continue.
I don't understand where these frags keep coming from. Wasso is so deadly.
All right, just with the money about to be put into question for 9Z, they bounce back. They get to 10 first.
Yeah, he's just shooting through smokes in there, and he's winning the smoke.
So a gun can be dropped across to Yuri. And they will have a full gun round. Thank you very much to the loss bonus. So this is going to start to force you to play heavier towards A like you did on that partial buy, right? Are you going to want to just challenge A ramp early, right? At this point, then other parts of the map become weaker. Do they channel through mid? Do they just go for a knockout blow, execute over towards B? Where do you sacrifice the defense? As Yanko says, you can't be strong everywhere. So you're going to have to pick your poison right now if you're Furia, and his A site has felt very susceptible.
Yeah, they tried that double Palace MP9 push.
That's it. You're not going to go for the same move in a gun round, right? So you're going to have to go for something a little bit more. Molodoi looks like he's taking the AWP towards A again. This could be the pair up towards ramp with Yuri just to get that control. But I also think at the pace a lot of this is happening. Take a look. The round is feeling like it's over at a minute 25.
Yeah, full blind.
9Z are essentially calling out this A side defense.
Yeah, they are. Even when they find the opening kill, like your AWPA ticket gets the first and then the retake's impossible still. Must feel really funky for Furia right now.
DG2 will report they've just blocked B immediately, right? And this is actually going to have Fallen press up behind it, but they've already expended that smoke immediately. Right, it wasn't a jump spot, and then we dropped the util and play it defensively. That makes you feel like, okay, if they want to block so early, are they trying to make a move elsewhere? As we can see with the radar, it's relatively passive hold from the CTs. Two burrowed in the back of the B site. It's Yakinda who's going to be on the jump spot. They're foregoing window control. They're going to let them jump up if they'd like. So the pressure point for me at the moment is likely Yuri, who's trying to play in tandem with this Molodoi triple box setup. Fallen's going to get flashed into this.
EGT starting his swing. Fight trade immediate. And you're blocked. 45 seconds. You don't really want to be running through a grey screen.
Well, keep your eyes on this from Max.
It's everything right now. Is he going to catch Molodoi? Molodoi. Oh, down. Long range from Max. Yes, he did. For the whole pack.
They're going to pivot through underpass. They've got the rotation covered off. Yeah, heaps of time.
Come on.
Yeah, don't you worry about that. This is 11 on a silver platter, and you have to save right now, Yakinda and Queserato.
That kill from Max is everything. Worms through the back line, cognizant that there will be a reaction or a rotation. And you would think, I mean, Molodoi is also definitely going on and considering that possibility, but I think the first bullet was the start of the end for Molodoi. Just nails it, does Max. They are playing this game where they get to keep the AKs continually, but
sure,
you've got to use them at some point.
When your only round on the CT side is a partial investment,
yeah, sure.
So you're not replicating this through strong means. You're going, okay, the CT side looks sick. Is that nah? There's nothing that's really given us that indication. As add another one to the Tally 9Z. And at one point, this was at 7-3 scoreline. Those frustrating rounds, which felt like they were... Furia can get past, is no more. This is 9Z just 2 rounds away from taking Furia's map and pushing us to nuke the third and decider. Will there be resistance from the Brazilians' defense? Max is getting to do some rhythm calling at the moment, so if he went back to doing more of that A play, or throw that same util, he gets to be the one to orchestrate the fakes now. Missed the window smoke.
It means Molodoi's got the sight line. They're going to try and jump out and punish this.
Pretty bad, so...
I know, it might be hard to explain right now.
Erect. It's Yakinda that's going to be bouncing around. There's surely an opportunity for him here. Luchev's so aware, though.
So quiet.
The whole squad not looking at him. Oh, that's awareness on display from DGT. Nearly 3. Queserato quick on the double.
Wait, did 3 Max actually come back?
They were spotting on the pixel, anticipated the orb's reaction, and gets away with his life.
And look where the bomb's heading. Max over towards B. He's going to call man to come and join him, and that means that Hwasa just gets to be a nuisance.
Yuri, we had the advantage. Wasser's taking him down.
Ball's going to run into this. How far does he press the issue?
Does he tug? No, he's going to swing. He is going to swing, and Max is ready for this. So ready.
Oh.
2 HP.
But the orb's here. Do they pivot back? Hwasa saying nobody home over towards A.
You got plenty of time. The pivot is in. Mayan's going to commit in. It's all bad info for Molodoi. At least he's able to find the first of the 1v3 for free.
Max is coming back.
Max is coming back. This trigger discipline, this could be the redemption from Molodoi letting Mayan go. He's called his teammate. Oh, he's never going to do it again. I've decided for him.
Twice in one map. Okay. Well...
That little double take,
is...
that moment for him to process the information, like, did I just see someone staring at me in my peripheral vision?
This one's gotten away from Furia.
It's going to have to be on nuke, I think.
Yeah. 4 straight rounds just draws to overtime. And it's great from 9Z to keep it so quiet. They're not spamming the smoke. They're not throwing a lot of nades. They're making it, okay, we've thrown the mid util. Furia want answers. They're fed up of being executed on, so they go forward and they walk into the trap. Round 21 could be the final round of this one.
Yeah, he's been so
They were
disciplined.
taking the A site whenever they wanted to. See if they can
Gonna
finish
give it a
with
go again.
One more time. Yuri, K Serato present. The 4 members of the Furious squad are in position. With Mayan gone, smoke spam. Yuri finds Wasso out Palace. They're starting to read this. They know what the flowchart looks like, and they are just tearing it up in front of 9Z. Couple back, DGT. Would have to go for all of them. Molodoi racks up the double. A sign of life from Furia.
Yeah, well, the Fangs are putting in a shift, right? Case Rod at 23, Yuri 18. If there's activation from Molodoi and Yukinta late, they can win 3 straight. DGT is the only one that'll be... Mind, he can get a drop here. Money's gone after this one for 9Z. It'll be then Eco into final round of regulation to try and get this done before overtime.
Hide your barrel. DGT none the wiser as to K Serato's forward position.
How long does he hang around for, though? The smoke is fading, that flash premature, and he's just going to dart away. So they've foregone any mid-control fall, and we've seen him in this position a couple of times to limited success. Molodoi is going to try and flick between all these fights. Window boost established. EGT has no idea, but there's nobody on the other side, and Fallen continues to push. So info for him, stacked towards A.
And it's going to be K Serato onto DGT. Molodoi's orb revealed and trapped up close. He goes in for the little dip, finds Max. More where that came from, and actually damage inflicted onto Lushov, saved by the concrete.
Just buy time for Fallen. He should come and sweep this under the rug from underpass.
Yeah, he's got Yukinda window as well. So the door is locked. Forward the only direction you can go. Safe pathing as well, sandwich centric. Wasso's found Yuri, so now that opens up the avenue for a potential 3-on-3 with K Serato's ticket and Fallen. Ooh, just a reaction headshot. He was looking the wrong way. Fury are fighting for their lives for that 2-0 into a 1-on-2. Luchov doesn't have the health, doesn't have the help or the bomb.
All the time.
Then again, Fallen is low. The Glock can finish him off with one single bullet. Fallen holds on. Well, you said a little late resurgence from someone. It's Fallen that goes from 6 frags to 8 in a must-win round.
Still got dicey there, didn't it? So trying to fight their way out of that 9C. They are going to have to take the eco now. Big catch from K Serato. Good info play from Fallen. The kills are nice, but definitely securing the fact that it was going to be a finish towards that A site helped out a lot. And now it's just a couple of Deagles. But don't forget that first half where the Deagles came in and 9C won a big one. So we should be seeing every round of regulation. Just a question mark about that overtime. And do you, if you're 9Z, next round, just go back to that A execute?
It would be tempting, wouldn't it? The one time it really didn't work was just those 2 frags from Yuri and K Serato through smokes. So it's just the one flash and go. Fallen's got one of those too. Eats theirs. Yukinda, full belt, gun out, just tracking these unarmored Ts. Luchov does find a little bit of output on a Glock headshot. Ooh, and a nice one from Fallen, talking about headshots. Single bullet midair.
A clay pigeon shooting right there from Fallen. Okay. Well, I'll take your time out. You may as well bit on the mic. They're still sweating right now. It's double orbs looking to be a response right now from Furia. One
Haven't
for
seen
Fallen,
it
one for
all
Molodoi.
game.
Yeah. Been limited in that regard. It's so tempting just to go back to that A execute with how much success you've had from it. But then you've got Furia as well, who know that they've been hemorrhaging rounds, so they want to try and give that a go. Having Fallen on a secondary AWP, if he gets boosted towards B apartments, they can post him up and then leave him. Just depends on the pace of the rounds out of 9Z. Well, we're into the freeze time.
Ole.
And it won't be the A play. Full smoke mid, con, window, top cap.
What is this? You haven't done this all game. Last round of regulation, a 2-man lower push that Max is responsible for. Just started walking forward. He was unprepared for that jump scare, but info flows. You know, 2 CTs preoccupied on the B side of the map. No reaction through that palace smoke. They were tempted.
As you're too disconnected, your mid players aren't close enough to contour up through.
Right, it's Luchov in mid.
You have to reset.
Are you anticipating Queserato? Underneath his crosshair. Slinks in undetected towards ladder.
It's good space for Luchov.
It is.
Be able to call the rotations if they're too cumbersome with the sound cues. Yuri now noted towards ramp.
Knows Wasso's got a bit of a penchant for the Palace position.
He's putting in a shift as well. 25 kills deep. How many more can he get? The hurry up and wait right now from 9Z while they just allow Luchov to search. Util mobbed in.
And Quasso's gone. Empty hands. Yuri makes it so. DGT for that trade attempt in the flames. Down to Queserato. Couldn't transfer to Mayan, but advantage Furia extended. Just Luchov. Now they know where he is. It looks like overtime's a certainty. Fallen does get the shot baited out. Nice movement from Luchov. It's just the time against him. It's almost impossible. No reason not to give it a go. Molodoi ticket. Bomb under the boots of Yakinda towards the ramp, and Furia fighting back into this Mirage. 10 takes 5 to plant in the air, and overtime secured.
Okay.
Some resilience there from Furia.
Yeah, it's been a pretty frustrating map overall for Furia, I'd say, especially with the rounds lost in that first half. They get to continue now on this CT side. 12.5k to spend. And I think, regardless of result on this map, if you're Fury, you're going to think you should have put him away a whole lot cleaner than this. But they've held on. And we're back in play. The double orbs will continue into overtime. Fury making the same move, jumping out window. This time not pushing the underpass. It looks hefty towards B. That's going to put pressure on Fallen. Soloing the site with the AWP.
Yeah, he's got to hit some. Roll back the years on that Gabriel Toledo AWP, but the flick's not connected, and that bomb site's gone. Quick exploitation, a quick adaptation. The double open. Let's rush B. First round of OT, very cut and dry.
Those saves just securing that if they want to continue to run double orbs, that they'll have the money down the stretch. But it looks like Fallen straight back in with the M4. Hits that shot, maybe he can start having a conversation about the rotation getting there in time. But otherwise, the setup from Furia is a misread. And Max calls them into a winning position, 13-12. Magic number of 16. 15-15, we do it all again. Well, straight across top mid has this rapidly playing ahead, making sure they're not just executed on A. There's another flash, and there'll be another swing.
Oh, that's a Wasso peak if ever I saw one.
Read that situation well, and now you need somebody from Furia to draw you back into this. An equalizer, will it be a multi? Queserato playing around the smokes. Kinder wants to have a bit of a look. Vision will be denied. Window smoke, then a palace exchange.
Queserato is going to eat this flashbang if he's not careful. Completely booked. Nice shooting. Oh! DGT double. He's not ready for Yakinda walking out of smoke. Jumping out the window, but the A site is lost.
Yeah, that's more like the DGT we know and love.
Yeah. In fact, she found a good moment.
Well, you got to give this a look.
And he will. Fallen does catch a back turn and finds a freebie onto Luchov. Full blind.
Everyone's caught up to Yakinda in the fragging department now.
It's just the two of them trying to find that way back in. And there's Spahan sticking around on site. He is that insurance policy. I guess Yakinda's going to try as hard as he can to bring that AK through to the next. Accepts defeat on this one. 2 rather convincing 9Z rounds to start us off in overtime.
Indeed. Yeah, they've got the money, right? But can't buy that AK. So Yakinda will retain it.
Terrorists win.
A fast B. Methodical A.
Furia need one here before the swap of sides.
Ooh. So nice, we saw it twice.
Yeah, Wasa's been great. 4-1 in openers, 7 multis. On the other side, it's Caserado, 6-1 in openers and 8 multis. So
yeah, fair. He is putting in a hell of a shift, and it might be all for naught here on Mirage. Like you said, 1 round though keeps the conversation flowing. Has been very side-centric. There's not that usual kind of focus on mid as the focal point.
now going for more of a 4-man alien again, but this time it's going to be Molodoy tasked with AWPing over towards B. One operating as a rifler in this one. A little bit of damage done there from the HE. And works his way in through Palace with the AWP. If he can get trained on jungle, a chance for a couple of fights.
Oh, Yakinda times that well. Impacted him with the incendiary. Kwasso's on his warpath. It's chaotic. There's money more where that came from. He ain't got any bullets. Hasn't got any life as Mayan tracks him nicely. We need to be able to get an unconditional plant, though. Looking like it's free. Bomb down. 3 on 4. Yakinda put on the floor by Nayan's AWP. That's fallen and Caserado back in, and Max disconnected from ramp side. A 1 versus 3. They have no info on Max.
I'm worried about the lurk.
He slinks out. We'll play the Tetris angle, looking for that 1 tap onto Fallen.
I'm sticking.
He's getting a bit sketchy now. Doesn't find the lethality he would have hoped for. Now that defuse, he can just hold it, just sit on it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a round for Furia.
Okay. Hard fought. Really liking what I'm seeing from 9Z. Swap the sides, and just a reminder, if you missed the first half of play, Furia were calling a lot of fakes, right? They were outmaneuvering 9Z. The type of rounds that they were losing were frustrating post plants. Lost a round to some sharp deagles. And what was a 7-5 first half felt like it could have been a 9-3. Found herself in overtime. And well, once we get into these overtimes, both teams will get an extra timeout, right? Every time we make it OT2, OT3, you get a timeout per OT. They don't carry over. You got to use them, and you may as well. And that's what Bit's thinking.
Especially when your boys are in it to take it to the 3rd map here. It's sort of, you know, real golden opportunity. Dust 2 lackluster. Mirage the opposite. Dodgy smoke mid.
What a rally of flashes from both teams to try and contest this mid control. There's been multiple waves of this.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get multiple head-to-heads. That's a great find. And a swing from TGT for that clawback retreat. Successful. Molodoy couldn't find it.
All this A finish, a couple of smokes.
Yeah, and a couple of CTs that are going to be rats in the system here.
Yeah, you got to get past this first, don't you?
It's Wasso. Goes across the sight line. Is he going to subvert the expectation? Oh, walk clear from K Serato doesn't cost him.
EGT's coming though. He's going to give it a go. Util's just been...
Looks like Mayan's been summoned.
But here's the thing, right? Because it was so fakey in the first half, DGT knows it's not going to be A, but they've still gravitated away from this, so... You're certain it's not A, right? The fact that nobody's close and the Util's there, you know it's a fake.
Yeah, Max has been warned. DGT reveals it.
And maybe you go con to A now, right? Because of that position. No, up short into B. Time, 20 seconds.
It's not going to be easy. Max is in such a good position. Only the one. Trade necessary from Yuri. Oh, and Molodoy's caught DGT, but it comes down to this. With 13 seconds left, he's got his nades out. Mayan sits him down in the Orb rivalry. That one feels good for 9Z. It was up for debate the whole time.
Yeah, Mayan's had a couple of nice moments, hasn't he, on the Orb? There's another one to add to that tally. Okay, just one more round to break through to take us to Nuke. That one's for free. Great clawback from DGT, starting to come alive. Important from K Serato, but the fact that DGT was here as well, they knew it was the fake, they knew what was up. Max gets his.
I think Fury has been throwing a lot of rounds away.
Still alive and kicking. Sid's turn. 2 rounds, that's all you need. Tried to be fakey with it, just like regulation. He got caught off guard this time.
I think there's a...
How many map points is it now?
There's always that teams that have like luck on their side.
It's tough to see what the call's going to be, right?
I don't know if this is the luck team in CS, but
against 9Z,
it could
especially if you're going into the A side against Hwasao.
Yeah, and the fact that Mayan's waking up in a very, very big way here on Mirage. He just put the 15th on the board in the 1v1. That's going to leave a mark on the Akinda. HE down the gullet. Unnecessary flash! It doesn't stop him from pulling the trigger, though.
Oh, that's fallen. Dead man walking, and there's another.
Oh, surely that's curtains. We'll see you on Nukes as 9Z, because Furia completely flatlined.
Yeah, going to be a lot of rounds in review when they get to the demo portion of the day. We'll find out if they're winners or losers in that one, as it's K Serato and Molodoy in a 2v5 situation. It's just Max on the side on his own for now. The rotation point will be manned in through window, and he'll be quickly followed by DGT, but Max could win this on his own right here.
Looks like he intends to. It's the perfect angle for it. He's playing it safe. Doesn't have to be the hero. He knows the backup isn't too far away. Mayan arrives just in time. K Serato looking the wrong way.
Hard fought, well done, 9Z. This is great. This is determination. Your map, it might not have gone your way, but you've battled back, you never gave up, and you're still pushing this one to the third and decider with playoffs on the line.
Yeah, bring on Nuke.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what it has in store. One more map.
Yeah, Nuke right in front of us. Seems like 9Z want to keep the fight going, and we're okay with that here at the Esports World Cup Club Championships in 2026. Well, that turned out a lot better for Mirage for 9Z. Isn't that right, Dupree?
I feel like the script was sort of similar. What really changed the thing for me here was just the fact that, you know, that 9Z won some of those 50-50 duels and also made some of those clutches going in their favor, right? And they, you know, they fought for it. And throughout their T side, they were just being very stubborn, you know, like they kept going back to the A bomb side and like all these splits that seemed to be working for them, right? And a game that went very back and forth, but in hindsight, you know, looking at what 9Z also tactically proved on those two, they brought that into Mirage, looked very solid, and just made things work. And now we're going to Nuke, so I'm still a believer, man. You know, we're going a distance here, and I love what 9Z's bringing.
Yeah, I think we got the game that we expected coming into it. You know, 2 very even teams, 2 teams with the history, what happened at the major, now coming in again, you know, 2 South American teams who, you know, Fury have been established for quite some time, and 9Z are the new kids on the block, so to speak, and we labeled it, Peter, as probably closer than people at home would anticipate, and I think we got an answer on Mirage exactly why that is. Now, I agree, I think 9Z played well. I think they kept ahead of the game almost, you know, as Chad said, you know, it was a bit of a grind and a complete matchup for them. I will, however, say I'm disappointed in Fury. You're up 8-3 against 9Z, second map, your own map pick, and then you completely check out of the game. You lose 9 out of the following 10 rounds, and you invite 9Z back into it. And as much as there were great things coming out from 9Z, it was also a Fury who simply had forgotten how to retake and how to play together at any
I
given
didn't.
moment in this
I
game.
think.
The amount of times 9C
I honestly
walked
think
into a bomb
Furious
site and they're down 3v4
like
or
played the
2v4
first map
or
really good.
even, you know,
Now
in a
it's
4v4
now
scenario,
ever since those like
running out
lost
of minis,
rounds,
running out of utility,
they should have
just found
won.
ways to
They
look
really
after
did
this
check out
losing.
his.
So I think it's lopsided. It's a bit two-sided in that regard. 9C playing well, sure, capitalizing on the mistakes, but Furia, that's not a team that were in the major final just a couple of months ago. At least not the level they showcased there.
Yeah, it seems like at a certain point, Furia were actually going to make 9Z really try to commit to that A bomb site every single time. But it did work for 9Z a little bit later in that second half. Obviously, that only goes so far, but then you have to get into overtime. Then things reset. What does it look like when you get to overtime? Can we paint the viewer at home a picture?
I think once they turn their attention to the overtime, I think that's where 9C really had to like try and like dig deep into what actually worked for us in regulation, right? Instead of trying to create something out of the ordinary or something new, they just have to go back to what actually worked for them, and that again was that ace split. So I think also one of the last rounds we asked a little bit more of Mayan, right? I feel like Mayan also found a couple of openings. He also got that very important round 28 where we saw DGT push into ramp, trying to find that information and puzzle things together. Kept it correct instead of just relying on stacking a lot of without any type of information. And once they got that, Mayan really came into an important situation where he nailed that shot in a head-to-head against Smoldoy, and that kind of carried them over. The confidence kind of came back to them, and you can see how much that mattered to Mayan as well. He was being very vocal when he won the round, and I think it has to be a little bit on his own mind, right? That the team also wants him to be stepping up, right? But once you turn into overtime, it's about it's a mind game at that point. You've battled out for 24 rounds. You're also trying to, you've kind of gone through the majority of your playbook. Go back to what actually worked for you. Maybe have a couple of, small changes to maybe, cause your opponent to overthink situation. And I think that's one of the reasons to why 9C proved out to be
I think it's only fair we give Man credit, very calm, composed display by him, We're able to punish Furia a couple of times in those retake scenarios with the AWP. Even found himself in some close combat scenarios as well, which he, this time around, unlike Dust 2, actually hit the shot and had an impact in the game. Again, Wasso Peak, we've been speaking a bit about him coming into the game after Dust 2 as well. That was a star performance, He finishes with 100 plus ADR in an overtime game against Furia. Again, we said it. It was the highest rated player coming into this tournament on LAN so far in the second portion of the season. Again, I gotta label it small sample size, but no one, as in absolutely no one out there can, hand in their heart say that, yeah, I thought Wasso Peak was gonna be the highest rated player, coming into the second portion of the season. And I can also tell you, that's not gonna stay that case, There's gonna be a guy called Dong, a guy called Saivu, and maybe a few other players who's gonna overtake him. But I think he's slowly but surely, ever since what we saw at the major, now coming into the second portion of the season, we have to look at Wasso Peak as a potential star player, not only within his own region, but also internationally.
Yeah, he's making a very, very strong case for us. Obviously, there are situations like round 11 where there were big Deagle plays from the sign at 9Z where they're able to kind of lasso it back in to a degree. Obviously, there's a good fight there put on from the 9Z side. I think when we start to look towards those later rounds, there was some second guessing going on. I'm looking towards like a round 17 almost, where there was second guessing going on towards that A ramp. You've pushed out all the way. You've given all this effort, maximum effort. You're still behind the smoke, and then you've elected to kind of back off. What's going on there?
I mean, it was one of those rounds that I'm sure we'll go back to and look at, because I agree with you, Trace, in the second half, there were many instances and many rounds where Furia had a good opportunity. The problem for Furia is their answer on the CT side, Peter, was constantly to push for information. It felt like every single player, whether there was Fallen in B-Apps, Yakinda on A-Ramp, Yuri for that matter, in Apartment from time to time as well, every single player from Furia felt uncomfortable, dare I say it, on the CT side, that they felt they needed to push for information. At no point was the answer to just sit back, wait, and trust in the retake, because that retake weren't really doable for them. That didn't really work out, so it was kind of laid out for them to some degree that it wasn't necessarily a good CT side. We see it right here again, the aggressiveness coming in from Yuri, catching a nice timing, two players go down, trading back and forth, they're winning it out. Molodoi coming in with the AWP as well. You find yourself in a 4v2 scenario, and that's very winnable for Furia. Look at the economy as well, right? There was a 5-7 on Fallen. He's over here on B by himself with a bit of backup over in Kitchen, gets a nice double kill, picks up an AK-47, is 9-8. You think to yourself, all right, that's gonna kickstart Furia. Now we're gonna go for it again. You Jacinda pushing up towards middle, aggressive, finds the first kill. You think to yourself, nice, now you can fall back, and then they lose control over the A bomb site, and they're not able to retake it. I'm not sure what the player doing right here by himself. That's Jacinda again. No need to do that. You could have waited for your team. You have plenty of utility. You had good positioning, and then they just get picked off one by one by one. This, to me, Peter, was the round where they lost the game. Had they won this, they would have forced 90 into another eco. They would have established a bit of economy themselves on the CT side. But retaking that A-bomb site was out of the question for Furia. They felt forced to constantly go for another duel, constantly try to find information, and I think there was a clear-cut evidence of them not feeling comfortable on the map.
Well, the evidence is pretty much laying itself out in real time. Last map of the series, Nuke. How are we looking at this now that we've gotten to the very, what could be bitter end here of the road for 9Z?
Has anything changed for you, Peter?
No, I'm still on 9C. Why would I back out now? You know, they just won Mirage, you know, so there's no way I'm going to be backing out right now, you know. It's always like this for the third map, you know, and also with how this series has evolved, I feel like it's very even, you know. It really just comes down to who gets the opening kills, because I feel like from Dust 2, where 9C got a lot of good openings and they managed to get a lot of good situations, they just didn't salvage them. They turned that around. That worked for them in Mirage. And now we move into Nuke, you know, where both teams are still relatively comfortable. I mean, like, it's not a map that both teams wants to be picking and playing the most, but it's still like a sort of even ground, and that's the perfect kind of battleground for a series that has been very even to me as well. So I'm not going to be backing off 9C. I still think it's possible, and I still think they're going to catch it.
Been a very streaky game, you know. We saw it on the first map as well. Furia winning 6-7 rounds in a row, then tampering off a little bit, coming back into it. Same could be said for 9C here as well. Won 9 out of 10 rounds all of a sudden on Mirage. All I'm saying is whoever gets to that streak first on Nuke, a map where it's very tough to fight your way out of an economical situation not going your way. If you lack utility on the T side, if you're not getting the job done over on that T side, it's going to be tough. I agree with you. I think it's a close matchup. Again, people at home would be thinking to themselves, well, that's Furia. It's written all over it, right? It's Nuke. They're supposed to win this game. I see it very much as a maybe 55% in advantage for Furia, but I won't rule out the fact that 9C can most definitely put up a game here.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. You might need a string of 6-7 rounds, something like that. I'd even almost go to say 67% chance that we have a pretty awesome final map here of this series. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back and settle the score here on Nuke with 9Z and Furia. You're watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Esports World Cup.
Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss. Who has the messiest hotel room?
Damn.
Oh, easy. I already saw the room, bro. It's crazy.
What's wrong with the room?
Oh, but there's everything in the room. Like
I don't know, bro. There's
I can't explain. Like it's ugly, bro.
Yeah, take your time, bro. It's okay.
Okay.
Hey, let's go.
Me, Messi. You're crazy.
I pick myself because I know me.
Bro,
I don't like.
Once he forgot his passport in the hotel, so I need to go back to take to him, for him, and I saw the room, bro. It's like mad room, bro. Like I never seen anything like
I feel like in our team there's always like pairs that live together most of the time. I think Caserato and Yuri's most of them. Then Daniel usually leaves alone, and me and Fallen sometimes share or whatever. I've never really seen anybody being so messy, but I just wrote Caserato because I've never lived with him. So I just assumed.
Shots fired.
I'm not this type of guy. I'm
Yeah,
the only
true.
one.
He's
I've heard bad stories about you though, Yuri.
sometimes.
All right, who's most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse?
Bro.
That's funny, actually.
Bro, it's definitely not you, bro.
That's actually funny.
It's definitely not you, bro.
It's definitely
Me? Yeah, bro.
Bro, I
Say whatever you
love
want,
the
bro, but-
movies, bro. Everything.
Watch is the difference, bro. Watch is different.
Yeah, bro. Nice, Marix. You're right, bro. You're right.
You know why I wrote you? Because you're playing 1.6 zombie servers.
True, bro. Since I was kid, I love like
How it help you in
apocalypse. Huh?
How it help you in life?
Bro, because there's things that you saw that in the real world that's gonna work.
You know that I had to shoot the head.
Yeah, that's no, there's more things, but I love this kind of maybe me, yeah.
Who did you put?
Well, no one, bro.
None of us.
None of us, of course.
Maybe.
Yeah, depends how is the zombies. The Walking Dead zombies, easy to survive. But if it's a fucking World War Z, impossible, bro. Impossible, bro.
Yeah, I guess it depends.
Yeah,
it does depend on many things.
None of us.
If it's 1.6 zombies, Yuri is the king. Yeah, all of them is him.
Always
Jay-Z,
late, you know.
TikTok all the night.
How many hours do you have on TikTok per day?
It's not many hours.
Not many.
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
time
yeah.
I see you in the phone on TikTok, bro.
I think 4 hours per day.
4 hours on.
4 hours, but the speed he scrolls is insane. He's just like not even looking at them, just scrolling. Scrolling for what?
Yeah,
Do you watch in like 1.5 speed?
No.
No.
If he's not on TikTok, he's on Twitch. Watch some streamer.
Twitch, yeah.
True.
I think 10 hours is Twitch, 1 hour is TikTok, and
When do you crack?
He doesn't.
Watching Twitch.
Yeah.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining
so
me. Hope
much.
you guys enjoyed.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better you right, I know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better you right, I'm champion.
It will be playoffs for the winner of Nuke. We've gone to the third here between 9Z and Furia here at EWC. The last of the upper bracket games coming to a conclusion on the third. Didn't think we would require it after the first map. Furia taking 9Z's pick at Dust2 rather convincingly, and then a bit of a brawl on Mirage, heading all the way to OT. Chad, throughout Mirage, you were highlighting that there was multiple rounds that felt like near misses or frustrating rounds for Furia to lose. Is that the kind of thing that follows you into a map 3?
I think with Fallen at the helm here, this is the type of thing that they can just wipe away. It's not going to concern them too much. I'll let everybody know the knife front has gone down. It looks like we'll have 9Z starting on the CT side of Nuke. Means Furia will be on the attack. And, well, 9Z in the second half of that map, they finally posted their first pistol. We're 3-1 in that department as we get ready to get this one underway. So headsets are going in. Oh, we've got a tournament management individual supporting Mayan right here, who had some fantastic moments on the AWP alongside of Hwasao's output.
Hwasao's had an MVP this year.
Yeah, at XSE. I think just to the rundown of the positions to expect these players to be holding on the CT side, you are going to have DGT as your outside rifler, Mayan as the AWPer. You're going to have Uchov as the doorman. Man is the top anchor, and it's a little bit strange, but Max is the ramp player. And the reason it's a little bit strange is because he's the in-game leader.
Yeah.
It's one of the positions you can read the map from the least, so you need to put a lot of reliance in your rotation players, which is going to be Mayan, which is going to be Luchov, and of course DGT, who up until like the dying stages of Mirage was relatively quiet for his standards. He had 7 kills on Dust 2. They lost that map, they got owned, but 14 kills on Mirage. He really started to have some impact as the game got into those dying stages, so he's going to need to be able to deliver in big time, because outside he's going to have to tussle with players like Yakinda and Molodor, who are going to be looking for space. You'll have Yuri outside as well, supporting from top silo. Caserado over towards lobby, supporting the pressure and lurks, and then Fallen throwing a lot of nades. And I guess usually with the in-game leader, it's a nice player to look at on the T side to see, okay, what smoke balls are being thrown, and then where does he find himself, what type of rounds they're looking to unfold with.
I mean, so frequently, we, over the course of these first 2 maps, you've seen the places Fallen, puts himself. It's CT side, I'll play long. Mirage, I'll play B, and I'll jump spot, and I'll try and block. It's Fallen has definitely took a step out of the limelight to try and set up these talented individuals that he's surrounded by.
Well, I said it's unusual for your in-game leader. When you have a player like Yakinda, who he's done a little in-game leading stint before, right? He obviously understands the macro very well, and he's an aggressive rifler. You want to put a player in a position like that, because if Yakinda is feeling the game, he's the type of guy that can win it for you, whether or not it's the frag distribution, but it can be the calls and understanding the flow of the game. Yakinda is a gem. The way that certain players talk about the game, you can hear it in interviews. They have a high-level understanding of how things unfold. It looks like everything is sorted now, so we are just making sure everyone is comfortable and ready for this final map of the series. The loser will not be eliminated. They will go down to the lower bracket tomorrow, and they'll play against Magic. Winner of that will take one of the final spots at the table. And we are about to get this one started. So, T-side pistol buy has multiple HEs in the mix. At least it did. It looks like one's either been dropped or sold back. They're juggling this around, just making sure everything is how they'd hope. Okay. It's just the one HE. I was curious what they were going to do with the second. First to be the blow-off door.
Quickly followed by the lurk smoke. Top pop would be deadly. The CT's going for the fight. That is ambitious. Mayan's able to bring the fight to the T side.
4 players in A.
Yakinda's gone. He's watching from the sidelines here as they walk into a rather stacked and deadly looking hold.
Pivoting into Max now.
It's the right call. Less defense here. Max is just forced to turn tail, and Caserado to hold these rotates. DGT's aware of the possibility, and he deletes him. Not comfortable for Furia. 9Z for their second pistol in the series if they can convert here. Looking good to do so.
Yeah, heavy rotation down. They can even deny the plan if they want.
That's the fight they were looking for. Single door being open means DGT's got that sight line, just trying to pepper, find a head. Luchov reveals his position on the double doors, and yeah, this is brutal.
Might get the plan into topside right now. Up the vent is going to be the quickest way to try and cut Fallen off, and if he plants backside, yeah, it'll go down. So Fallen just going to punch these in.
Get something out of it.
Yeah, it is going to make next round a whole lot more interesting unless Fallen wins a 1v5.
Yeah, watch this. Whoa, 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 wee-wah.
Yeah,
good try. NT's in the chat for that one, I reckon.
Swarm of CTs coming his way.
But from what would have been a straight shutout, useless, nothing like silver lining pistol into 2 kills in a plant, you'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and they've held off on the defuse. Giving this one to DGT because he got the most kills in the round. So we'll see what they're hoping to facilitate with the extra cash he's going to get off of this. I think it's just a bit more money, so their outside rifler. Well, he could technically drop an AWP for Mayan. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Okay, so he can go head armor rifle and get out some extra nades. There will not be a kit going into this round for 9Z. And Fury, of course, they force spot. Fallen's going to try and squeak your lurks. Yakinda's going to blow that off. Nice top swing.
Yeah, it's going straight out. Yakinda wants to fight through the smoke pathing. They're actually obscured on top of Hut. That smoke has enabled them to get the opening cleanly. Fallen does well, finds him. Luchos fallen, and 9Z's defense crumbles. Not perfect on the smoke break. There was another smoke there, so still masked on the smoke break. Fallen another
Where they
kill.
use safe
That's
here.
3 on the Tech 9 from
Yeah, he's
Captain
sleeping.
Toledo.
Beautiful work. Okay, throwing the nades and getting the kills. The boss man still got it. As good tip for tat to tie things up 1-1. It's gonna feel pretty hollow if you're 9Z.
Yeah.
These pistols they've been hard to come by, and the fact that you've grabbed that one and can't get the conversion, now you're going to have a 1400 force buy back the other way. Max strikes me as a selfless man who'll probably drop this to one of his stars. And with Bit out of his chair, does that tell he wants to come forward and signal a timeout? Let me turn around and see. No.
He's going to let him have it.
Some coaches like to stand, some like to sit, some like to pace.
I would be the paciest of the coaches.
Some like to pull some faces.
That's true.
I'd
Okay,
pace.
so Max has dropped that across
If
immediately.
I was a
with
coach, I'd
DGT.
pace so much.
5
I never
seconds,
can
MP9
really
is more
sit
than
still.
Workable. If you're Fury, do you want to take outside space, get warehouse control, work around towards heaven and hell? Always a good way when you know that they don't have the best of guns.
This is quick on first timing yard cross. Smoke. Not quite
Bit
perfect.
deep on that. Well, Luchev's rotated down already. And he's got an awful lot of company.
He also does have a 5.7, so it's the kind of range you could get that instant headshot if you nail this. Just like that, just like that. Yakinda down to the 5.7, and he slinks away. Opening frag provided in this force buy. And no over-rotation from 9Z either. They're not falling into any traps. Going back into that top side, Queserato searching. He's been spotted by Luchov, relaying the information. It's Yuri with the bomb that is anticipating the reaggress. DGT, the only M4 revealed.
Max is in dark.
Oh, do you overlook this completely, Yuri? Yes, you do. You're caught lining up nades. Positionally sound counter-strike out of Max. Oh, and Molodoy's bell rung by Wasso. Queserato, the double kill necessary. Both of them here, gets the info, but now a very uncomfortable clutch for Queserato. How does he choose to play this?
If he wants, he could run heaven. He's
A
no
deep
time.
single
Never mind.
smoke with 20 seconds left. He's kind of in trouble. Cognizant that it's unlikely they'll push that smoke, but it's not impossible. Wants to close the door and go for the plant. No risking it. Risking it. It's the right call. They partner up, both double doors side. Queserato got to try and swing to a win. Onto Wasso and Mayan. He's pulling it off. This would be one hell of a clutch. Keep Furia in their winning ways. He steps up. Leaves with 4. Massive save of the day there. It looked like it was going one way fast. Queserato, the bailout.
I think that's another one for 9Z. It's gotten away from you there. You could have had the force by wars going back and forth, especially after this opener. Luchov, he was the man on that Deagle round back on Mirage, gets the opening kill. This was great. Max got there just in time. Ran in, dipped in, did make a sound cue, but they weren't close enough to hear him. And that one's good. Oh,
standing ovation from Fallen.
Yeah.
He knows how important that one was.
Well, Queserato was putting on a masterclass in the last map as well. 2 digs, a P250, a 5.7 and a USP for Mayan, who wants to bring out the AWP into the next round. I think it's going to be possible with a 2400 loss. Yes, he's happy to go the glass cannon.
Only 1 point of health. Or one
Interlockers
off. I meant.
themselves. Limits their angles for these long-range fights. AKs versus pistols at this range should be casual.
Now, this was the approach that I thought they were going to go with last round, but either way, I'm going to stick the landing. Just DGT. The ladder he pops, Fallen. The secret of his position as DGT would love this, but there's a flash. Now, he was looking the wrong. Oh, okay.
Baited him with the shot, still gets it blind. Can he yoink this?
Well, they're not picking up the bomb and looking for the finish, are they? They are tasked with trying to track down DGT. Safety first for Furia. DGT knows he'll be safe on the lower deck with the new changes to the bomb, so he's just gonna hide out and hope that they come looking to do a bit more damage. 3-1. As I just peer down the other end of the hall, we can see that Gigi Howe and Aurora on that secondary stream are just starting to get into action. Map pool over there, and if you're interested, Mirage, Anubis, and Inferno. Winner of that will progress to the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated.
Someone's key's getting crushed.
Terrorists win.
Okay, so AK retains for DGT, the yard player. Does Mayan go glass cannon? That's my question, as Pitt gets on the mic with the tactical timeout early.
Yeah,
Man is yet
I'll
to
tell you
buy.
what the stream is.
Waiting out the instructions or conversation with the coach.
Pass. Okay.
He won the pistol, he lost the force. She had a good opportunity on the force back. Quesarado clutched up. In the eco, you get waltzed over. Understandably so. Man will not be going glass cannon.
Restarting with a very clear intention towards the lobby.
Yeah, I'll try and pressure in-game leader at max here. Outside's a full fake. Nobody home to do anything with this. Just hoping it forces a rotation. Leaves Max high and dry.
He's playing for that crouch peek. He still can't connect a bullet. Yakindo takes him cleanly. Be open for business. Just Luchov down the vents in time. Quick fight. They've got their nades out, so clawback from Luchov. Trade out of Molodoi. Site taken, bomb planted. Yuri making that so. Vaso dips down the vents as well, though, so they might not be anticipating this. As I take it all back, he's out of there.
Some real conviction there with Luchov. As soon as that ramp kill comes in, because it was Yakindo who got the frag, I don't think he was even worrying about the idea of the outside to secret play. He just went straight down the vent and tried to rectify the situation. That means that they had a decent-ish understanding. TGT was still worried about someone floating outside. The nameplate Counter-Strike coming into play, and that'll be the fourth round. I think for Furia, the objective should be just avoiding some of those more prickly rounds that they experienced in the first half of Mirage.
Terrorists win.
Bomb goes off. 3 rifles retained. 4 straight. Looks like they will be buying back in, so some drops available. Just watching the juggling of guns coming together. Luchov is going to operate with the MP9. Max is going to get it at 4 for ramp. Plus, I'll still with that Famus.
Whoa, that's a very intimidating molly thrown out towards the Tetris boxes from Quesarato. A smoke on main would have DGT panicking as well. Quasso just threw a block smoke hut, though. That might slow things down, slow their roll as Util outside will land with no info behind them. Some info behind them. A smoke break from DGT and Mayan throwing out number 2.
Andy's a bit deep. He's been a bit deep on a couple of these. Offside booster back up into the rafters.
Got to watch some of those Zywoo demos. He can just freestyle it from wherever. It seems to be perfect breaks. Let's see what we do into this minute mark. Mayan on the floor committed to a sweep of lobby. Such a deep line. Luchov hut. Held by Yakinda. Don't get much info. It was inevitable. Molodoi will stray foul. Ouch, that one leaves a mark. Okay. Fair play. Molodoi's pre-aim bang on.
Max is the ramp defender. Down B was worried about the secret cross. Now he's going to hear some steps.
Yeah, oh, more than steps. He's got multiple bodies and the trade potential was there.
Hwaseo's down.
He is, FAMAS, and they are channeled into this for the burst, so damage inflicted onto Yuri. Luchov low. DGT swings over the doors, and Crosshair was not far off of the mark. Molodoi, a little bit of light damage, and Fallen quick to the double.
Okay, this is crazy now. 4 of these 5 rounds, they've only conceded 1 player, Furia. So feeling dominant, but again, with how Mirage was feeling, you have to hold on and just see if they're able to continue the landslide. 5 rounds T-side already. Fallen will be happy with that. But if you give 9Z a way back in, if you give them any hope, this isn't a team who's going to give up. They had that main orb, no success. They have guns again, sure. Just winning the pistol and losing the follow-up, you can see they're just in a tailspin. These full buys aren't to come by as second tactical timeout has subsided. 2 FAMASes. FAMAS on your yard defender and your doorman. It's like, ooh, those are 2 of your key rotating positions, 2 key positions that will be fighting yard, main, outside. That was good. That one, not so much. So they're taking turns. And really no surprise. Furia take their time. Slow crawl. Rockers smoke. Main smoke. Telling them they want to wrap heaven and hell.
Crazy molly as well. Look at the freedom that gives your Kinders just stride into that warehouse. Yuri up close will have heard the heaven climb from Mayan. Supported by your Kinder's angle, they can close the gap.
This is tough. They've rotated 2 players down B, so top side needs to hold strong on its own.
I think Fallen's calling a bit of a masterclass here on T-side nuke. He has such a good idea as to the likely reactions out of 9Z.
35 seconds, time starting to become a bit of an issue.
Looking at this setup though, it's all kind of contingent on Mayan getting something. Then the rest can fall into place. Unable to do so. There's Luchov though. Yakinda not looking the right way, and the frag keep flowing for 9Z. Double out of Luchov's FAMAS. And no time for the looser at pieces in Queserato and Molodoi to really make a case for this round. So
they just turtled up. Right? That's it's an oldie but a goldie. Modern game, when you lose space, you're seeing teams who want to try and push in and take something back. They've just comped it as Queserato is going to do damage. Oof. Chance for another frag was available there as well. So he's going to limit the finances of 9Z still. Space was there.
Yeah.
But 9Z just stuck to their guns.
You can see the logic in their setup as well, with Mayan drawing attention as they exit heaven. It's going to set him up for those side swipes from the hut position. We got top util fast. Queserato trying to keep him on notice. Force out an incendiary. Extinguish front vent, so that opens up the avenue for a vent dive. You can see them unloading their mag. Are they going to try it? Ooh, what? Hwaso catches Yakinda easy. Peekins just managed to find vision on the top of the door. And Queserato's down too. Hwaso, huge impact to start. The only MP9, and it finds 2. Molodoi down to max. 9Z are stabilizing. Out on yard, out on our solo adventure is Fallen.
DGT should have him here. Oh, there you go. Spotted and removed. It's just Yuri low on HP. Now, it was a good patch of rounds from Furia, right? The 4-spy win, they're able to run with 5 shutouts, talking about how dominant those rounds were. And throughout that, it meant they were able to build a lot of cash, but you can still squander it before the half is over. Be careful. Molodoi with 10k. At the high end, Yukinda is going to need a drop. What's going on here with Yukinda down the end? Maybe just in a bit of deep thought. This will be the third round for 9Z now. And yeah, big stuff from Hwasao. They've continuously denied that top heart molly, right? We've seen that extinguished several times. They really want to keep that real estate.
It's good to enforce that it's not a given that you don't need to be clearing it.
Slow into this round as 5 staying alive will fill 9Z with a bit of confidence. Not only can they recover this half, they can still take the lead going into the break, right? This is 7-5 half on the table. You just need to go flawless from here on out. And that would make up for the forced by loss in the second. You are content if you're Fury, but momentum plays a big role. You don't want to allow them just to string consecutive rounds. It would have to be 6 straight into the half.
Nice little bit of movement from Hwasao and awareness as to K-Serato's tendencies.
I think they need to start taking this outside space for Europe. They've been very lobby-centric, hoping they're forcing rotations, but they've been given the good graces to actually play off of the yard space. It's just being given to them.
Yeah, it is. A couple of half-hearted grenades, and that's about it.
And no man AWP to try and make things a little bit more difficult.
Yukinda pulls the ripcord just for a moment to avoid that spray. Luchov tasked with acknowledging the potential down secret. Warp spots May in towards the vent. And Luchov does depart. They're not sold on this. This is good. This is a crunch on lobby. Good work from Yuri. A nice trade back. So 4-on-4, but about the minute mark. It's Luchov versus K-Serato up next. Clean headshot. Mayan's rotation pre-aimed perfectly. Don't you dare. You peek at your own peril. Does so. DGT able to trade though. Max and DGT. Both on this A site. Peeking in, an instant deletion of the orb. Oh, it's just the 1-2. Attention drawn. DGT profits. Yukinda arrives to the scene of the crime. And they might just do it again. Same play, playing off of each other so well. Down the vents, the play. You're right, Chad.
If he mollies behind him, he can just run in and plant, but they don't know he's down here. They're going to start understanding in a second. So molly vent, they can smoke it out and run at him.
And that's exactly what they'll do. Extinguish and charge. Yukinda, what can you do? Slam the door shut. You've got about 5 to 10 seconds to make your decision. Never mind, they swing it open. Needed that from Max. There's only 3 HP in it. He's going to be really upset when he sees just how low Max was. Brutal. A huge clutch. Makes it just a 1-round game. And you talk about momentum, Chad. Rounds like that is what builds it.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit like Mirage with some of the rounds. They have advantages. They walk into these stacks or setups, and you can tell that they're not expecting with the reactions when they go down.
Yeah, Fair is throwing a lot of rounds away.
Yeah, they're not dancing to the beat of the drum.
Or
right
9Z's getting lucky with what
Mirage T side from Furia.
they get walked into on.
It's discussing the fact that the money will get whittled down quite quickly, and that has already started to unfold. Fortunately, that means the loss bonus is also ticking up with 3 consecutive rounds. Felt like K-Serato had done enough there. And does have his orb now. Molodoi the same. Oh, aggression.
Okay.
He's fighting.
We got the red. Ooh,
First time.
First time, and Molodoi was not prepared for that whatsoever, and it's spiraling now. Yukinda picked up by Mayan. Trying to work, problem solve, and oh, Yuri's giving him a gift. That is a golden gift. Missed shot from the Orpad on top of that. Can compound now. Ramp territory lost. What's the reaction?
That's the Brazilians, the switch to Portuguese, I'm sure.
Yeah, immediately. Let's see if they can pull this one off.
That's a huge smoke from Luchov.
Yeah, he can play around at so many different angles of approach. He gives him this angle right here. K-Serato's ready for it. DGT spotted out, not overcommitting is Yuri. Knows to play his life. You got the info. Mayan's on his way loudly. Got Wasso peak, single door. Fallen partners up with K-Serato, playing this clock position.
Got kids, they got a smoke.
Yuri the contingency from ramp.
And a break in somehow.
Smoke on Mayan, Kit on Mayan. Wasso 2. Running that clock down. Don't you get lulled into a false sense of security because this last second attempt on the retake's coming on through. Wasso able to chip in. It's a clutch from K-Serato. 3 kills deep. Again, all 5 from the Fangs. High impact from K-Serato, keeping Furia in it when they need him.
All right, well, they have 6 as a minimum before the time break, and I think 9Z is just going to contest these next 2. First time they've gone for anything really aggressive outside, and it was a great call. Look at this.
5v3.
That's, I was talking to Poi the other day, and that's almost exactly what happened to Poi, but he was literally in the middle. He wasn't even
Makes no sense.
Right, and Mzinho just bopped him.
I could justify it or understand it easier with the tucked in the corner.
What a rally of you two. You kind of ready to dive off of main.
Okay, it's got DGT to trifle with. Will you catch him with his nade out as he throws that incendiary? That's the cue. Yukinda takes it. First blood, no trade attempt. Or no trade potential, I should say. Bit funky around those smokes. They've got their advantage, and Yukinda will take some territory.
But we've seen them with advantages like this before,
Yes.
and they just get sat down. They tend to let the clock simmer a bit, and then by the time they activate, there's 30 seconds, and it's like nothing can go wrong, or you will lose the round. So
yeah,
they let that happen again. Maybe, just maybe, 9Z can pluck away another.
Audacious from Max. He plays it forward.
This is what I'm talking about. Again, 45 seconds, nothing's happened. They're waiting for the CTs to move.
Top util. Luchov burnt out. That's awkward. Perfect from Fallen. Finds it from the T roof. Wasso's got the angle though. Put down. Mayan back sight. It's a 2-on-2. Here we go again. All to play for now. 9Z stabilizing. On plan B.
Come on down.
Vents. That's a death sentence. Yukinda makes it clear. You can't rotate down the vent. That's audacious.
Yeah, they keep running the time down so low. It's
You have to
insane.
say 8-4 seems very likely because that was only 2,400 loss coming into this final round for 9Z, suffering from their own successes as part of this comeback trail. Nowhere to go. And good output when they're on the screen, but you see immediately once they straight down the vent. All right, we don't want any of this. Let's not take the fight on their terms. Ramp rush?
It could be. Max, are you ready for this one? MP9, primed and ready. Would have loved that burst to Yukinda. Still manages to come up good. Gets himself output. Oh! But Mayan does better. The 2-for-1 special. And Wasso's here. Yuri gone. AK in his hands. Never mind. What was that sequence? Max does well to find something. Mayan gets a little bit of lady luck on his side.
Okay, so you're having a game. You're feeling it.
He is.
Let's see if you truly are in the flow state. 1v4, heaps of time to work with. And a smoke in your face. There's one where that came from as well.
Anticipates with all that yard space that there could be that flank, but they're playing this one by the book. They've got the bomb and just one to worry about.
Now they know where he is. Free smoke. Gonna have to play through.
Just a hope and a prayer. A couple of bullets through the smoke. 5-round CT half for 9Z. Found him. Still finds a little output, but pretty respectable half after all of things considered. It started like a flyer for Furia.
Yeah, you're gonna feel that they're less likely to let their foot off the gas as opposed to what happened on Mirage there. Still some rounds that they be regretting. But 9Z still have some fight left in them. Pistol rounds were 3-1 coming into this map. 9Z picked up their second, but the conversion's costing them, and the half that could have been those financial woes in the early stages before they really started to get the guns going. avoid the extra day of play tomorrow. Why not?
More time to optimize and review. Oh, crazy. Fallen and Molodoy's heads lining up. Yeah. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll cry when you go down like that.
Now they're on CT side Fury. They're easier, in theory, of the halves.
In theory.
Well, in practice too.
The form that we've seen from 9Z, though, I wouldn't want to write them out of anything.
Up Molly.
Yakinda's got a lot of answers there.
Yuri just got gooshed.
Yuri in trouble. Just run down by Max. Finishes off and Queserato, a nice one quick back. Luchov and Mayan have seized the site. They get away with the plan and the door is closed on Yakinda. DGT ready to greet. Good find from Yakinda. Pulls us back at even. Gonna put pressure onto Luchov and actually tap away another head. He's done so much work here, has Yakinda, but still onto the shoulders of Mayan in the clutch. Fallen runs him down. A 10-second defuse, not planted for him. Still, they're off it. Hoping to see Mayan overextend, and that's exactly what they get.
Very well done from Yakinda there. Those are two very tough fights. Obviously, swinging the door open and winning that first, that's where he really should have been stuffed in the choke. But it's the second, just making sure that he slows it down and doesn't commit to the fight too haphazardly. So double there for the Latvian. Draws them up to 8. But with the bomb going down, we will see a force. Yeah, this one here, just taking his time. At that point, swarm the bomb and get themselves a 4th pistol of the series. 2 Tech 9s, Mac 10 for Hwasao, and 2 Galils. See that door blown off, but is it lobby centric? Is it outside wall smokes? Top go.
Flash and go, and the self-flash converts. Queserato ran out of ammo, bought enough time. Molodoy arrives, as does Yeki, and they're sent back to spawn.
Nico now.
Well, you can see a bit of a pop-off there from Fallen. I mean, just converting upon that, knowing that they invested. When you start saying, oh yeah, they had Kevlar, a little wave of relief washes over Furious ranks.
Especially when you consider the force buy from Fury in the first half was that. Racing straight down into that A site, and Fallen got a triple kill on a Tech 9. So reflections of the first half, but Furia should be set for 10. Yeah, it's a great series from Queserato, isn't it? I know in that last map, they were unable to convert off of his brilliance, but right now, he's continuing to put in a shift, and that is quick, that is spotless, that is clean and easy. Just 3 more rounds, securing the playoffs, and see if they can get there with ease, or if 9Z have another win. I wouldn't call it their second win, might be 3rd or 4th at this point.
At this point, I think you're right. Is it a windy day?
No messing about. No carrying through MP9s. Just straight into the ult for Molodoy. Everyone's got head armor. There's 4 kits. This is a very strong CT buy. Want me to start secret immediately. Okay.
It's just Luchov in yard, and he'll be tucked.
The biggest concern with these smokes is the leak into main. You can see how that's bled over.
Gonna pull Queserato's attention for sure. Oh, here's a go. What's the play?
Cool re-smoke.
Flash. DGT. Oh, caught him as well. You can see he makes his pathing while blind. Luchov needs the double. There's Molodoy to save his teammate. They have got the A site though. It's that number advantage, just the extra body for Furia on the way back in.
Another molly for Max. He could use that heaven after this plant. Ooh.
Fires off the shot. There is that late lobby arrival. They're coming in from every angle. This is not going to be easy. You need someone to provide that equalizing frag safely. Wasso does so onto Yakinda. Messi from Fallen gets it done. Mayan's gone. It's just Max. A 1 versus 3, tapping the head onto Yuri. Pressure, they're amplifying it, just running at him, not letting him breathe, not letting him catch a breath. As a Fury at 11th now posted, things are flowing, and it's still spotless on this defense.
Bomb going down, and with the loss bonus, there can be another buy that Max will be able to call with. There'll be the AKs galore. They'll have all the U2 you're hoping for. Great under pressure there in the final moments. Molotov not overstepping, being a nuisance, making sure he's there with his teammates to be able to trade out on that. Go on top again.
Ace, yeah. Name of the game right now. Can you get past Yuri and Keserato? The answer's a resounding no for the double of Yuri. He'll drop in. Nade got DGT's name all over it. Gets ahead of it. Keserato confirms. Gap is closed. Pressure now with the molly back sight. How do they handle this? Not well. Keserato and Yuri collapse to the spray of DGT. One back from Molodoi is a big one.
2v2. Fallen's out.
Cheeky. Underneath him. Trades easy. Luchov in the clutch in the 1v1. Molodoi last seen main, and he's actually anticipated this exact move. Read him like a book. Too easy, just booked, and a nice start to their campaign.
A good poise from 9Z, right? They lose 2 players to Yuri up on the rafters, but then once they get out that door and have the space, that moment of poise to throw the molly back sight does make things a lot easier for DGT. Just here, there's no real room for them to stand. And Molotov trying to keep up the intensity, just assumes the plan's going to come through. There's still money for Furia as well. They lose this one. 9Z can start working on a comeback. Into aggressive yard. Support a Molotov who does have a HE to help outside if there is a smoke wall. It's in the air right now.
He's got the nade break. Guys completely book Luchov on that one, even putting bullets into Wasso. Peak puts him onto 49 as they will Scarper across. Oh, more damage onto Wasso. Last bullet as he rounded the corner, so it's 3.5 men.
Well, they're much quicker than Molotov anticipates.
Yeah, you're right.
Much quicker.
Yeah, he's already in the blind spot. It's an easy pickup for DGT. A bit of a misplay from Molodoi. Fallen. Spotted. Drops in. Oh my god, a kamikaze from Fallen. Yeki loses his head. It's Wasso on it. Now a really uncomfortable retake for the two Fangs. Yuri and Keserato, 30 frags between them, and it's Keserato that's doing the heavy lifting. Can Yuri find an important one? He can. With Max gone, DGT's position now noted on the taps. Double swing. There's Yuri again. It's just
so
up
low.
to Wasso. He's been tagged up by Yakinda. Is 6 HP, 1v2, really realistic. They have overlooked the possibility. Keserato's looking elsewhere, and that was the healthy member. Wasso's got one step.
Backside plant, just sit it.
Oh, he wouldn't dare.
No kit.
He wouldn't dare. No kit. Oh, and just enough time.
He's
no,
got to pick it up. This is going to be close.
I'm not sure. Is it a comeback for 9Z? Or is it 12 for Furia? That is huge.
Well, had a couple of those throughout this series. Go back to Mirage. It was 9Z, the ones coming out on the nail biter diffusers, a buzzer beater, a 6th-round gap, a 12th round secure, and one more away from those playoffs.
Oh, that's a massive round to actually convert there. We were talking about Keserato's performances, but Yuri with 3 on the way back in. Massive work.
GT's crosshair was in the right place. Oh, looks to make a bit of a move. Flash behind him. He's going to push.
On the fade, a flash behind him. Smoke walls are up as it stands. There's a couple of HE breaks. You can hear him on yard. No one's made it across, though.
No, and they're util very limited now. Punish of the squeaky door smoke. It's extremely difficult to see how they meant to whir into this. Limited space.
Molodoi susceptible to the pre-aim of Max here. Ooh, does very well. Finds himself the headshot. Keserato overlooked. A wide swing from Luchov. 9Z counting on these three. They want to see another round of play. Yuri, a bit of a contingency here. You can see him hiding up towards Mustang. This is powerful. Yeki back sight. Gets the jump spot onto Mayan as well, so now that's gonna bait them in perfectly. You're not clearing Yuri. 2 more to go. And Fury are off to the playoffs. Huaso and DGT disagree. Wait, Heaven Plant. No cover. Huaso's a free frag. Molodoy will pluck it from the pack. Now DGT. Oh, he can hit it. 1 bullet would do it. Molodoy's in trouble. What do you do? Respect the flames. Strafes away. 1 HP versus 14. Playoffs at stake. Relocation from Molodoy. DGT just looks away. Timing the name of the game. That's game. Playoffs secured.
65 kills over the series for Keserato. A standout performance in the last 2 maps, but that'll secure it for Furia.
Yeah, Fury, go ahead and lock it in right there, and that is the step forward that they were looking to take against 9Z when they loaded into the server. I can assure you that much. The Group D upper bracket semifinal has been decided. It is Furia going into the playoffs. And Jacob, how about those apples, buddy?
How about those apples? There was a good performance coming out for Furia here. Nuke again spoke about the game so far, had been very streaky on both the first 2 maps. 9C on the second map, Furia on the first map. You know, we talk about these rounds where you win 7, 8 rounds out of 10, and Furia were able to do that as the first team in this game. With a very strong T-side, Peter, they laid the foundation for what ended up being a clear-cut victory on Nuke. I was a little bit surprised that the game wasn't closer, but gotta give it to Furia. They played well here.
Yeah, it's a piss of rounds. It again comes down horning. 9C a little bit here, and just there's still stuff that needs to be ironed out before you can make it like even more competitive against these type of teams, you know. And it's again also the clutch situation that just seems to be playing better on the side of Furia. And Keserato had a massive game again, and you know he's always one you want to be turning to when you play these massive tournaments. Like if he can show up in the fashion he's doing in this specific game, then you're definitely set.
And it's not even just Keserato showing up statistically, right? Like we're talking about impact. Yeah. He's felt in the server when he gets in there and he's able to activate and be a tool for the team.
From a team perspective as well for Furia, it's a great way of winning Nuke, because one of the biggest issues I saw on Mirage was the lack of cohesion, the lack of synergy between the players, especially in the retake scenarios involving the A bomb side. I feel here in Nuke, all players were gelled well together. Very good trading, very good spacing. In general, they made the playing field very tough for 9C. In order for them to win rounds, individuals from 9C would have to, you know, do more than was expected from them. They would have to get 2 kills in a scenario where it was not likely to get 2 kills. And that's down to Furia making the playing field and really using the spacing and using the bodies in the game to their own advantage. So as much as I disliked what I saw from Furia at stages on Mirage, I gotta give it to them. They turned it around here in Nuke and looked like the team that we know they can be.
Yeah, they looked in control throughout Nuke, and that's good sign right moving forward. Now they've locked in playoffs as well, and let's just be honest, it would have been quite the disaster to have yet another of the elite teams dropping into the lower qualifier, so the lower bracket right with you. With the facts of Mouse being there now, you also have Vitality, and you also have Spirit, right? So, you know, it would have been pretty ridiculous.
And we have Yakinder. I say we. I mean, Freya does. What's up?
I do indeed, yes. Congratulations, Yakinder. Furia now through to the playoffs. Took a little bit more time than maybe we anticipated after what was a pretty fast map 1. What are your initial emotions after knowing you've made top 16 at least?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the basic minimum is done, and it feels, of course, nice. It feels also nice that this was, in our eyes, like a confident run. Mirage was a little bit unlucky in some moments. I feel like in key situations, we kind of forgot some things we agreed on, and that's why it was kind of couldn't close it in a way. But Nuke was very comfortable, super performance from Keserato, and everybody looking sharp, and that's the main good thing.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, dive into that, Mirage, just a little bit more, because it was the opposite way around from last time that we saw you at the Cologne Major as well. Was it just down to you guys, in your opinion, you guys making mistakes, or did 9Z switch up anything to catch you off guard?
Well, last time against them, we lost this too, and I feel like we've done a big amount of work on the map, and we had an opportunity to maybe ban this to kind of leave Ancient open and whatever to for this game, but we decided that the only way to become better on a map is to actually play it a lot. And we gave ourselves this opportunity to play the 2 today, and I'm glad we won it.
Final question, just looking forward to that top 16. We obviously have seen Falcons, Mouse, G2 today, Na'Vi making it to top 16. We've got Vitality and Spirit still battling it out in their lower bracket games respectively. How do you rank Furia amongst the teams that have already made it? Where are you placing yourselves?
I feel like the season is so young that you can't really tell form of the teams. And for example, before Cologne Major, I wouldn't say that we were like contenders or like finalists in theory. So I feel like any team can surprise, and any team is strong enough nowadays in CS to beat anybody. And I feel like the team who's gonna have a better day is just gonna take it all.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Once again, congratulations to Furia. That is top 16 at the bare minimum here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the 2026 King of Content, that's him, Yakinder. If you should go check out his Instagram, he's doing some pretty wild stuff over there. And by that, I mean just a lot of effort. Jacob, you look perturbed, man. What did the guy say?
I mean, nothing.
We did say something.
Kind of the issue. Now, I get where Yakinder is coming from. You know, Counter-Strike these days is a lot about the day-to-day form, as you like
I forgot about that one.
to call it. But I think it's fair that Yakinder is being honest with himself and honest with Furia. They are one of the favorites still. They're not the favorite to win the tournament, but they're still in contention to be, you know, making it to the semifinals, to maybe even make the final like they did in Cologne. And as he said, you know, this season is young, but it's not like you forget how to play Counter-Strike over the course of a 2-week break. So they're still one of the teams we expect a lot from. And, you know, I get it. From Yakinder, you just want to put away the pressure. There's no need to talk yourself up or say something that you may regret later on, so I'll do it for you. Yes, Furia should be super disappointed if they're not making top 8 or maybe even top 4.
Well, that's happened before. I recall this is not the first time that Furia have this kind of idea that they downplay themselves a little bit. I don't know if it's like a mental aspect they want to be throwing out that, hey, we're not really feeling that great, you know, like we're just playing, just like with Molotov I said in the opening interview, like we're just like feeling it out right now with the whole idea of Fallen retiring soon. So I don't know, maybe it's just, you know, maybe they're just being smarter than their opponents.
Yeah, maybe they're more of a vibes team. Maybe we're just unaware of what they're doing over there. Clearly Furia having found success there, so did Queserado. Good clutch and lower really early on in the first half.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, again, we gotta jump back to one of the reasons to why Fury also saw this one coming their way, and it is just again Queserado showing again that he can be such a massive player. We talked about Jury, how good he can be in clutching, but the beauty of it is that Queserado can do the exact same. You know, it was actually a 2v4 turning into a 1v1, and just the way that he isolates the duel series is very important. Also, the fact that this is the 3rd round. You know, if they would have won this one, there's a chance that 9C can run away with the economy, the momentum. So a very important clutch to get in their favor already.
Great way of crowning a great series overall for Queserado. Played well on Dust 2, played well on Mirage, came in here on Nuke, as you said, Peter, found even more impact. He's up there in the conversations to be, you know, when he one day retires, you know. I think the way you evaluate his career is that he's just been Mr. Consistent for all these years. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether Furia is in a good period or in a bad period. He even had 3 years where they didn't do anything.
And he was still good.
And he was still good, you know, still playing at the same level. So he's almost unaffected by his surroundings, and having a player like that in your team is so vital and so important for Furia, not only to find consistency, but also to be one of the teams that we speak about that can potentially win trophies for the remaining of the season.
Now, interestingly enough, that wasn't the end of the road for 9Z. Clearly one of the teams that we've put on a radar here that is making waves, if not ruptures, if that. But we can take a look at the brackets, or the bracket.
Are we going to look at Group D now?
Wow, you've nailed that right on the head.
Yeah.
Speaking of D, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite group and arguably my favorite letter in the alphabet. Now, Pain Gaming, not really looking too sharp in their game against Wildcard, but they got the job done, which means they're facing the Mongols in that lower bracket game for a spot in the playoff, and then 9C versus Magic. Maybe a bit of a surprise that Magic were able to beat 3D Max. Maybe not too big of a surprise, but doing it in a 2-0 fashion. I thought 3D Max was going to come in here at home turf and do a little bit more.
It's like, the thing with Magic, in all honesty, I haven't been paying too much attention about it, but if you ask about people that watch a lot of their games, you know, they actually play some very solid Counter-Strike, so not surprising. I mean, I think 9C should get the better of them. I think 9C has proven and shown that they can be good enough to make top 16 here, so I would be very surprised if they don't win that one. And then, you know, Mongols Pain. I don't know where to put that one. You know, it seems to be a bit of a confusing matchup in my
I'll try that again for you, Peter. I'm not going to sugarcoat it whatsoever. 9C, they have to beat Magic. We're talking about a team that is currently, 4 in VIS, you know, Cologne quarterfinalist, won a trophy in China a couple of weeks ago. If 9C is not winning that game, not making the playoff at a 16-team playoff, that would be disappointing. The Mongols have to beat Pain Gaming as well. You and I probably agree with that, Peter. I don't think I've ever seen Pain Gaming being this uninspiring, to be completely honest. It's not a good time right now to be a Pain Gaming fan. It's quite painful, to be quite honest. So I see two clear-cut favorites in that game. Trace.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you did.
He's good. And you don't give him a lot of credit, Bree, but you know, I'm just going to say it. We can go ahead and switch to Group A. I think it's about that time. Also, really close game going on the B stream. But here is Group A, and this is in context of what we're about to look at. That's because Big will be taking on Spirit as our last game of the day for this side of things. And that's right, Spirit down there in the lower bracket after having taken an L earlier on at GG How in the best of one format.
It is quite surprising, right, to see them there. But then again, you know, with what we saw against GG How, I don't think Spirit has literally showed up at this tournament yet. I even feel like the game against Luminati was, you know, pretty lackluster. I mean, like, Donk is doing what he can, right? But the rest of the team that doesn't really been showing, specifically Shiro, which is usually his, you know, his sidekick to be, you know, pulling him over the finishing line. So I mean, coming into this game now that we do get to talk more about Big and Spirit, I'm not worried for Spirit, but then again, you know, if Big shows up and plays like their absolute A game, I think there's also a possibility.
I just feel for Big, you know, it's GG How ruining their night, you know. It's
everyone's night. Just the fact that you put Spirit in a lower bracket, you know, that ruins for everyone that drops the map, right?
I mean, potentially. Guys, there's that, and there's actually so much more to talk about, but obviously we have to do our due diligence. We have to figure out where that break timeline is. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. I love where you're going.
Really want to get at it.
Just really think that we need to go to a break, because that's the only way that we can get the game started here. Thank you so much, Jacob Pimp Winesh. We're ready to jump into that break, which means Big and Spirit are on the other side, and Jacob Pimp Winicki.
See what that score is.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
They said this was a close match. It's 12-6 right now. Oh, it's 12 to who? Now it's 13-6 because there's one fire away with rest 5 alive. And there's
you literally said to me like, they don't need it. But you're right. You are firmly right. They took 1 point of damage in that whole execute. 1 point. Donnie, that is an impressive showing if you're Aurora. A 13-6 on GG House map pick.
So impressive, I had to sprint my way right back here. I started walking, I was taking a nice leisurely time, and those last couple of rounds caught me off guard. Look, taking care...
We can't listen to the music. We could, so that we're not sitting in quiet. Here we go. Wait, this is so relaxing. Okay, never mind. Let's not do that. What, this one? Sure. They're both prime breaks though. Sounds like very staticky. I like it. Okay, the static stopped. Oh, good. Oh, is that what I'm actually supposed to switch out to? So that's what we're going into. Alright, let's switch to this. To these. So we can have
deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Alright, we're about to get back into the game, so it's gonna be nice.
Big take on Spirit for a playoff qualification or bust.
Yeah, mega important game for both teams. There's age for Big. This is a golden opportunity of not only securing a spot in the playoff, but also gaining some very heavy VIS points and really a good standing in that whole system. Whereas for Team Spirit, Peter, if they were to lose this game, I feel like we aren't ringing the alarm bells just yet, but we're slowly but surely starting to. If they lose too big here, don't make the playoff, don't make top 16, we're talking about a team that really could be in danger.
Both yes and no. I mean, they did make grand finals at how we know it. They did start off the season pretty well, right? Sure. I know they looked flat against Mouse, and yeah, they lost to GG How, right? But this should still, in theory, be a game that Spirit should not be able to lose, regardless of how things turn out. I mean, like, I know that I'm usually positive talking about the teams that go up against, the elite teams, and that they will always have a chance. But I don't see anyone inside Big that can go toe-to-toe with Donk. And I think that Spirit will just also have a lot of opportunities to go in a lot of directions within the map pool to where they can get an advantage.
See, that's the luxury, because I agree with you to some degree. To me, it's not the results necessarily for Team Spirit, because as you said, like a grand final to begin the season, not too shabby. The major wasn't too bad either, that was a very close game against Falcons. They could have made it further at that major. It's the way they've been playing, it's the way they lost to GG How, it's the way they won against Luminosity, and people may think, well, they won 2-0. Yeah, watch that game. That was not a good game of Counter-Strike for Team Spirit.
Not on those two at least.
Not on those two at least. And then you move in against Big now, who I very much agree with you. This should be a landslide. This should be an easy game. This should be 9 out of 10 times you run all over Big, and 1 out of 10 times you have a close game. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Spirit right now. Yanko posed a pretty good question earlier this morning as well, with Heli, Softic, the coaching behind them as well. I feel like we're starting to see a Spirit that is either going to make it or break it. And I think this game could be very telling in what kind of direction they're going.
It could very well be an indicator, without a doubt. I mean, just to focus on the Big side a little bit more exclusively here, since Blame F has joined this lineup, and I know you guys as Dane's probably okay with talking about this.
We're fine.
Talk to me about him and joining this lineup and then its evolution. Where are we right now?
I think when you look at Blame F, let's just be honest. Most people, they don't like how he plays, right? Because he is a guy that, sometimes seems to be putting himself in front of the team to make himself look great. But there is no doubt that since Blame F have taken over the incoming reins of Tapson, they have just looked better. Let's be honest. Like, he brings firepower, he probably brings structure, and he brings, dedication. He's a guy that's very dedicated to his work ethic is definitely up there. And I'm sure that has spread throughout the team. And it's also a team, he came into the major saying that they look very good. They seem to be very happy with all the roles. Like, the roles are very set, and everyone in the team knows exactly what to be expected of them. And I think that's a very good sign for you as a team. But then again, is it going to be enough once you make it into the top invites of becoming into the tier 1 events? Is it going to be enough when you don't have the star players, all the people that's going to carry you over the finish line? Or is it going to be, that's still where I'm left with where if Blame F contribution is enough for the team. Is it going to be enough in the long run, or is they just going to be, stagnating at this level where they are right now?
There's only so much you can do, though, right? I truly feel like with the state of Danish Counter-Strike right now, which has never been worse off, Peter, you should come back and you'd instantly be a top 3 player in Denmark, because there's no good players around anymore, to be completely honest. Blame F is one of those few players who's still keeping it real. He's still trying his absolute best. You look at who he's playing with. He joined a big project who were nowhere to be found,
That's what I mean.
They were on the way to be completely irrelevant, and now he's slowly but surely built them up. Remember them during the major in Cologne as well. They did way better than people thought would have been possible. The comeback as well, and Mirage being down 12-0 and all of a sudden coming back into that game. I feel like there's more positives coming out of Big than there's negatives.
Sure.
But there's only so much you can do if you're Blame F, if you're playing with the players he's playing with. And that's not to say that the likes of Tapson, JDC, you name it, are bad players, are Fabian for that matter, but they're not players, they're not a team where I expect them to be top 10. I think where they're at right now is pretty admirable. That's a decent place to be at, you know, getting invites to some of the decent tournaments, you name it. As you can see on the trending as well, it is going in the right direction. It's not like Bitcoin, it's not like the oil prices at the moment, Trace. It's actually looking quite decent for Big.
Well, hold on, what did BTC do to get a little straight in there?
Come on.
It's been a tough relationship in that regard. All I'm saying is, Blame F in Big so far, he's made them better. You know, if he gets better players around him, I'm sure Blame F can do more.
But then, okay, do you realistically think that Big would be able to attract players that is better than what they have right now?
No, absolutely.
Or is it more of a case that if Big continues the upwarding trend that they have right now, then their players will start getting poached?
No.
Don't you think that's going to be the case? Then what are they left at?
Well, Tapson's been around for forever. Faven has been around for forever. JDC has been around for forever. Griggs is maybe the only one where we don't know the true potential. I'll be honest, you know, Big is doing a good job at what they're doing right now. But if you look at the roster, where's the player that all of a sudden is going to elevate himself, you know? Where's the player that all of a sudden is going to put a 0.1 to his rating on average and elevate that team? I feel like we get the most out of what they have to work with right now. And I'll be honest, unless some German talent comes up, maybe they have to start look elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, just as a reminder, this is a playoff qualification match, not a theoretical mismatch. This is where these two teams are stature-wise. You know, for the side of Spirit is where we flip it to. I know that we'd love to talk about Big, but truthfully, Spirit aren't necessarily in the most prettiest of situations we've seen them in either.
No, and I hate it for the sake of Big. I actually like them a lot. I think Big have done a great job. I think Blame F have done a great job, as we're already, you know, highlighted. But this matchup, Peter, against Team Spirit, even as we described it, right? They're not looking necessarily too great in their games, but it's not that bad either. And even if Spirit is showing up with a B game or C game, that should still be enough to beat Big. So I almost feel sorry for the Big clan right now. They're up against a team that there should be no way to beat in a best of 3.
It's not fun, you know, going out against Spirit in the lower bracket, knowing that if you lose this, then you're out, right? You know, and you know, ever since Spirit lost to GG How, everyone's just been thinking, I mean, obviously the result is bad, but then they're still gonna make it, right? Not having Spirit in a top 16, that would be a pretty bad result for them. And I think, you know, my big question and what I actually just want to see from this specific game is that I know what Donk brings and I know what Shiro can bring, but I'm still left in a question mark regarding the last 3 players. I want to see either Suntix or Tenir having one of those games where you're thinking, okay, that's the third star. That's the guy that you want to be relying on when the 2 others are either having a mediocre game or when something is missing. And I think that sometimes seems to be the issue. And then, sure, you also have a little bit with the coaches and everything, with Sophie coming in and Hallie now taking like more like an overview. He's want to give his players more freedom. Like, where's the system at for Spirit right now? You know, that's my big question. They seem to be going a little bit in multiple directions right now.
It's the fact that the Donk show hasn't been enough. It's the fact that we've seen Donk play well so far this tournament. I think Freya
always plays well.
Always plays well. Freya asked him, you know, how do you find your personal form at the moment? And Donk is satisfied, but he would rather win with his team, etc. And it goes back to this old conversation that we always had. You know, how much do they rely on Donk's individual level to be a good team? Well, seemingly at this tournament so far, again, small sample size, don't want to make any sensations just yet, but he's playing well, you know, and they're still looking to be struggling a little bit. So I agree with you, Peter, that there's more than one issue at hand right now for Team Spirit, and against an opponent like Big, I mean, if you're Tenir, if you're Suntix, you should be able to establish a bit of dominance. You should be able to farm some confidence, Trace.
How about the Shiro side of things? In terms of an elite firepower with an AWP, as it's been prescribed, he's had some woeful experiences here. Hasn't necessarily gone the most fun of routes for him. But in terms of input in the server, what does he need?
I'm not worried at Shiro at all. You know, I took a liberty of going and looking at some of his stats, and he has, like, you know, I wouldn't say periods, that's wrong, but he had like maybe a series or 2 back-to-back where he just seems to be not present, and I think that's what we're seeing. So I don't think this is like untraditional for the likes of Shiro, but sure, against Yao, he looked completely out of it, right?
Yeah,
you know, sort of dropped the ball a little bit, and you also had a couple of instances when they played Luminosity where he would just miss uncharacteristic shots and just not really being the shooter that we know, but I know, and I've played against him, and I've watched him play so much that I know what he brings to Spirit, and he is a very stable offer, and he can be one of the reasons to why he has also elevated the team. So I'm not worried at all for Shiro.
It's funny how recency bias works in Counter-Strike. A month and a half ago, Peter, you and I were talking about Shiro, you know, playing well at the major, you know, now also stepping up in playoff games, and that's the new look of the new Shiro, you know, taking it a step further, and then he has 1.5 bad games here, and we're talking about, is there potential crisis with Shiro? I I'm with you. I think Shiro is a fantastic AWP player. I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and he's, at the very least, the GG How game, that was the anomaly, right? Making
That's what it is.
the amount of mistakes and being caught off guard. Even if he's having a game where he's not hitting his shots, he's never really making too glaring mistakes, and I expect that to be the old Shiro showing up today.
Yeah, the old Shiro show. Perhaps that's what we're looking for, because yeah, it left a lot to be desired at some points. Of course, this lineup does a little bit as well. And I'm only saying that in terms of what we've already broached on a little bit in the coaching department for Spirit. Why is that being circulated? Why is that an idea right now about Holly potentially not hanging around?
Well, it's because they were doing so well when Softic came in, right? And he seemingly changed a bit of the approach within Team Spirit. One thing was the utility usage that he got a lot of credit for. Another one was Tenia, arguably playing a little bit better under the leadership of Softic. Again, could that be random? Could that be just the period where he was feeling comfortable, or did he specifically work with Tenia? It's tough to say for certain, but I think Peter was onto something when you described that we need the third star of this lineup to step it up and establish himself as being that player. And I think if Tenia is not up for that, if he's not going to find any more consistency, if he's not going to elevate his level of gameplay, I think the talent pool within the CIS region of Counter-Strike is so strong that at some point they'll start to wonder, should we give another guy a try?
And, you know, it's also just like when you look at Falcons or look at Vitality, they have those three guys that shows up pretty much every single series and bring it, you know, bring up the firepower and bring all the qualities that we sometimes might be liking.
Well, Peter, I think it's time we bring the ruckus in the form of a veto. There are a couple things here that might overlap, but at least I'm thinking it's an ancient.
Yeah, potentially. I think both teams are willing to float, potentially play cash as well. If I'm Big Peter, why not go for it? Why not try to bring out a map where, yeah, Spirit have played it a little bit, but it's a new, uncommon ground and maybe a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and would you actually get to see the fact that Big does go with cash, and it's a map that they have been willing to play, and it's fun to look at because it's one of those single teams that actually plays all 7 maps. You know, so they actually turn their attention and spread out the resources to have a hopefully wider map pool, but maybe not as you know, narrowed down to be as good. So yeah, cash in there in the fact, and then not notoriously, we do get to see Dust 2 from Spirit. That has just always been like the map they always feel like going back to when they turn their attention to Vito. So not a big surprise.
No big surprise in that regard. I think the Dust 2 pick makes sense for Spirit. I like the fact that Big are picking cash, you know. If anything, as an underdog team, yeah, Spirit have played the map a little bit, but you're not going to be consistently playing well at cash in the beginning every single time. There's always going to be new ways of countering each other, new metas, you name it, and that's how it develops when a new map is coming in.
And it also, sorry, but it also just speaks into maybe that Big find themselves a little bit of an underdog in this. Well, rightfully so, right? They need to try and challenge and test if Spirit can actually play cash.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we have one map left here. Obviously, with Mirage still in there, I mean, the conversation around Ancient, we've begun that a little bit. So let's see, what is that third map?
I think we're left with, okay, I actually was going to say we're left with Ancient, but that's not the case.
Yeah, Mirage,
we got cash,
coming in there.
Nice.
We get cash, we get Dust 2, and then I guess we'll have to wait with Mirage until tomorrow.
That is just a strong prediction right there. Out of there. You thought you were going to play it off like that, but speaking of play, let me tell you about our EWC play match pick'ems. That's right. At some point, I'm going to have to tell you and remind you, and that's going to be right. It's going to be right now. Check out this QR code. I've asked you a couple times. I might as well ask you one more time. You might even hear me say it again tomorrow. But in this moment, just scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to win. Because it's about the time where we get the game on itself. I'd ask these guys, but really, I think you've heard them yap enough. So let's do this thing. Let's get this game on. Let's see if Spirit can push Big around.
It's that big Spirit game that everyone's been talking about. There are playoffs on the line right now as Team Spirit and Big get ready to clash on cash in this best of 3. Lower bracket indeed. Saw a shaky Spirit on day 1, lost to GG How in a best of 1. And to be honest, Harry, I'd like to say that they came back stronger and they looked better in that BO3, but they barely limped over Luminosity on Dust 2, and that is their pick in the series today. I don't know what to expect from Spirit, but you know that Big are feeling fancy for an upset.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's this inescapable feeling that for Spirit, it's kind of time to lock the hell in and show the level that you've come to expect from this team, right? I think they've been very underwhelming across this EWC, and I feel like they know it too. see before this game, Donks all smiles at least, which might give you a bit of a positive sign. But yeah, they're up against a big that have been grinding, a big that have been getting better and slowly but surely gaining more and more attention, a big that are making moves in the right direction. Thinking back to some of their games at the Major even, hell, they had some ludicrous matches, and you know the one I'm talking about more than any other. The big old comeback. But this is a resilient team, a team that's on the rise, a team that's trending upwards, one that you can't underestimate if you're Team Spirit, especially in the form they've been in here in EWC.
Yeah, and continuing off of the open qualifier, where these other open qualifier teams have kind of fallen flat on their face to a degree. You look at 100 Thieves, obviously eliminated as well. And GG How, who are not far away from that fate. K27 also lost to MIBR pretty clean. So by the end of this game, Big maybe the only one surviving, or will they join the fate of the 3 other open qualifier squads as Team Spirit, heavy favorites, rank 1 VRS team in the world right now, absolutely have to show up. It's really hard to know what we're going to get, but with Cash in our not so distant future, that's cool. A lot of fun.
Like the fact that we're going to Cash first.
Yeah, 2 games logged for Spirit, right? 1 online, 1 on LAN. 50-50. Too early to know, but a loss to FaZe, who have clearly tried to put it in their map pool. And of course, Big 3 out of 4 wins. We saw them against Aurora in that opener. Really well called game, to be honest, from Blame F. And 1 loss to G2 just the other day here in EWC. So still a good track record for Big. Let's see if they can take on the big boys of Spirit.
All right, we got a T-side start for Big.
Ooh, didn't catch Favin up close, but it's fine.
Ollie, you remember my big prediction for Spirit day 1 of the tournament? I said I think Tania's going to have a good tournament. They would love to have access to him today. Donk, there's a lot of guys coming his way out towards middle, and it's Tabson ripping his head off. So Donk gone from this pistol. Tania followed up on 2, and Tabson's getting cheeky with it. Put this man back on Cash, and he's loving it.
You're joking. That's a ridiculous jump shot from the back of the side.
You know, this is an old boys map, Hugo.
That's true. Spirit don't have that experience necessarily, right? It's certainly on most of these players would not have been playing professionally, or just weren't. Back in 2019, Shiro was kind of on the come up. Donk was nowhere to be seen.
A child, I think, is the...
It's a better way of putting it. But, you know, on paper, a lot of reasons that Spirit should like this map. And with their Instaban being so clear, they were never going to avoid it. Full execute here for Big. Triple smoke comes down. Spirit do block main, but Big is still coming through.
Oh, rough for Tania. Haven't able to get past him and into this stack, sure, but you need these deagles to hit something. Shiro.
So my 5-7 would have been better there.
And so that's Magix and Zontic saving, you imagine.
We see a lot of different type of executes, right, on this map, with it being re-added with the skyboxes, you know, allowing anything over A. But that's a cool one for Big. You know, 2 backside smokes, isolate those players, no support, because that's the thing about Cash. You're going to get really quick rotates. And one thing that we've seen a lot of these Cash games here at EWC is teams aren't really playing for middle on the CT side. They're getting their util in. Occasionally they'll go for a counter boost. They'll do something up close with SMGs. But for the most part, it's one guy mid, get the nades in, get out, reinforce your bomb sites. Use mid for information only. And so with those smokes from Big, that rotate completely cut off. Clean entries, finds a 5 alive round.
I'd certainly argue that kind of mirrors, you know, what we used to see from Cash back in the day, right? Like mid kind of an access point, but you don't really want to end your round in this, like through this position. You go there, you take a bit of space, but then you have your eyes set on an exec or something of the sort.
In the words of Henry G,
you can't plant in mid.
That's true. Many have tried. We've had a Spirit player drop from the server.
I see admins over Shiro's shoulder.
He's back in. We're back live. Big believing at the start of this game, getting a little 3-0 run before the guns come out. Just an overwhelming hit there. Spirit have a good bit of utility.
All right, little run boost, do like that. Get you up for a mid-peak that much faster. This has kind of been Tabson's game thus far, and he's got pistols out in front of him over here towards B.
Well, he saw Magix there for a second, but holding vent with a bit of cover.
Hugo, you know me, I'm not our B lurker, but there's this little spam spot right over here. Would it get Zontix, or does he have to be further back by the barrel?
Yeah, further
right?
left.
Okay, yeah. So you do just have to go and clear that. He's got Molly, he's got util, and Big are in no rush. Tabson just holding the extremities for a push, gonna lob in a bit of util over here towards B. And this will keep the attention of Team Spirit on the wrong side of the map.
No Big are going to have some good grenades in their repertoire here. Spirit are certainly hedging their bets, though, and they seem to be onto something. Triple B staying in place. Heaven Smoke, or CT, still figuring that out. It looks like a Heaven Smoke. CT's already down.
All right, they're going into the stack, but they got this vent split, and that is going to blindside the hold. Oof. Nothing done for Team Spirit.
All right. Is smoke not a problem?
Tabson, he's loving it.
Dude, they are looking
absolutely loving it.
These two or three hits really we've seen. There's no space for any of these CTs, right? Big are all side by side on this hit. They timed that very well. Just overwhelming numbers on their bomb sites.
There's a
I
reason.
feel like Spirit are going to have to make some kind of play here coming into gun rounds.
There's a reason they call him Big Cash Money Tabson. 6-0, right off the rip.
We get a kill? No. Big have not lost a player in 3 rounds. 0 kills for Team Spirit coming into their first buy. That's gotta feel good.
If they haven't lost a player, their money must be amazing.
What's happening in mid? Don gets a smoke in and quickly departs. No one on that highway box nade. Don comes back in from car side. Big with their second HE, and Donk will eat that. Ouch. Well, hey, if you know Donk's going to be here, not a bad place to throw your nades. Vent boost denied with that. Zontix each one as well. This is excellent utility. 4 HEs thrown by Big, 2 players at half.
They are learning to hate the big utility very, very quickly. You said it yourself, you know, when you got Big in the server, they're going to have some creative ideas. There's a third nade onto the highway, and Donk decides, I'm done playing this position.
All HEs now used for Big. I'd say very worth it. But now they've got a group and go for this hit, and they're doing the same thing as the last round. Coming out middle, going for a vent split. No support from Donk. He's got to guess the right site here.
And he is making his way over. Looking to end up in the right place. Still, Zontix in this forward position.
Hello?
Double cleared. They weren't ready for Donk. He just gets a shooting gallery. 3 players out in the open. Sure, he's going to burn. But it's given Team Spirit a fighting chance in the round. You're looking at Blame F and Grix. And with Blame holding on for this vent rotation, he gets the kill he's waiting for.
And if you're Donk, you're just wondering, what more do I need to do, really? No one gets a single kill in their position. Donk comes out with 3 frags. Sure has shown us angles we've never seen before, but none of them will let him back in the round. In fact, they're hunting this AWP as well, so got to be very, very careful here. Luckily, Blame's got backup highway, so Shura looks like he'll survive. I think they know where he is. Oh. Oh, God. Not a reassuring start. Well, Big clearly looking well prepped to start this game. Just the fact that their whole first gun round is just, we're going to use 5 HEs and nobody's going to die before we've done that. And sure, they kind of overlooked Donk, surprisingly, considering mid was empty. Where is that third player? Where is that rotation player? But even a triple kill in B doesn't stop Big. All right, Spirit, it's time for someone else to get a kill.
Yeah.
Full block, 4 CTs here, 5th on the way.
All right, surely someone else from Spirit gets on the board now. Donk again bullied by Util. Oh, Donk with a multi-kill, doing everything.
That's got to be enough, man.
Zontix, are they going to clear it?
Oh,
yes,
God.
they do. Now, look, some people say that Spirit can feel like a bit of a one-man army at times. Never show them this scoreboard.
This is crazy.
Make sure no one ever sees this.
Dude, I mean,
we're 5 rounds in, but
no, it is too good to be.
Everyone's like had a chance, let's say.
Yeah, you could say that. That was into a full stack with HE on the main smoke. Donk's on 30 health before he sees someone. How the hell? Like, you can laugh at the other players having trouble, but how does he get 3 kills again? How does he do it? Built different, man. Donk 6 and 5. Everyone else 0. And Big, they're going into stacks and they are getting out easily.
And dude, you can see like the comfortability, right? These executes have been brutal. The idea that you're bringing players down to 30 HP, 40 HP in your exec before you even have to fire a bullet is just massive for Big.
Grix's AWP is out now. We're seeing an attempt at mid-control here for Spirit. Donk boosting Magic's up over Sandbags. It's going to play close to the vent. Bit of spam for Big. I'm aware there could be an AWP pre-flashing the B side.
This is a bit more of a standard CT setup too. You go for the double mid control, get a player in the vent, so you got that faster B rotation, and then it kind of frees Donk up to roam over towards A. Now you almost get to play 2-3 on each of these bomb sites, and you still have eyes on mid to react.
See how the other game's going.
Big, just look how... Okay, Blame looks into the flash, but the fact that they're flashing
exactly,
that,
it's good.
they're so
Looks like there's a tick bus on the side.
Not as pretty as maybe you would have hoped, but no punish here.
9-3, I think?
Again.
Looks like a
Donk is a little
9-3.
further back, but he still takes 30. One more.
Yeah, 9-3.
It does miss. Donk gets out for now. Molly pushes Magic's back to B. They can't catch him on his reroutes. Grix has the line. The Spirit smoke it out. 30 seconds, Big. You're going to have to go back into this B split.
Magic's here. Problem is, like, Zontix has been in that position every single time they've gone B, and so they check for it.
All right, Zontix needs a multi-kill here.
Someone else is on the board. Zontix with the first. Now they know where he is. They start to give chase, and Grix has got the cover. Donk dead in rotation. Blame F backstab. Bomb crossing in with 10 seconds left. And there's just enough time to get it down. Grix holding on for this wrap round. And Big still flawless at 6-0.
It's a beautiful game out of Big. You've got to be loving everything you're seeing. If
This
you're
might be a
Big fan right
13-0.
now. They are playing these rounds down to the final 30, doing some really nice executes. The util
Both
is great.
games are pretty
Trading is
one-sided.
fine. There's nothing going wrong now for Big. Grix hitting his shots as well.
Well, I think
So
this is more
excellent
one-sided. The other one's 9-3, but this is 6-0, so guess they're still both 6 rounds down.
Spirit are going to start making plays. They've been very passive in this CT side, right? But I think Big have proven that if you give them the room, they're going to abuse it.
Yeah, not only that, like, eventually
Peaks
you need
this
a
instead.
kind of out-of-the-box idea here. If you just play these standard rounds, as we've now seen 6 times over, Big are more than ready to deal with it. Right, we said going into that last one, it's a bit of a standard mid-take. You get a player in the vent. Big have all the util to deal with that. They're not worried about the standard plays. You kind of have to try and catch them off balance here.
I mean, Big are aware of this as well. Look, their Blame is holding the boost
They
in
brought
middle.
more people over to get naded.
Good one. Nice Molly, man. Magix has to move. They try and bail him out with smoke, but Blame's over the top and the call's been made. Magix has nowhere to hide. They can come through this mid smoke as well if Big want to get Randy. Donk looking to clean up here in middle, but Blame just smokes his escape. All right. One man home.
Oh, well. That doesn't bode well for winning this one, does it? You have dealt with one guy on the backstab, and there's a second coming in. Shiro. Okay, he gets it. That's what matters. Not the cleanest, but still past Tabson. And the follow-up on a Grix. All right, Shiro. Let's see if him and Don can pull this one off. 2 kills from this backstab. The other 2 trapped in at the bomb site. So there's no post plants to worry about here. You're battling forward. Donk dead. Big 7-0.
Wow, I mean, great try from Shiro. The HE to put the smoke up in Grix's face does get him the kill that opens the round, but not going to win this one as Big just sit back in the bomb site. That's the first time they've really been tested in this game. And they come out absolutely fine with 2 players standing. 7-0 indeed. A disastrous start for Team Spirit. If you were expecting a stomp today, I don't think you were expecting it this way. They're going out mid this time. Going quick as well. Magix has no help.
Oh, the util's so good. Like every time we say that, we cut to Blame F getting full flash, but it still is really, really good here for Big. They're just setting such a lethal precedent around middle.
Okay.
Nice shot there from the AWP, and so Tania are able to cut one out of the round.
These
nades will bully him, bring him down low.
Great, Tania needs to run. He is a dead man walking. Magic's still here the whole time. It's 1 HE Molly left, but it's gone back towards B on Tabson and Griggs. Spirit look like they want to bring more men over to fight middle. Zontic's util could go a long way here, so deep nade, Molly to follow, good kill on Fathom. Can Blame F fight his way out of this position? No, he burns alive as well. B has been lost in the downtime, so Big still have a chance.
Yeah, 4v2, best position Team Spirit have been in this entire game. Are Big gonna keep it flawless, or does Spirit finally get on the board? You're telling yourself this has got to be enough. This is a really out there position from Griggs. He's landed a tag. Cross for Tabson to try and hold on to the vent.
I'm scared.
Timing could get the better of him here because that vent play is coming very, very late. Tania not the first to play. Line held by Griggs, swing and a miss. Tabson's got his back. Shiro low. Tabson finished off as the pincer comes in. Ooh. And so it takes them 8 rounds, but Spirit will get on the board.
Yeah, they come from enough positions there that it's just too overwhelming. You can't predict the order in which they come out. So nice trade, Heaven to Near. Very important he doesn't die early. And that is a buzzer beater defuse. Barely got it through. But if Tania plays any earlier, I think they might just lose that round. Nice nades in middle. Spirit returned the favor finally with Mollies and HEs all over the shop. We have 2 spawn cloud smokes. One for the front of B. Oh, it's very nice indeed. It's going to get Big a bit more space, but Spirit still play aggressive. Molly locks out Griggs. He just misses that timing. Now Shiro owns the angle. Not for long. Tries to peek from high. Griggs hits the flick. Zontix holds B strong. So 4v4 and Big are regrouping back on this site. Curiosity costs you.
I mean, if JDC just keeps walking with this in, like, that's the round. Spirit on the wrong side of the map. They're going to add all the little bells and whistles, but this is overkill. They've got the site. Taking a little while to get here, and the rotates are arriving.
Never be sure. Where is Donk is the question for Big right now, but he's back in spawn. That molly. Oh, there's an angle here for Magix. Maybe he can kill this cross. JDC giving the bomb and just makes it in. So crisis averted. I think Spirit know this one is too far gone. I would say, do you agree with me here? B-side cash is very hard retake. Like, got to be one of the hardest in the game. So it feels. It's not quite Dust 2B, but
I think it depends. Like in some like if you have util, yes, it's like if the T's have util, yes, because then they're able to lock off a bunch of the choke points. But
even just coming out vent though, like you say a 3v3, you know, you got sight, you got checkers. It can be really hard to get out vent. Flank not that strong unless you play super late. I've just seen teams struggle a lot getting back into B in even scenarios. Okay, another full buy here off the save. Shira gets his AWP. It's a shame. Shira had the line last round. If he stayed on it, he's going to win that fight. But he goes
jumps
back
up,
out
like
to jump up.
Towards the Shroud boost. Ooh.
Shroud would not be proud now.
I mean, look, considering we... time for Spirit to try and level in and lock in a little bit from their weak performances. Safe to say they're not doing that. This is an all or nothing game.
I'm just shocked the Spirit is still playing highway box, right? It's been so clear this whole game from round one. Big are like abusing this position. They just hit 2 more players with nades.
It's one of the kind of cool ideas that Big have, or like one of the big problems I guess Big are trying to cause, right? With this punishing util in middle. They're trying to make it feel like you can't play anywhere, but you can't give up mid. Especially not because Big have been using it, right? In these B splits. What do you actually do if you don't play the highway box? You don't feel like you can play close either because the molly's wrecking you.
Third HE on highway. Big better be checking their UD on the scoreboard every round because they know they're nailing it.
I mean, they're probably feeling it. When you go into bomb sites and everyone's just dying in one bullet, you know your util is effective.
Okay, it's an A stack, but Spirit have lost this before. Donk is here, so is the AWP at quad. Watch Donk somehow multi-kill his way out of this position.
Full exec. All the util streaming in. Donk burning. Shiro provides a bit of cover. That's let Donk slip back, but they're scaling up over the top. And Donk dead with nothing done. The stack gets dissolved. Zontix does have a bit of a forward position here. No one's ready for this, so Zontix might have something up his sleeve. There's the first. Reaction for Blame F is punished, but he's got it down to a 1v1. Now Magix doesn't have a kill yet, and it's not changing now because Favin deletes him.
Despicable shot from Favin, locked in, but that 4th kill, there's no way he's ready for Magix that far away. Absolutely rips his face off. 4 frags for Favin, and you feel it there for Spirit again because what happens? They have a stack in the right place, they get double smoked, Donk gets repositioned with Molly, he goes to help Shiro backside, Shiro gets mollied, then he gets flashed, then Donk, he's holding the right angle and Favin jumps over the top. Spirit just can't get a read on any of these site hits. They've had stacks in the right place numerous times, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
These are excellent executes from Big.
I kind of hope we see Spirit go back to aggression over towards A. It's like the only time they've had any semblance of map control was on the back of that A push, and they kind of threw it away themselves, right? It's not like Big did anything crazy to go and retake that space.
Look at that.
Right now, the map feels so small for Team Spirit. They can't hold mid, the util's wrecking them. If they sit back, they're at the full mercy of these execs, which are just way too strong. And this B site and any of the pushes have always gotten punished. So it kind of feels like A's your only option.
Shiro on highway now. Luckily he's pushed forward with Donk. And so yeah, close mid. Still gets naded. Can't catch a break, can you?
I couldn't even tell you how they knew to do that one.
I like this angle, though. It's a good way of putting Yorp in play, but Blame is, of course, for some reason, holding that. It's a perfect line. That's a frustrating death to give up for Shiro. I think it's a good play, given how much has gone down in this game, but Big just punish, and look at this one flash pop in. Full blind is Magic's. And I mean, Spirit again caught out of position, right? That's a silent B-pop, something Big haven't even done. They just walk close main with a flash and a molly on the same time.
And dude, don't you just feel how claustrophobic that B site is? Like, it's a very tight setup to run, having two players, especially when you're up against a team that have just been running execs, right? You were at the full mercy of Util. You saw Zontix and Magic kind of tripping over each other in the bomb site as they try and separate. That's actually where Big find the first kill. Spirit just look a little lost right now. Like, you're seeing Big with all these ideas. The game's just flowing. Everyone's hitting their shots. They feel like they can't do anything wrong. I mean, Spirit don't really have from this look, you know, don't have any degree of comfortability.
It's also nice because it's showing that Cash can, you know, a lot of people would expect this to be kind of a brainless aim map, but Big is showing how much thought can go into these rounds. It's not just the calling, like doing good rounds at good times, but it's how much setup these rounds are getting, how much damage they're doing early, how scared they're making Spirit. They're making them play double B bomb side out of spawn. Just a brutal round on B again. And Magic's 0-9. How are you meant to get a read right now? It's 10-1 down. I think we all can feel this game is kind of over. But Spirit must play on. Try and find this one last round of the half. Deep main smoke. A lot of teams been using this, but Big don't care. They just cross through.
It's very brazen. Maybe that's what lets them down. Finally, a trade kill back, but the advantage still with Spirit. Rotates arriving.
What? You're just running and shooting. It works.
Grace over the top of this smoke, but as he's lost the rest of his team, they're in the site, they're in the heavens. Team Spirit will scrape by with 2 rounds on this CT campaign.
2 kills for Magic's there just at the end of the half to avoid a killless half of Counter-Strike. Still not pretty for Spirit, but you do feel like that one is just Big kind of cooling from the score. They go through the smoke. They could have cancelled a couple of times. They still commit. Maybe a bit cocky there. I'm going to forgive them at a 10-2 half. It's a beautiful half of CS from Big on this T side. And Spirit, you know, if they have anything, is now even the time to show it. Dust 2 is Spirit's pick in this series. And while you want to hold a lot of faith for that, it's a map that even Vitality lost to Bait. Spirit struggled against Luminosity. So I'm going to say today of all days, there's no guarantees in this game.
Donk's smiling away like he's been told he's won the lottery or something.
Don't laugh, you'll cry.
I mean...
Oh. Shiro uncrouched at the worst time, but it's fine. It's fine. They have numbers over boost. Big. Spirit seemed very ready for that for some reason. They just walk close middle. Maybe they've done that round before. Spirit full punish. 3v2. Julies are alive.
We say also ending rounds through mid can get real scary. There's a reason why a lot of squads don't do it.
They're going into the stack. Griggs is checking Z. Spirit jump in.
All right. Cool Berettas. They've done some early damage, but Donk quick to silence them.
It's relieving.
And you'd like to think no more worries here in a 3v1. Bomb planted. Magic's with a clean kill to close. Say this about Spirit. They sometimes, you know, they'll get themselves kind of amped up or pumped up using whatever they can. And I think when Magic's gets dealt a straight up disrespectful A hit in the final round of the half, and that's where they get 2. If he was ever going to turn to the guys and say like, okay, now we reckon, it would be after a round like that. I mean, now they've got the pistol. Let's see.
It's times like these
Jury's out.
where you say like, okay guys, they're overconfident. Watch out for it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? They are going to try ego us here.
Like, getting beaten up by a team that's playing super tactically just seems to be more comfortable, have a bigger depth. That's one thing. But the moment they get overconfident, now you want to beat them.
You're buying in very early. Let's see if you're onto something. Big with a force buy. And they can kind of stem any bleeding here by just winning this round straight up. B-stack in play, though. Spirit destined for A. Unless this is a fake out from Tanir, but heavy in middle and heavy up highway. As this smoke fades, the exec comes in. Interesting round here for Spirit, but it's just nobody home to stop it.
Oh, it's top performer Tabson.
How has he gotten... My... What is going on?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, imagine though, imagine, dude. He got so much room there. That's a cool way of clearing A from Spirit. You know they've been working on this map as well, so let's see your audition tape on this T side. Zontix has a Molotov. That would go kind of hard right now. 3 players in Sunroom. It's hot here in Paris. Not worth dying for that. So nobody does. Big no comebacks of any magnitude are possible. They know better than most. Gonna need to lock in come this first gun round.
Really hope that's not the thought they're having. All right, that's nice for Blame F. Saved SMG, put to work.
Oh, we saw bomb A.
Tabs.
Saw bomb A.
Oh, Tabs.
Everybody's moving.
He was so excited when Cash came back. It's just, you know, it's like putting on an old pair of shoes. You just love it. You slip right in. You've already broken them in. You know the map so well.
Oh, no.
Look at this for Tabson.
Oh,
He's done it.
Got it.
Double kill on the backstab.
Well, it's Berlin International Gaming. They don't take card there. It's only cash for Tabson.
And when one squeaky door opens, another closes. Team Spirit, this comeback they were hoping for, maybe out the window. On the back of this 2K from Tabson.
Tabson holding the door. The donk. Still not done with this round.
All right. Donk's clawed it back. 2v2. Bomb still down over here in main. Problem is, Big kind of lent pretty heavy into the defense of this bomb early on, and so now they're paranoid because they've given up a lot of the map elsewhere. So they've only left one guy on the bomb. Donk dead, it's on to Zontix, but he does drag them through into this 1v1.
Don't have time to rotate out. He's checking his flank, but 20 seconds here. What's the play for Zontix? Really? I mean, what do you think?
Through the vent.
Oh,
the full way around.
I don't know about this.
It's going to be close. Stopwatch out.
I think he's got it.
All right. He knows his timings.
That is close. Well played.
Oh, even goes for the ideal plant spot and everything.
No, respect.
All right.
Respect.
He knows. And now he's got a 1v1. Favin can't quite believe that the bomb's gone down on B. Zontix gets aggressive. That's the clutch. Spirit are building in the right direction.
Look, it's only anti-ecos, but they're very confident now after that. Look at that clutch. That's a 2v4.
I'm telling you lose a round. Sorry, you win a round when Big get too big for their boots. And like that's the team you want to be. Think about how many times you've been there yourself. You go, or anyone watching at home, you're playing a game, you're getting wrecked, you're kind of just on autopilot. But then they do something that's like, oh, they're really disrespecting us now. They're really trying to rub salt in the wound. Now you really want to beat them. You refocus.
Man, what a call for Zontix to make that rotation. And also, you know, Donk, massive 3K. Ooh, cancel. Okay, the wheels are not yet falling off, but they're shaky. Squeaky. And this feels far more tense than a game of this scoreline should. Slow and steady here for Spirit. I mean, utility fans, just download this demo, please, because about every nade in the world has been thrown. And our observers are catching all of it. B hit for Spirit, here we go.
There are 3 players here for the big squad. Flame F waiting on the sidelines up there in heaven, still tries to spam Desfaven, and Donk teaches him that's a horrible idea. A clean sweep for Team Spirit, bomb planted, round secured, and this gap is closing.
All right, we got a game on our hands. That was hard for Spirit. You know, the execute is nice, but it's not like they're going in off of a molly or a flash. There actually is a big gap in between when the util lands and when they play. So Big still have chances to win fights there. They do some damage on Donk, but Spirit get out very clean. Up to 6 now. Big having the same trouble Spirit did in that first half. Even when they're in the right place, they can't stop these hits.
I think you kind of had to credit for Big in that first half was the depth of the ideas they had. They had a lot of thoughts, a lot of tricks up their sleeve. You're going to want to showcase something like that soon on this CT side.
Well, yeah, because our problem with Spirit CT is they didn't do anything, right? They just kind of sat highway, they let themselves get naded.
The most tense round we have was the squeaky door push from Tabson. Now, sure, that's on like an eco, and he feels a bit of a degree of freedom to go for something like that. You don't really want to risk these limited gun rounds on a timing squeaky door push, per se. But something aggressive, just to own a portion of the map, would be a great place to start. So let's see if Big are feeling that too. They call a tack timeout here. Because this is not the Team Spirit that were red in the face, 10-1 down with only Donk getting any kills.
They were laughing at halftime. Now I'm starting to see why.
Like I can imagine the exact phrasing of Magic's turn into the gang. Okay. Now we
win. Oh,
well,
sick for Magix.
He would use the worse language, I think. But yeah, Magic's in with an opening. JDC gone.
That was cool. That's a boost over. Luckily for Big, that molly misses. Are they going to boost up? Big are counter boosting. Or Flame in this position. He's not like going for the flank, but he is in a very strong spot. They're still mollying over boost as well. Will miss. But I like that Big have done this. Very cheeky. Could this be the position that catches them free kills? Magic's out middle. You'll clear low. You won't clear high. Flame swings out. Magix does decent damage, but he's going to try and escape here. It's a nade, but it's fine because he gets the fight he wants. Just Faven home. Not for long. The play was there for Big. The Spirit react quickly. The same 2 save again.
The closer you get to a tie game as well, the less freedom you feel like you have, right? Risking on like a a three-man hyper-aggressive setup where you're trying to get in their face, or a little gimmick like the boost. That's all well and good while you're leading and you've got rounds to play with, but those rounds are gone. And if this ends up getting more passive and kind of more standard for Big, you do get nervous.
Round by round.
Now this was a potential 11-1 half for Big Clan.
Oh, nice shots. JDC got stuck on the wall there, I think. Stopped in the open. Blinded. And yeah, nice catch. Right into that lip. Flames through this smoke, and Magic's almost cleared it, but almost doesn't cut it. Flame gets out of there. Can he live this time? Equalizing in a 4v4.
I mean, this here is almost the detail that was missing, right? He didn't have a smoke or any way of escaping. Grix on a very forward line, one that they're not ready for. You got to be quick to pounce here. You don't want him taking too many shots on this orb. Grix trying to evade, ends up getting shut down. And so every edge that Big have been able to find, Spirit instantly respond to. It's a 3v3, and you still don't really have a clear picture as to where this is ending up.
Grix had to fight his way out there. He couldn't escape. That smoke fell way too short. Even without the nade, they were going to catch him. So definitely feeling the pressure now are Big. Blame still spotting middle, but I think at this point you've got to just make the gamble. There's 40 seconds on the clock. Spirit are grouping together. Haven going for an info flash. Spirit don't bite. So he's actually going to rotate out. That might be round if he just gives this up. Sees players crossing. Faven commits to the fight. 1-for-1 is not bad here, but Big still have a tough call to make. 2 nades. Donk is at half health.
Targeting the bomb planter, looking for Shiro. And Molly had actually fallen shy. Might have loved an extra smoke for CT. Still, Donk plays around it, and Shiro's scoped up on this line. It's the late arrival of Tabson, but he's given away his position with the nade, so they know he's closing in. Shiro brought down to 1 health, and as Donk goes forward, it's handed off to Shiro. 1 HP, and Tabson, ring around the roses, finally breaks the silent streak. Big back on the board.
Better late than never, hey. They can still close this game right now. They got a few more chances to do so for Spirit are right there. That was a scary, scary round. So important that Faven gets his one when he gives up that bomb site. I think 3 players in a post plant there would have made that too difficult. They just about squeeze it out with a clutch from Tabson, top performer from that T side. Still going. Breaking the 5-round streak in the second half.
Saw Shiro talking a lot before this round. And so maybe something centered around him looking for an opener on that AWP again. He's over towards B, lobbing in a lurk smoke right now, so nothing super aggressive from him out of the gate. I'll say this, considering we've seen kind of vast quantities of util burned early, both teams are really holding on to it here. You know, we're under the minute mark now. Still have a lot of blocking util for Big. I think you're expecting them to have burnt a little bit more with how this game's gone. Oh, okay, don't love that. They've also got a triple A lean, and with players still outside of this B site, not impossible that you see this turn into a mid to B. 30 seconds as the bomb takes middle alongside Magix.
Vent pop coming in. Favon in a very strong position. They might overlook him if they go too quick. JDC is drawing the attention with that smoke. Favon peeks out with a flash and double kill before the trade comes in. JDC can't do much here, but he is buying time. 10 seconds on that clock as the bomb crosses in.
Oh, Shiro's got to go
as
side.
well. This is a mess right now, but Spirit might be able to sneak it in until that shot connects. Griggs has won the round by dropping the bomb, and that is map point now for Big. Oh, ho, ho. None of that matters. That is a round on the clock from Big. Favon has had some massive multi-kills in this game. Not the highest fragger, but at 4K on the T side, early in that string of rounds for Big, and now getting a double kill here. Absolutely slowed the roll of Team Spirit. 5-round gap. The Big just need one.
Big certainly owe Favon a great deal of thanks, right? Just a number of high impact kills over here towards B. Even the one that kind of led into that 2v2 that Tabson was able to close on.
Oh, high flash.
You hear Blame F? He's jump spotted. You know you've got this timing, and so Donk just goes early. Mid control taken for Team Spirit.
Can you? Oh, don't get spotted. Doesn't want to see the AWP again. Smoke comes down. Shiro picks him, and even though that smoke misses, Spirit just have the numbers here. 5v3, they're going to go through.
No check on forklift. Tabson good for his, but he's lost his teammates now entirely alone. Favon and Magix have traded places, and I'm not entirely sure how. Magix is in Z. So Favon catches them by surprise, but now they realize they let a man slip by. They're quick to deal with him.
Bit of a messy one there. It's interesting how much Spirit are using Highway on this T side, right? There was that pistol, it was that anti-eco, doing it again. Sure, this kill's kind of given to them, but they still wanted to move up there the whole time. They're setting up flashes for it. Important entry from Donk. And Spirit, it's a kind of a hard crossfire to get through as we see, but they're fine to freeze there and let the round come to them in that 4v2. Big broken. Eco time. Tabson with a hero. Spirit not scared at all in this round. Just straight up mid with Molly Smoke. Oh my god.
That's Donk dead. Right off the rip at the hands of a Blame F Eagle, and Tabson's gone back to his signature move. Now if they boost over, oh dear, that's the Tabson hero gun. They're trying to accelerate the pace. Who's been a real nuisance? It's been Favon in so many of these moments. Well, he's rejoining this double stack over here at B. Two pistols tucked in. Spot them both. Can't deal with it. JDC. Only good for the first. 3 more players from Big moving over, and the bomb is here alone. Zontix is so late to this, arriving vent side. Surely it can't all come unraveled up against the pistols. There's a smoke down. Oh, pulling nades makes you a little nervous, but no punish from Big. And how are you meant to get through this? Molly on Shiro. just to buy you a few more seconds. Santic's holding for a swing out. Actually takes it to them. It lines up a double. Left to Tabson, and he can't make it work. What a round out of Zontix.
Yeah, he's again had massive impact in some of these late rounds. He had that clutch early. And that is crazy to see Zontix just take the swing there. That's not really what you expect from this kind of player. Forces all 3 kills in a terrifying 2 versus 4 situation. Spirit pick it up. I felt like the eco was getting ripped out from under them. And Big had more work to do. Only 3 more chances left. Only 2 more 4-buy rounds. Straight out mid here for Donk. He gets his entry, but up top is JDC. And he's not done either. But maybe this map is another 4v2. Tanir got past the orb. Spirit still have a chance.
Look at how quickly Big are rotating, though. They're leaving nothing to chance here. They know this is their opportunity at a knockout blow, at rescuing this game. And it's just Magic's left. A valiant effort at this comeback. They were 1-10 down. They certainly had Big sweating, but if Magic's doesn't clutch up now, Cash falls in Big's favor. Molly forces a swing. No one else from Big reacting yet. It's Magic's dead on that peek round the corner. So finally, Big get it done. 10-1 up. It takes everything they had, but they will lock in the victory on their map pick. Cash goes their way. For Team Spirit, they got to try and find some respite in the fact that they have warmed into this a little bit now. It's their pick of Dust 2 up next. If they want to dodge elimination, they've got to give it their all.
Yeah, they say Cash rules everything around me, or at least in this motion is Big ruling Spirit's number there on Cash. That's because what a result that came real quick and almost nearly out of control right there. Welcome back. Yeah, EWC 26. Pretty good result, pretty good start in this series for Big. Let's talk about it. Jacob Pimp Vinicky, we got Dupree down on his side, and we've got a pretty lovely game of CS if you're a big fan.
I guess Spirit are not done surprising us so far this tournament. Naturally, the loss against GG How, that was a big one. In a best of one, we gave them the excuse, Peter, that, hey, you know, first game of the tournament, it's a best of one. GG How played well. Mirage, blah, 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 blah. We move into the second game of Team Spirit. They beat Luminosity 2-0, but they struggling massively to get the job done, and we think to ourselves,
over already.
Maybe we should pay attention to whether or not Spirit are not really feeling themselves at the moment. After watching Cash Peter, I am now ready to say that they're not looking like themselves. What an abysmal start to the game. What a very poor performance again coming in from a team where it feels like the only player showing up, the only win condition they have is Donk. And I know it sounds a little bit silly to say that, yeah, we know Donk is great, we know he's the best player, maybe Joe talks the game, but it didn't used to be like this. They could remain competitive without Donk necessarily being at his absolute best, but even him playing well is not enough to be competitive against, check notes, Big.
So, big start T-side. They showcase a ton of util prowess. They get to 7-0. Dupree, they're in control at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely in control. Both teams really struggle to find, you know, their footing on the T side, but I mean, obviously, I think the map pays in. I mean, that's one thing that Spirit is not looking great on the map. It's more like the fashion that they end up losing. They had 2 rounds where they would forget that the door exists. Yeah. Like 2 times, Tapson pushes out door, getting frags, and now winning one of them just by, you know, getting double kill the name in, and then he's seasonally control of the bomb. But it's also the stacks they have. Like, they have the reads, they have the right positions, but you just can't put the things together. Like, whenever they're supposed to be fighting and winning off the duels, they just don't do it. I mean, like, Donk is doing everything he can to try and keep Spirit in this one. And yes, I know this is Cash, and it's probably still new to Spirit, but it's the fashion, it's like the lack of overview, and it's the lack of individual prowess that it's just gone missing. And that's worrying, right? Like, Spirit is 1 map away now from being eliminated.
And we have that example, right? Spirit stacks, good read. Donk, triple kill, still lose.
But that's exactly what I mean. Like, the read here from Spirit is perfect, right? Sure, they don't have like a ton of utility or like the right guns, but they have 4 players on this A bomb side. And Donk, you know, he even gets lucky by actually escaping the Molotov, and that sets him up to get like a lot of kills. But then you can see, like, they just look dysfunctional. Like, Donk does everything he can. He gets a triple kill here, and then you have something stuck now on side, hopefully to get something done, gets found out. And if you even look at the scoreboard at this point, the only one on the side of Spirit that actually has any frags it's Dunk.
Yeah.
We're talking about a team that have not put up anything up until this game.
6 rounds, 7 kills total. You know, Suntix got 1, and that's about it. As much as I agree, you know, because I think Spirit played abysmal on this map. And sure, you can blame the map to some degree, but I also do think Big played well. You know, the utility usage, the composure, the way that they were spacing on the map as well. It's clear to see that they've taken this opportunity to integrate Cash into their map pool, thinking, hey, this is a way in. You know, if we make Cash our stronghold, if we make that a super, super strong map, then sure thing, you know, over the next couple of months, you know, the teams like Na'Vi, Spirit, whoever picks up the map, they will even out the scoreboard. You know, they will get better because they're better players, they're better teams, they're better individuals, blah, 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 blah. But early on, this used to be a tactic for some of these underdogs team. As soon as a new map comes out, you jump on the map straight away because you can sort of even out the playing field. And to be completely honest right here, Big were the better team, you know. I know that it got somewhat close at the end of it, 12 to 9 here, but even the round where Tapson is flanking with a 5-7, getting a double kill, Donk and Suntix, I believe it is still winning a 2v4, right? So Spirit could have, I mean, probably should have lost 13-5. It wasn't a close game. Sure, they made a bit of a cosmetic comeback, but that's on the side of Spirit and not Big.
Yeah, that Big drop 1 round. They hit B again. Bing bong up to 9-1, 10-2 first half. The next thing you know, it's a conversation also a little bit about Tapson v Dawn, right? And that's basically all we got from one side.
That's OG Tapson. When was the last time you saw Tapson play this well, huh?
Oh, well, I can't remember, but I know that he has always been like that German player that has, you know, jumped the charts and being the one that could put up the biggest fight, right? And, you know, took a bit of a hit when, you know, he had to be Ingham leader, but still seemingly putting up the effort, right? But the head-to-head right here, you know, like 2 players with, in my book, still very different calibers. Like, you know, Donk is still like miles ahead of Tapson, but it's good to see that the old guy can still, you know, kick a little ball sometime.
Yeah, a great performance from Tapson. As said, we gotta give credit to Big. You know, great performance from them, their team, all the players involved as well. Even when Spirit were making the comeback, you know, you could think to yourself, all right, Big, you've been in a position like this before where you've been up big time and then you lose grasp of the game, you're playing Donk and you start to be a bit nervous, but they got it closed out, Trace, before we got into those, you know, uncomfortable scenarios where you could maybe start to make the case that Spirit could push it into overtime.
Uncomfortable would be me saying Magic's with 2 kills in the first half. Now, what could be comfortable is Spirit washing away what was Cash, and we just move right on into Dust 2.
See, here's the issue, right? Because I firmly still believe Spirit will win this series. I still have them as favorite to win the next 2 maps and progress into the playoff. I don't see them replicate this kind of performance on a map like Dust 2 again, but in my book, they're already lost. The fact that they're in the lower bracket, the fact that they're down a map to Big, the fact that they're 1 map away from being eliminated in a 16-team playoff, sure thing, go ahead and win the next 2 maps, but you're not walking into that playoff with any sort of confidence that you can win the entire tournament. And I know that can change in the blink of a second. You go into playoff and it's all of a sudden a new tournament after a couple of days off, but nobody watching Spirit right now is thinking to themselves, hey, that's a team that can win the trophy in a week's time. You know, that's not installing any confidence whatsoever right now. It's Donk trying to keep them alive, and unless Donk plays well and does too, then who is to say that it can't happen?
Well, like Donk usually shows up. Like, even when Spirit looks the worst, he still seems to be.
He almost lost luminosity on those two, didn't they?
Yeah, I know. I mean,
luminosity.
I still think that Cash plays in massively here. I mean, I think it was clear to see that Spirit had a lot of issues, not only on the CD side, but also some of the T rounds. You know, it did came down to the Y. You know, some of it did really needed Suntix and also Dongyul to bail them out of those situations, right? Whereas Dust 2, you know, we all know how good they are on the map, and then that is also what comforts me a little bit. You know, it's not the first time that we have seen an underdog take a map away from a favorite by, you know, playing this new orthodox map that has come into the map pool in the beginning of a new season. And as you mentioned, Jacob, that is sometimes a very big card that the underdogs can have, that they just put in the hours and, you know, the elite teams haven't. It's not going to be an excuse, because it's more or less like, it's not like Spirit as individuals don't know how the map is designed and how to function out, right? But it's when they get pressured, when they lose map control, when they don't know, they only have maybe like 5-6 rounds, you know, to kind of figure out what to do against a specific thing, and they just couldn't solve that today.
Yeah, not yet at least. Perhaps they get a breath of fresh air. Or did I say that right? A fresher breath air. Whatever. Anyway, maybe they get some of that, and then going into the second map, we get to go to a break. Then we get to jump into Dust 2. We find out if Spirit have any of just that team spirit. We'll be right back after this. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
2 seconds and I'll turn on letter music. Or YouTube friendly music. For a second, Spirit had me going for what I needed. But MMA and then they almost lost the eco, and I'm like, okay, maybe that they're not. They don't have this. I think this is the only one that's going, actually. right now. Oh no, there's still Rocket League going. We could switch to Rocket League after this match. Maybe. I don't know though. We'll see what we do.
Impossible.
Let's see if Team Spirit can come back or if this is going to be a 2-0.
Big have cashed their map pick here in this series and sit only a single map away from the playoffs of EWC. We go to Dust 2, Spirit's home ground, their formidable safe haven. But is it so? Top teams have struggled here in Paris, and Spirit are no exception to that rule. We even saw them struggle to close this very map against Luminosity, of all teams inside of this group stage. Despite Donk showing up, it's not enough. And Big across the board, everybody is here to play. It's been quite a few months from Big, grinding themselves into the top 30, making it to a major, leaving Legacy there in Cologne, and now going on to hit even harder here to punch up yet again. This would be quite an upset for Big. Don't count Spirit out. Donk on Dust, a new map, a Spirit that warmed up come the end of Cash.
Yeah, if you were going to look for some silver linings, that would be it, right? The idea, well, hey, at least they didn't just roll over and die. And down this stretch, Big was certainly getting a bit more nervous. Spirit had certainly started to show some of their expected form. But I don't know, nothing has felt safe, nothing has felt sacred when it comes to team spirit here at EWC.
Recent games on Dust have been good, at least for Spirit, right? When we had Vitality lose this map just yesterday to Bait, it was coming off the back of 3 losses in a row. It was a shaky-looking Vitality who'd lost 4 of the last 8 series. On Spirit, I'd like to think are not in that category. I mean, remember, they just came off a grand final, albeit a loss, but good tournament otherwise. Full focus, Spirit just storm out mid to B.
As I look for a mid to B here, at least that's the outlook from the util and the positioning. There is this triple stack for Big. It's so quickly reduced just down to 2. You're hoping that Blame F gets overlooked. He has been able to strike 1 from the tally out at the car. Good for a double. But it's still that B site falling, and Magic's in position to manipulate these rotates. He hears Tabson bound for the tunnels, knows about a player down here in CT, and they're looking to get rid of Griggs before he gets to play.
Nice shot.
When you see Magic's in that corner, Tabson knows he's been heard, he's been rumbled. So doesn't even give this a proper look in.
Nice close for Magic's, but yeah, Shiro also hits the 2 most important shots. That double tap on window, and then clearing Blame out, who is a couple of kills deep on car, dropped Don coming through the door. So nice shots out of Shiro's P250, save Spirit in this pistol. Good read from Big, but Spirit fight their way out. Force by with 2 scouts and long taken. Blame has some util on A. There's definitely potential on the hold, but you're going to need to nail these first shots, and that will not help your chances. Donk, beautiful tap to Griggs. Blame fighting for the site, has taken 2 with him, but no more. And the flank from Tabson, unable to find success. Spirit getting closer despite some damage. Zontix is lasering these players on A. That should be enough. Trying to bait first steps perhaps, but nobody's biting. Magic's pulls back on low health. Spirit breathe easy.
I think if you're Spirit, you know, you really couldn't afford a slow start here, right? Getting to the comfort of Dust 2, so relieving to see pistol secured, conversion found, chance to go 3-0 up. Because this EWC run has really felt like a fall from grace for this squad. You know, when you kind of look at like the last string of events for Team Spirit, they've either won the event in the case of like an Astana, or you know, lost to the guys that would go on to win the event. Falcons at the major, Mao's in Bounty, obviously, where they played in the final. And even Rio going that far back, losing a Vitality. Like, these are not games that they're supposed to be struggling in. It's a championship level team running the risk of falling in the groups. So I hope this lit a bit of a fire beneath them.
Yeah.
And we saw them smiling and laughing on Cash. as they attempted the comeback, but I hope we get focused faces here on Dust 2. They've dodged the stack in this round. That's no real worries. It will be 3-0.
Yeah, Blame gets to save his M4, give it another go. Spirit, no real reason to risk bodies on the hunt. tabseN's gone overlooked. Maybe could two-tap a rifle out of play, but... Oh, Shiro's got his knife out. He's adjusting his seat. Come on, tabseN, what have you got? He's just waiting until he has the perfect timing. Don't wait too long. It's only Zontic's available now. Fights in middle. Grix is nailing them, my god. And of course, Zontix does jump, but tabseN still converts it. My god, that is an expensive round for Team Spirit. Not sure why they felt the need to hunt so hard. Shiro finds one more, dropping Grix at the end, but Grix has made his money, man. Multiple kills off Scout. Felt very keen for Spirit to go chasing there. They lose a lot of guns. But I guess the benefit is less Galils, more AKs here in this first rifle round.
Shiro has like the dream spawn to hold the mid-cross, so he's going to try and put this AWP to work straight away.
He's holding for the AWP. He didn't take a shot on the cross. Waiting for Grix, who won't bite.
Oh, Donk saying to himself, man, these nades, both maps now, they've just been homed in on him.
I mean, it's Spirit. You know Donk is lower. That's just good prep there for Big.
Donk's the one guy with a Galil.
Bench the whole team.
Oh, he's dead right away. JDC, as they try and pick up the pace. One man's made it past. JDC heard this, but not able to deal with it. Magic's now toying around with these smokes, and in amidst this, players cross pass. Blame F with a freebie. Left to Shiro as the last man, and he's trying to escape by the looks of things. I don't think tabseN's going to let him. tabseN's been very involved on both of these maps, like already being super active here on Dust 2.
Seeing some long pushes out of him as well. It's a lot of fun. Maybe feeling like he has a read on this position.
It's not Shiro this, because that kill now has opened up a route into the bomb site.
Yeah, luckily tabseN's really fast. So as soon as Blame gets contact, not even needed, tabseN's there and locked in here are Big on the board. Not too late either. And, okay, now we go back to the previous round where Spirit hunted those exits.
And lost everything.
And they have no money. So, not really worth it. Which is weird because in the past we've seen games where it's like Spirit don't hunt.
They don't hunt when
and we're
they
like,
should.
why aren't they hunting? But that was not one of those rounds, you know? JDC tagged on the cross. But there's just one AK on Donk. Unbenched the whole team.
It's a little quip there from Hugo.
Yeah.
Not a leak.
Spirit, the master of the mid to B. Always a threat. But it looks like they just want to hit upper. 3 players here.
That flash from Blame F might like feign the idea that you've kind of full retaken this mid space. Sure, they have JDC watching it. That's who the flash was for. But I think if you just heard that in your team Spirit, you're a little bit paranoid. They flashed through, retaken middle. So you're going to try and re-clear with Donk.
Just Donk.
JDC last time, really solid double kill here. This time it's Favin playing for first contact. This has given up the B site. That's going to give rise to a bomb plant, and JDC actually gets dealt with from those players crossing at the door.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, you know, Big think they know what Spirit are doing, and that's why the upper hit's so good for Spirit. It's just one man out middle. Big want to prioritize. Okay, usually Spirit will have 3 players, maybe even 4 players coming out mid to B, and if we can brawl with them, we can win the round, drop the bomb in middle, get support from CT, but Spirit just have Donk there, and so even though he dies for nothing, all his team are getting the space from upper B. Nice hit there for Spirit with pistols in most of their players. Get out with the round. A bunch of upgrades at that, so doing more with less. An expensive loss here for Big. Can't believe Magix gets this kill as well, just jiggling with the Tech 9. Really made matters worse. So already a well-called T-side here coming out of Spirit. Not necessarily relying off of big frags, just putting themselves in strong positions.
I think if you're Spirit, everyone actually quite likes that, right? The idea that it's not taking these hulking individual efforts, you are just kind of outmaneuvering your opponent. Sure, it's a team that very much can win just on direct firepower, but you've seen them go from looking a little lost at the start to now feeling some comfort on Dust 2, which is nice. Nice shot from that Grix AWP, but this short space is not free. Magix thinking he's gonna have a timing there once the AWP drops down.
That's the whole idea from Big. You can see how shocked Magix was on the cam. Runs into 2 players after the AWP drops.
To death like that, you're thinking, okay, they've done their homework then.
Yeah. It's just an unorthodox setup. And actually, Spirit are hoping that they've overcooked with that 5-on-4, that they've reset entirely. They're not entirely wrong, but Big is still playing it safe. Tapson's got this molly. Grix can support with utility. Spirit are executing.
Playmeth first on the scene up from CT. It's Grix and Tabson playing next. And even though Shiro will get his one, low HP on this AWP, not impossible, but Grix doesn't miss. So a pretty clean round for Big when all is said and done.
I mean, yeah, Spirit avoided the stack, but, getting past the cross there, and Blame has a very fast rotation. Big hit all the shots required. Not really a much util to note there for Spirit.
Spirit have put a bit of money into this round. It's nothing crazy, fairly modest. But a couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a few upgraded pistols. So what's Magix up to? What's he cooking? He's thinking about it.
Deep thought. I think Big burn some util.
Yeah, you're just hearing it passively, right? Like all those dollars going down the drain.
Ching, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. That's how money would sound.
Yeah.
No AWP in middle either, so Grix on car, Spirit have a lot of space. They're about to find out. Only Tanir has Kevlar at long. Spirit 30 seconds to pop, and yeah, like 1 or 2 missed shots for Grix, and Spirit get a bomb plant. That's all they want.
One of the best platform for these shots either, right? That's where the little bit of util helps you out.
1Ds can win you this round.
You're going to lose Tanir long, but you still have all of short for this post plant. This is good util to slow it down out of Big. But that bomb is going to go down all the same.
Hard round to lose for Big when they're playing like this. They just got to do it together, time everything well, watch their back for lurkers, and just move up CT. Donk and Zontix with Deagles. What can
Feels
they
like
do?
Big is still paranoid that there's more to this, but it is just 4 players out on short.
Here they go.
So they'll stop holding the extremities now, move in on the back of that Grixor. Donk doesn't do nothing with that Deeg, and it's a clean put down, so 5 alive, but a bomb plant. That's kind of what you said coming in. That's exactly what Spirit were hoping for.
That just reminds me of those early T-side rounds on Cash for Big, where they hit the bomb sites and it is everybody side by side, like nothing, and then 5 players on your screen. Big really good at their spacing in these kind of rounds. So that's just, I think, some credit to Big on how clean they make that. Don't lose a single player. Sure, there's not a lot of threat anyway, but if you do string out, you can lose. So not a single casualty for Big, and their economy is in ship shape. Grix making a play. Tapson through the smoke finds Talia. Big getting crazy in this round. Blame F top mid, Grix lower. Tapson gives up long, and JDC just re-swings. On control, but Tabson still maintains the car position. Donk is walking into B. Can the bomb get out?
I mean, it certainly can.
Hello, Donk. Grix seems aware.
Now the map starts.
Oh, he saw him. No, he didn't see him.
Please tell me Blame F was on his POV.
He didn't see him.
He mustn't have been. Yeah, Donk was on his screen.
Oh my goodness, getting faked out on that long smoke as well. Donk is still in a really committed position. If Big come and clear this together, that's their best bet. But don't count out Donk from doing something disgusting here in mid. Oh. Oh my god. One man goes. Shiro can hold that. Magic's can plant. This is brewing. 2 players. This is happening.
Yeah, this is so tough for Big. They've got layers of lurkers to get through. Shiro Zorb. Oh, that's a really rough miss.
Just one.
One guy's made it through. You tell him. Oh, Donk's dead out here in middle.
Oh no.
These were strong positions, but you had to hit your shots. Magic's at least holds the line still. There's a lot of bodies coming his way. As Magic's left scrapping on his own, Shiro wins his fight back in the tunnel. Tabson, time's low, time's ticking. Molly in at the tunnels to try and keep Shiro at bay, and Tabson, with seconds to spare, he's got it. He has saved this round for Big.
What a roller coaster to think that there's no way Big can win it, to think they've definitely got it back the other way with a 2K from Magix, and still Tabson clutches up backside. Oh my goodness, Big. What a day they're giving us. What a game they're giving us across both these maps. Making the impossible seem possible. They had nothing going for them there. No information, no position, post-plant, Spirit knowing where everyone is. And can you believe Donk doesn't get a single kill there in middle? Felt like the right spot to be.
What is this Tabson renaissance we're having?
He's having a great tournament.
Great series versus Team Spirit.
Oh dear. Oh. Back to pistols for Spirit. All too familiar in this T side. They've been broke many a time.
Big have got to be rubbing their hands together right now. They're in such a powerful position. They've got great money and a chance to sweeten the deal in this round if they're able to keep it clean. You're about to try and take the lead. This is Spirit's go-to. And you would be the guys in pole position and not impossible to dislodge for the remainder of the half. You're going to be buying in every one of these rounds.
It's a really scary game now for Spirit.
IMF has had some great util across this series as well, right? Always being threatening with it, always keeping pressure on. Won't stop this one guy getting out on a mid to be, and they're hoping again that this draws a bit of an overreaction out of Big. Make a bit of room for this short take, but it hasn't. 3 players here. Grixor, and with Blame F to assist. Donk's Eagle. Oh! Donk and Shiro claw it back. Now it's just down to Donk, but he's got hot hands. 2 off this Deagle already. Donk looking for even more. Final kills right there. This was meant to be Big's round. A chance to make money, a chance to take the lead, and Donk's Deag locked out. Favon keeps it in check.
Don't you love how fearless Favon is as well? It's Donk 3 kills in, 3 1-deags in a 1v1, and Favon just wide swings and commits to position. Felt like Donk didn't realize he got out there with that flashbang. Favon, no fear against the world's best, and Big do get rid of that eco. Spirit almost win another low economy round, but not meant to be. Big a timeout to catch their breath, caught off guard. But they are still heading in the right direction. Trading rounds against Spirit. 4 rounds in a row for Big. This is starting to get scary for Team Spirit. This is home territory. Oh, Shiro just killed JDC on the cross. He laughs it off. What else can you do? Hate to die like that. Big have just been fearless with their gambles. 3 strong still on A. They just leave Grix alone. Having the AWP, perhaps giving them some more faith about this B site. But it's very exploitable on a mid to B. There's nothing Grix could do if Spirit go out middle. Or on the long side. Tabson hears him coming.
He's asking for a flash. He's asking to go. There's a lot of dudes around this corner. Block smoke comes in. Tabson leaves it to a bit of spam. Flash again. Tabson playing it forward. Only good for the first, but you get a lot of info from that. You saw a lot of bodies on that smoke push.
This is huge.
Favon AWP, missed shot, and with Donk opening out through short, getting past Blame F. Team Spirit breathe a little easier. They do good on that opening kill, and they will convert on the back of it. A 5v4 from the get-go. And so Spirit tying this game up again.
No point are you out of the woods. Does it feel like in this kind of match?
Oh, you've seen that orb now. You want it. You want it gone. Only way you're going to break Big's money is to stop them on these saves. You want any freebies before the end of the half.
One more kill from Grix is a problem for Spirit as well. Just like that. Sure, he loses his AWP, but Spirit, it's expensive for them too. Gonna need 2 drops here. One player won't have everything. But maybe Spirit felt like it's worth it just to get rid of that pesky AWP. 5-5 now, 2 rounds on the half.
I think it's, yeah.
It's fine if Spirit win this round, right? But that's still the if. Grix still has his AWP. Safe across on middle this time. Spirit straight out long.
These mid walks are something Big. I've attempted a couple of times now. Spirit have always had eyes on it. How fearless Tabson is over here on long. You admire it, but you're also a little nervous because you know that this Shiro AWP is hungering for someone to come swinging out.
I like that molly. Oh, it has set off the smoke though. Gap in that. They're going to have to re-smoke it. Rotate coming in. How's this going to go? Because JDC is up top middle and Zontix is running around. Just about converts that kill. Now Spirit know they're locked in. They have to go forward.
Flash for a peek. Tabson sent through that smoke. Needs to find good damage and a bit of a gap here, but it's down to timings for Griggs. Backstab out of JDC. Two players holding for it. He gets a dink off before he's deleted.
Rough.
And as Favin's getting spammed, trying to extract anything from these very forward positions. They know where Griggs is. Oh no! Don't go giving him this! And he knows he's on for it. Oh, Griggs! What is that?
Round of your life, round of your dreams.
That's something you go to bed and you have dreams about. You're gonna have visions about that play, trying to recreate it for the rest of your life.
Just a single bullet in the air. Two no-scopes, don't hit, two phenomenal kills here. And then Griggs just one-ups it. Single bullet. Get out of my server, Shiro.
I don't believe it.
And now he's picked him in middle.
I don't believe it.
Get out. I am lost for words. Shiro just got humbled. Back-to-back rounds.
What did we just see?
You don't get rounds like that every day, do you?
You don't get rounds like that ever.
Oh.
That was like 0.1% chance things happening back to back to back.
All right, Spirit, how do you keep your head strapped on? Can Donk? No, he can't. His head's off. And Sia as well. Blame does a lot of damage. And doesn't it just feel like this game is meant to be for big? Griggs, miss. Not a problem. Or maybe it is, because Magic's has killed rotation. Griggs, getting caught. Careful, Magic's throwing it back in his face. 2-on-2 now. Full reset long. Low health here, Spirit. They just need instant headshots. Oh, I think JDC. Magic's is so tucked in here. How's he gotten here so quick?
Stuck the whole way. Oh, swing and a miss. And that now leaves it to Tanier.
What's he got? Plants for long.
And he's stuck fighting here. He needs 2 clean kills. There's no taking this to time. You just got to win the fights, and that second one comes up shy. Defuse in for Favin, and Big with a winning half on Spirit's map pick.
Just a sickening game out of Big here. I mean, Spirit won a couple of low economy rounds in this half. They didn't really do too well with AKs. They didn't do too well in these gun rounds. I'm sad they didn't really touch the mid to B. It got them in the game early. They moved away from it very quick. And it was their most successful round. Sure, there weren't many of them. It was 4-1 off the start. But that is really rough. I mean, Harry, the last 4 rounds, the Big one in that half were 1v1s. You just feel like, you're a millisecond away from taking this map. And now Spirit are down 2 rounds at halftime. 4 huge clutches for Big.
We all know the clutch we're thinking of. Dude, this Big team are great. At the major, they gave us the insane comeback. Now you got this Griggs 1-on-3.
They got such good long spawns. Okay, they won't take it. Spirit running up mid.
It's just a big content farm. And Spirit don't want to trifle with that. You see players holding, decide to call it off.
Okay, running around to near. No support here. Needs something good. That's a start. Tabson. Sickening shot. 2 more on the corner. Swing together. Jumping court. And Shiro's got 1 more. But reload is a problem. It goes both ways. Griggs turns around and taps out 2 more. This kid is nuts. 3 headshots. And Big take the pistol.
I don't believe it. Griggs is having game of life.
What is it with these young Orbers on Dust 2 at this event? Sizzy did it to Vitality. Griggs is doing it to Spirit. These rounds are so punishing. Spot.
I can't imagine it. I can't believe they haven't called a timeout for him at any point. He's just going round to round to round. How don't you have endless adrenaline right now with these moments that Griggs is having?
Where are Hallie's timeouts as well? You got to wonder, right? Like, these rounds have been so close. Really frustrating rounds to lose.
It's just.
Griggs might actually be the main character, and I think when you see him winning rounds like that, and you're big, how doesn't that pump you up? You know, how doesn't it feel like this is just meant to happen? That's got to be the vibe that they're all feeling. Oh, he's just nailed Donk through the box.
See, the worst part about that, like, great, okay, it's that game, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Big. We've missed you. Boy, is it good to have him back.
And Walt Habson's just been playing out of his mind as well in both these maps. Played a great T-side of Cash. Blame called some beautiful rounds. And Griggs is the main character here on Dust 2. There is that Spirit timeout, second called here. Hallie on the mic.
Just think about like the stark contrast as to what the vibe is in these two teams. For Big, you know, eyeing up a playoff run all the way from the open qualifiers, by the way, right? Yeah. The idea that they've been grinding, this is what it was all for. Play through, you've been out here in Paris for a week. This has been the one thing on your mind. And in the game that gets you there or sends you home, it feels like Counter-Strike just wants it to be you. For Team Spirit, they were front runners to be a contender for the trophy. They were meant to be one of the three big dogs fighting for the trophy in EWC, and they're staring elimination dead in the face.
Yeah, make no mistake, 4 rounds away from Spirit going home here in Paris.
How much luck he has, I'm surprised he didn't pull a trigger.
He came off the back of a grand final. Look at the util. Spirit have nothing. They got 2 smokes and a molly and an HE. This is the first gun round, and it's coming at a cost. Tania struggling. Got to hold down long.
All right, keen double kill out of Tania. That is going to pull Shiro over to lend a helping hand, and they've at least shut down this long play. Oh, Griggs. Oh, buddy, don't do it to him again. How much BS can one guy pull off? He's got JDC still in this round alongside him, and they're telling themselves that no round feels impossible. Oh. Swing out, they've caught Donk in the open. This was meant to be Spirits all day. This was a scout and a wounded JDC clawing this one back. And now they say, Zontix, bud, you want this? Come and get it. They've got no reason to go swinging into him. Zontix hoping that eventually, you know, nerves get the better of them, that they'll count down 3, 2, 1, give him the fight. That's not happening. Zontix dead. Griggs can do it all. Big can't set a foot wrong.
That's a perfect peak for Zontix to isolate the fight. He's got Griggs crouching on the safe plant, and Griggs just insta-kills him. Both players in the red. Not a problem. Tania 5v3 this round. Shiro made it 4v2. And then boom, JDC and Griggs just happen. And it does feel like there's nothing you can do about this game.
Oh, that time he pulled the trigger, but I'm surprised it wasn't just a headshot. It's been getting, like, the last like 3 rounds, it's just been like just luck.
Big are looking for another miracle run. A team that many said fluked their way to a major, that farmed lesser teams to get VRS, to get to Cologne. Well, now they're doing it against one of the world's best. cheap. Order of the day. 3 strong are Spirit, just pistols.
All right, they lose
Nice
JDC
nade.
early. They are going into this stack. Dong Steagle put down. Grix. Oh, buddy. He's at it again. Dead after the double. It's left to Favin. 1v1 now. And Shiro had the option of grabbing his weapon of choice, but instead he's played for the space. He's closed in quickly out towards the double doors. Favin dead as he rounds the corner, and so Team Spirit, low econ round, picked up and going their way.
Oh, you got to give it to Shiro there. That is a ballsy call to make. To not go for the orb, to not go for the position, hold the window, to walk up with a P250.
Feels like it worked massively in his favor as well, right? Because Favin is anticipating the AWP on a long sight line. You even see that with the util he's throwing. Okay, it's a big step in the right direction for Team Spirit, but they've still got one hell of a journey left.
It has to be the fire starter here. Shiro triple kill on the P250. And Spirit, the chance to break Big's money here and now. Is that round the turning point here for Spirit?
Yeah, I think also, you know, like sometimes when you're in this flow state and everything's just going right, it's hard to go back to, and you really want to, right? If you get offset in a couple of these rounds, if you take a couple of stumbles, that's sometimes where you see this momentum just die out completely. Not saying it's happened yet. Grix is still 21-8. Big is still in the lead.
No matter what, he's got his AWP, and so Big are banking on it in this game. A bit early. Big not there yet. ADC behind the smoke. Holding for long control that's not coming. We've got Tania locked in. In and off angle.
He better be locked in, because he is fighting here, right?
Hey, he got 2 last time. New position for him. Shiro not supporting, has 1 flash. Oh, easy, you'd think, but JDC wins the spam battle. Tania's time to shine.
Multi-kill in this position last time, gonna try and do it again. Grix goes hunting on that AWP for Shiro, but can't quite find him, and that just lets Tania feast. Flame F claws it back to a 1v2, but 15 seconds, there's no winning this. And so another great hold out towards the long side from Tania.
Yeah, felt like there were chances there for Big. I mean, Grix almost got a shot on Shiro, who was looking the wrong way. Flame plays a little bit earlier as well. Players open in CT, but no success on long. As Tania does his job, you know, he had 6 kills just 3 rounds ago. He's had the double kill at long, sure, in a round they lost. And now the triple. Very important output from Tania. In a position with almost no supports. Got 1 flash off of Shiro, and boy, did it work. So now Big broken. Blame on the save. Everyone else full eco. Blame just gets out. I don't think they know. I don't think they know. Okay, Tania's gonna check it. Phew.
I think he knew.
I don't think he knew, but you just check everything. Just to make sure that if someone slipped your net.
That would be embarrassing.
But he didn't see them. Okay, awkward.
That's fine. Don't see it. It's all contained. It's all controlled. Team Spirit continue closing in on a tie game.
Donk's still smiling. Spirit is still dangerous. We were riding the roller coaster, Harry. We were ready to call this a game. But Spirit winning that eco round. Now it's 3 straight.
I think it's just like, you know, you lose a couple of rounds like this and it kind of forces you to start respecting the moment a lot more. Everything was just flowing before, right? You were just doing. You're hinging on every word of the calls. You're very communicative. You're in that flow state where everything feels effortless. But now this is going to take a lot of effort. I hope Big don't start overthinking, because it's very easy to do that in these tense positions. You can feel the lead getting away from you. You can feel Spirit breathing down your neck. They are getting closer. The onus is on Big. to put a bit more distance between themselves and Spirit again. No AWP in play for this big T side.
They want to end B. Lesser weaponry, lesser utility. Feels like a perfect storm, but Magix is hedging his bets. Cat is quiet. No util has been used. It gets reblocked. Big put a lurk smoke down on this site, and looks like they're going to go pretty early in this round. Minute on the clock, they're out middle. Magic's keeping the pressure on. Only Zontix on this site, but he holds strong. Span comes in. There's the flank from Tania. He is having one hell of a recovery. This is the Tania show, set up with a double on the flank, and Grix has got to save, or at least battle his way out of this round, because Tania is looking for another triple kill. Right behind him, Grix has nowhere to hide. That smoke is not stopping Spirit, and so Dog makes it so. My god, Tania has leveled up in this game. He had 6 kills. He's now up to 15 in the last few rounds. Triple kill, double kill, and some change.
And just what a perfect time for it, right, for Team Spirit. Have him doing this. He's been handed a number of long plays. Even when they try and put distance between themselves and Tania, he's still getting involved.
For Spirit,
and they really needed him too, right? Like this, there's been a series in which Magix, Zontix both had their struggles. Zontix had some important rounds on Cash, but hasn't really factored into this one. Donk, his stats a little inflated after that mowdown versus the Glocks in middle has been largely irrelevant.
I mean, his best round was the 2K on A side before Grix got that no-scope round. I thought Donk did, he had a phenomenal round there. Saved them from a rough situation, only for them to go and lose. So, been relatively tame as Donk in this map. Wasn't the case on Cash. Was the front runner. But Spirit is still here.
I see a Grix scout.
I see Tania on long.
True. Clash of the Titans.
Flash dodged. Tania goes back for more.
He ain't backing down from this. Tania only deals in 3s. Has Grix pinned in behind the blue bin and a teammate nearby. He's fighting this every step of the way. Shut down to the short take. And Blame F, 1v3, 35 seconds. They know where he is. There's no winning this with the bomb down on long.
Save is fine, really, for Blame. Would love another kill to keep the damage up, but at this point, Spirit is so rich. And they're believing in this comeback. This is a 5th round in a row for Spirit. I think you've got to give, Spirit win this game a lot of credit to survive some of the things that have happened to them in this map. They felt out of commission. This was 10-5 down. But Spirit have persevered, and now the score evens up. And it's Big who are feeling the pain. Do Big have anything in the pocket here? They need multiple successful gun rounds with how rich Spirit are. Can't fluke your way to a win at this score. Warp is close, ahead of the Molotov, but Shiro nails his shots. Not again, Tania. Oh, he's dodged that molly at least. But look at how keen he is to get involved. Backing himself. Not a pickable position here, really. Smoke comes in on B. Grix can't get another kill. He's had 3 rounds with deaths without a kill.
I'm worried it's feeling a bit like that cooling off, right? And now you're desperately chasing the high again of where you were.
He's a kind of limp face as well, right? You're trying to make it look like a mid to B, but they're going for this A split. Lane moving pretty quick. Gonna bail. Long control. AWP out middle. They're all over the shop. The Spirit don't know right now. They're gonna get peeked at long. Shiro just gets on that angle in time. 20 seconds. This is petering out.
Oh, good timing for Favin at least, but he's really got to get a move on. Blame F with another. Grix, a dead man, out alone in middle, and trading places around this smoke. Magix gets in behind them. That's a double on a platter for Magix. Team Spirit into the lead as the cracks are showing for Big.
Yeah, they've run out of steam. They definitely cooled off, missing some shots, missing some timings, can't find opening kills. Spirit not afraid at this point. Tanir making plays still. And Shiro definitely has stepped up in this map when you compare it to Cash. You know, this is Shiro who got jump shot in that 1v1. They got insta-AWP mid-doors. I felt like he was going to be in trouble here, but great recovery alongside Tanir. And the Spirit show resilience. So credit where credit is due. Two rounds away from taking us to Mirage.
It's a real test to your composure. Spirit have leveled up. Started with Tanir and Shiro, but now you're getting more mileage out of everyone. And for Big, you know, they're sitting here thinking that this last week of playing, they don't want to leave it to the chance of a third map. They don't want to leave it to the chance of Mirage. Especially not when you had such an opportunity on this second map.
Get out. Blame tries to chase there. Almost catches players. Big fail from what looked to be a B hit. 3 players coming back down lower.
Yeah, you saw 2 guys cross on the B hill, right? So you know there's a bit of a B lean right now for Spirit. You see that Shiro's quick to try and undo this. And as they hear him shuffle back in mid, they may just look to recommit to this B hit after all.
Spirit have shuffled indeed with no utility left in this round. Gonna need Zontix and Donk to hold strong, and these 2 players have been struggling in this CT side. Donk with the AK at back plat feels like a dream. It's the pressure of the mid to be gonna be overwhelming as Blame goes charging. Magic stops him. It's up to Donk and Zontix.
Mid component getting dealt with. Donk, quick work made over the tunnels push. Grix does what he can, but it won't be enough. All in vain. Team Spirit, map point.
And if you're Donk, you're probably thinking, that's the round I've been waiting for, man. Just dry fights, just people peeking me. Some actual duels in this game. Has no problem winning that out on B. And what a run of rounds for Team Spirit. 7, looking for their 8th in a row to end this map. Grix, one final try. Shiro give him the chance. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's a reaction from B-Hill that JDC is able to punish. You get rid of Donk. Surely you got to be thinking about this B here. Zontix has not had a kill on this B-bomb site. Tania again, hoping to come through with some long doors aggression. But in a 4v5,
he's doing it.
Gotta pick his moment very carefully, and he does so right as they've departed. Tania, man, he was the guy who started this entire streak for Team Spirit. It was his reactivation coming alive, and now he's got them in the palm of his hand. Deals with the Grixorp.
Jigs up.
You see that kill come in, you know you're rumbled in this round. You just got to commit, trying to come through the smokes. They go right in as Shiro. Zontix there fighting alongside him. Tabson and Blamer fighting a losing battle as Team Spirit, against all odds, are able to turn this one around. Dust 2 secured, and their campaign at EWC not yet over. The score's going to be settled on a deciding map. We're going to Mirage.
Needed it,
Not bad.
had to have it, and we're definitely going to get it. Mirage to separate them, and of course, a couple question marks. There was the big that showed up, showed us what they had in this series, and then Spirit with the swift response. But as it stands, yeah, Mirage to settle the score here between Spirit and Big.
If anything, there was some resilience coming out of Team Spirit. It wasn't a great performance. It wasn't them playing up to par, but they stayed alive for long enough, Peter, in order to make the comeback and force this series into a third map. Again, I gotta say, Spirit are far away from playing like the team who came into this tournament ranked #1 in the world on the VIS standings. So far, they've looked like a shadow of themselves, but this time around, at least they got the job done. At least they got the win here in Dust 2 to give themselves, I guess, another chance of getting the job done on Mirage, but oh my, that's not pretty.
Man, this series just keeps on giving, right? You know, it's almost like this series deserves to have a third one, you know, because both teams are like fighting with tooth and nail to show who actually needs to advance in this lower bracket. And, you know, as you just, like, Griggs had some incredible moments for this game, right? Blamev had some incredible moments. We say Donk doing, not up to his part, but still keeping Spirit alive in the fashion that we know he can do it, right? But no matter what, we still look at this series thinking, man, we want more out of Spirit. But then again, I think I saw a little, like, they woke up like throughout this series. Like, they woke up also in their body language, like their communication. They were like, they started to scream a little bit when they started winning rounds. It's like the pressure got to them. It's like they realized that we're at a point now where we can be eliminated, guys. We need to step up right here.
It was 10-5. It was 10-5 for Big, second map, you know. So, yeah, as you said, Peter, 3 rounds away from being eliminated, but they stepped up and, you know, credit where credit is due to Shiro as well. We've been calling him out a little bit for having a slow start to the tournament. Again, small sample size. This time around, though, on Dust 2, he came alive when he was needed the most. And also, Peter, as you said, you could clearly see the body language, the player cams.
And it matters a lot.
It matters a lot, you know, because they are well aware that had they lost this game, you know, not only does it mean elimination from this tournament, but it would be straight up embarrassing for Team Spirit to lose in this fashion. So good on them for staying alive and good on them for pushing it into Mirage.
Well, you know, that's the whole body language thing is actually something that I've been aware of when I'm looking at Spirit, because not too long ago, Donk was actually asked, why did you seem to have calmed down a little bit, and you're not like yelling at the same kind of, you know, moves and whenever you get like kills when you win rounds anymore. And he replied that he just, you know, yeah, well, he grew up a little bit, Nobi. It's not like the jitters of playing T1 is not the same anymore. But I actually kind of miss that a little bit on the Spirit side. You know, it's not like they celebrate that much anymore when they win these type of rounds. So there's just a lot of things right now that in the Spirit camp seems to be a little bit flat, right? But they still get the job done, right? But it's just not in the conventional fashion that we want to be seeing.
No, it does leave a little bit to be desired a lot if you are, you know, looking at the scoreline of this matchup. You know, because about 6 months ago, this wouldn't have been the case.
No, it wouldn't have been the case. Like, this is on paper a mismatch. It's not a game that is supposed to be close by any stretch of the imagination. But that's again where we got to give credit to Big. I think on Cash they were the better team. They played well. On Dust 2 as well, I think there was a bit more of a mixed bag here. I think we may as well, and I'm going to take over the production here, maybe throw them under the bus, but let's just run the Griggs highlights. You know, round 11, Griggs highlights. Peter, he played incredible, you know, incredible Counter-Strike and pulled off some crazy moves in this game. Round 11, and AWP stuck in the corner. I don't know what the hell Donk and Tania are doing, but he gets away with 2 no-scopes, and then he does a jumping AK-1 bullet on towards Shiro. We get it from his point of view as well. You know, fair enough for being aware of it. Switches to the AK-47, goes for the jump, and somehow, some way decides to click mouse 1. I think most players will be jumping, spot the information, be like landing, and then swing out and try to go for the kill. For whatever reason, he believes that he's going to hit that jump shot, you know, which you do, 1 out of 1,000 times?
And it's these situations where you then think that Spake's got it, right? You know, like when they pull off stuff like this, when they can win 1v3s like this, surely this is what's going to carry them, you know, to the victory, right? You know, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. And then we'd be thinking, oh, Grix did all this for nothing, right? You know, sure they do go into the third one, but with his performance, you know, he's one of those upcoming talents that you also gotta be paying attention to. And I think his time over in Heroic, you know, was looked upon, you know, in I wouldn't say in a dirty way, but it just didn't really pan out the way that both teams wanted it. So, you know, it's good to see that he gets a little bit more attention coming into it.
Speaking of dirty, that was just a dirty clutch, you know? And it's kind of dirty also that Big doesn't really capitalize on it, you know, because that was round 11. They go on to win the final round in the first half as well, 7-5. They win pistol, they convert. They're up 10-5 at that point, right? If you ever had Spirit down in the dumpster, if you mentally could have cracked them, it would have been at this moment, right? Yeah. But they managed to come back.
Yeah, they managed to come back. I think we flip this conversation around and start talking about, now that we've arrived at Mirage, we can kind of flow that right in here as to how we think this settles. I mean, it's not a best of one per se. Yes, we have even the score though in a best of 3 series.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, right? You could stand here and pretend that we know exactly what's gonna happen, but I think Spirit have shown us so far in this tournament that it's unknown, you know, what version of Spirit that would show up. Donk has had a great tournament so far. The one map where he's not firing on all cylinders, that was on Dust 2 right here. That's the one they end up winning. So it's a bit of a weird one, to be completely honest. I'll zoom out and say it like this, though. I can't see a world where Spirit are not getting it over the finish line now. Now they got the W on Dust 2. They're pushing it into Mirage. As much as I've liked what I've seen from Big so far in this tournament, and as of recently leading up to this tournament, there should be a clear disparity in both skill, you know, Vista, team play for that matter as well. We're talking about a team that is built to win trophies. We're talking about a team that has Donk on it, and we're talking about Big, who, what is it, 3 months ago before Cologne, you know, were irrelevant. Nobody were talking about them. They were just playing tournaments. Nobody were really watching at a high level. So it should be clear cut as it is, but anything can happen with Spirit at the moment.
Can't believe you said that other game's name like that on this broadcast. I'm certainly appalled. And I'm just kidding. I don't actually feel that way. What I do feel like doing is going to a break, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We do have Mirage to separate that, to find out if Spirit are going to stay alive here at EWC or if it's going to be Big Clan. We're only going to find out, though, when we return from this. You're watching EWC 26.
I haven't really talked in the stream, but it's been hard to actually talk because it's like how Overwatch, I understand the game a lot better, right? But CS, I'm not like, I don't fully understand. Like the nades are great, are big, and like the and man, that was really lucky on like the big. See what else happened in those games. Alright, let's pause the music. Get back to the actual game.
Spirit are still here in Paris. Somehow, some way, 10-5 down in the hole. They pull it back despite the life game from Grix. Big felt like they had this game in the palm of their hand, clutch after clutch, round after round, and one hell of a lead all evaporates in front of our very eyes. And now we go to Mirage, where anything could truly happen.
Well, it's kind of a full circle moment, isn't it? Because this run started for Team Spirit with a shocking loss to GG How. And what was the map? It was Mirage. And now Mirage is the map that decides their fate, whether they go into the playoffs and we're able to stay alive and battle through. Sure, they look shaky, but they get there. Or they fall out in shocking fashion at the hands of Big with back-to-back upset Mirage losses.
Yeah. Really impossible to know at this point. Spirit have just been so up and down inside of this series, right? They've had 2 terrible first halves and 2 great second halves. Even though they lost out on Cash, definitely showed a better game come their T-side. And really hard to know what we're going to get out of them come the tail end of this series. Playoffs on the line, elimination alternatively. And a Big, we're no strangers to this map either. The Spirit have definitely had more success on it. So it leaves you wondering, was that Big's best chance back on Dust?
God, just a set piece in this pistol, util in towards the A site. It's 2 players back here at CT for Big. Tabson finished off right away. Donk hoping to take some space here and rob CT. They overlook Bricks, but
someone cleared it.
Get one shot at Donk, and if you miss it, turns on a dime. Griggs' his pistol over.
Donk's just jumping corners, man. No one even checked him. Griggs could have held that shot, but bit of panic there, and it's going to put Spirit with a pistol. Big just trying to break some Kevlar on the way out. All spies have been minimal in this series, or comes to the success at least. All pistols converted. Oh, that's sick. Quick tag for Favin on the front of Van, and then Grix finishes it off.
I feel like this half feels very important for Big. CT side is where they do their best work here. You know, we did see that at Cologne, obviously, in the famous 0-12 comeback win in 16-12. But it's a trend that's kept up and followed them ever since. They have to do a lot of the legwork in this first half.
This is getting weird. Magix gets caught, 2v4, and we just said no force buy is a bit of problem. This might be where it starts. Spirit takes space back. This is a really good push here into the market. Zontic's clearing it out entirely. Now they're going to know everyone's coming from short. Shiro's going to need to hit some shots.
Zontic's hoping to take first contact, but it's left all on Shiro. Wraps around behind him. Shiro's quick. Defuse being held, but it's the low player defusing the cover in from Grix.
Stripe.
So no crazy, miraculous 1v4 for Shiro means Big steal away that force buy. Competitive from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the CT-sidedness of Big on this map, and the numbers back that up more than you would expect, right? In the last 3 months, they've only won 30% of their T-side rounds. Hails to the 54% of CT rounds. Of course, that NRG game, I'm sure, is doing some lifting in the stats, but they still have 8 games played, and a lot of losses in there. However, won it both times in the open qualifier. So maybe something they've been working on. That is one way to start your third map. Or spy, put Spirit on their ass. Got a Khalil and a Scout.
Good flash play between Blame F and Grix.
I think the worry because of those stats is like, even if Big kind of smack this half, I'm never going to feel like they've won the game until they do. Especially after Dust. Ooh, Scout tag on the AWP. Man down, but they get into the window. Nice check for Donk.
Yeah, if there was one player JDC is really hoping doesn't come around that corner, it is Donk. Just deletes him in a millisecond.
Cat is the move here. Zontis can play late. Blame is starting to cheat over to B. 20 seconds with the resmoke con, it kind of gives up the aim of the game. Spirit need to go.
There's the spot for Fabin, still the Shiro Orb, able to get rid of him, and Donk just on a tear to start Mirage.
Yeah, they're saving. Zontic's not even needed on that flank. Just picks up the AK, gets out. Spirit win it off of the entries.
And I know Big just got here by winning a force buy of their own, but they have a very potent reminder of how important these rounds are. It was losing one of these that began their downfall on Dust 2 when they were up against the Pistols. Gave enough time for Spirit to get back online, and so this one ripped out from underneath them. Going tit for tat to start Mirage, and when you're really banking on a strong CT half, this is the last thing you wanted. Zontic's even able to remove an extra gun at the end.
And a strong start to this map for Donk, right? 2K the pistol, 2K in this gun round, this forced round. You know, he went a bit missing last map. The numbers won't really say that because the last few rounds he had a couple multi-kills, but found some ecos towards the end. He had one big B-hole with a 3K, but he wasn't his usual self, I think you could say, on Dust. And now he started very strong, so that is massively reassuring here to Team Spirit.
Yeah, he just felt average, but not average by his standards. Like, average is a, you know, player-wide, yeah.
Oh, this is a nice spot to be, but a missed shot for Griggs. They go charging. Tabson knows there's one more.
All right, Tabson, roll back the years, but Don in the AWP. Oh, the flash for Tabson. Moment he gets vision back, it's all guns blazing, Burns alive. Zontic's coming through this smoke, and Shiro here to back him up, but they don't know about Fabanos, so you thought. Zontic's with a wide swing, made it look like he knew the whole damn time.
Locked in, Zontic's. Couple of big rounds in this series, couple of very impressive rounds, and that is one more to the tally. But when you kill 4 players on the A site, you can expect a 5th. Still a great shot with the Tech 9. What that could have been if Rix hits his opening kill, though. And Spirit look like they just want to keep pummeling this A site in the anti-ecos. No stack is too much to deal with. Zontic's. Oh, he's had a few taps, not even necessarily today, but in their previous games against Luminosity.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Magix should be dead, but oh, checks his flank. Oh, poor Blame. And Spirit is just rolling over them, but here come the guns now for Big. Delayed gratification.
And really, there is a lot of pressure on this rifle round. Yeah. Like, if you lose it, Spirit already have a great T-side. It might already be too far gone. Like, I don't want to sound the alarm bells too soon, but
GG on round 6.
It's just that there's a lot of pressure here, because if you lose it, suddenly you're in that really vulnerable position. You're waiting, you're going to bring the guns out, and you're just going to feel like the game is so quickly slipping away from you.
Especially on CT side Mirage, where, as you've highlighted, they need a good run. CT side has been woeful. So here we go. All the pressure on. Momentum for Team Spirit. Quite a flash. They get past that molly and under, but I think Grix is aware. He's going to choose to back up. Meanwhile, Magic sits on that short smoke, so good punish very quickly. Boosting near window side, Grix big kill.
Yeah, but now Donk making his moves out through the connector. Getting sandwiched between short. Donk is still in the picture, and he's got a teammate wrapping this AWP, so as long as he stays alive, Tanir's going to open a back door. Gets his one. Shiro to play next. Donk dead down here in the connector. The bomb is going B.
Okay.
Zontix has drawn this one out of Magix's playbook.
Yeah.
And with the game he's having, might be the guy to hand a clutch off to.
They can run really fast. Maybe Tabson hangs around, but Shiro's holding this. He's under the scope. Shiro just doesn't want to die, but Zontix also can't afford to. He doesn't know about that second player. He's 1v1 on this B side, looking the wrong way. As he backs up, gets to good position, but JDC has done the same, shifting into this site. He knows he can't be far.
Running now and closing in. got a beat on Zontix's position and just chases it.
Yeah, I think someone makes the call there. No kits. You know where he is. You just got to get him. Low health on Zontix. No fear for JDC. Big triple kill. Zontix finds the gap, but Shiro could not hit his shots on A.
It's an important round win, but the pressure never goes away for Big. They're still close to a reset. They could still have their money broken here with only 2 players getting out of that last round, so the threat is still very much alive. It's a pretty baller move from Tabson, right? Getting that kill and then just taking the space.
Yeah.
Playing right through even though he's low on health.
He's not even using the bug. Respect. Oh my god. This guy doesn't need help. Shut down. 2 from Tabson, 2 from Favin.
Paying it forward from Krakow all those years ago. Shiro on the walk down through lower. And just looking to save. But Tabson's been on the warpath this whole round.
Don't know yet, but JDC can swing off Favin. Hello? Oh. Unlucky. Favin triple kill, puts Big back on the board. Looked a bit too easy there for Big. Just disrupting pushes. Spirit not able to throw any nades.
Interesting there, it's a timeout, but it's Magic's doing all the talking. Hallie non-verbal in that first timeout. As Magic's tries to offer a take with this partial buy.
We got a little pop, huh, do we? Something in the pocket.
See what he's come up with. But a timeout to try and outline a call in this round. 3 strong, 4 big. And Greek's AWP gonna start things off. Tabson here alongside him. Whatever the idea was, it's not panned out for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the mid-util they threw didn't really change the setup at all. Big kept 3 players on A. They have a site player, CT AWP, and stairs player. So whatever Spirit did was not enough to put any doubt on Big. Especially on a low economy round like that, Big not really expecting a big take. So easy shutdown.
5 alive round does give you a lot of comfort here on this CT side.
Yeah, can recover from this back and forth beginning. It's important unbelievable stuff here for Big.
Absolutely no questioning how much Tabson wants this win. Guy has been in fantastic form all day. I know Grix became the real guy in the limelight, the one under the spotlight after the Dust 2 clutches, but Tabson has just been a consistent force to be reckoned with throughout the entire series. He's also had a number of key clutches, even thinking back to Cash all those hours ago.
They missed that top mid smoke? No, it looks fine. Nade's ready for blame. He loves spamming nades under. Mid conceded. Big don't really have eyes on. Shira's all holding for a window peek. There's the nades. And they're pretty damn good. He's got one more. Give it a few seconds and baited right in. 14 health on Tania. Worth.
Oh. Thought it looked a little shallow there from Donk. That smoke bounces right out the window.
Tania's hard pressed to play here. He kind of has to bait in this position. He's so low. Spirit need the entry on B, and Grix is locked in on the line.
It is only him here, though, which could give you a bit of concern.
Especially with Zontix now taking Apartment's control. He's going to flash short, get them around this corner. Will that give it away to Grix?
Here's the pop. Grix gets one. Shiro's AWP next up. And with Grix holding down over towards his B side, Shiro feels like he's got to get a move on. A little hop, skip, and a jump to get him up through the short side, but there's no getting past this entrenched AWP. Grix has done enough. The one-man hold, all it takes to stop Team Spirit in their tracks.
I love that he locked in their backside. He gets 2 kills. He knows the bomb's loose, and he knows the AWP is short. He just doesn't re-peek. He doesn't give Shiro anything. Shiro needs that kill there to get his teammate interested. And no frag given away. Grix alone on this site. And it did feel like throwing that short flash, which makes perfect sense. You know, it's a good flash to catch a player on the corner bricks there, but Grix immediately reacts to that. Had a great game. Spirit trying up the ante, but that molly gets in the way. Zontix hands over his saved AK to Donk. Tried to play with the spawn, but now it's Donk's turn to wield. Spirit have just been milling around the back of the map. The last couple of rounds here, they've only found 1 kill in the last 3 rounds. They have to break through now.
Dude, they're going to be left with this feeling that Big in their heads, man. Like, the fact that Grix has been able to hold down this B-bomb site solo last time they went there, and then every other time they try going A, it feels like they're running into 4 players, and that's because they are. Like, Big have just been running this back time and time again. They've got faith in Grix to play the one-man army, to be the action man over towards B.
Big Blame just blocked, or Blame or JDC's blocked Con at 40 seconds. This is really nice. That's a crazy push, though. It's going to beckon them in.
Blame F at least gets his, denies that window scaling, stops Tania from spilling over as well. And now it's just eyeballs on the ramp side as they hear Spirit moving in. Zontix dead right away. Donk never even gets to shoot that AK, and Shiro, yeah, saving again, bud. Extracts 1 out of the round, makes it a double. 8 seconds though, and there is no winning this for Shiro.
Yeah, it's a good catch, Harry. I love what Big are doing. Solo AWP B and just stacking this A site. They're not fighting middle. They're not really going for anything mid. Tania's been boosted a couple times in window. They've held for him every single time. And sure, JDC's pushing through the smoke because he thinks they're probably going B at that point. But even him dying beckons him into that push. And the smoke made it very awkward for the second player.
Yeah, I think it's the whole reason you see him do it, right? You're dead on. The map's a little bit quiet, you're a little bit nervous, you want the info, and you think, well, at worst case,
they go into the
they're going into the stack with 20 seconds left. Like, it's working really well for Big. And you're kind of feeling that Spirit are a little starved of these chances for openers from the lack of mid presence.
And in a weird way, it does feel like the best solution is just like a full B pop with one player middle, feigning control, good flashes, and Grix might be in trouble, but it's still such a risk to base your whole round on just 5 players at apartments.
Yeah, it's also just like not a super known quantity, you know, like you saw Grix there in that one round. They are going to look for this B hit though.
Here we go.
But Big have abandoned the solo hold. Still, it gets reduced to that with JDC dead right away. Faven on a secondary orb, getting overwhelmed with some flubbed shots. And so 2 players there. B site falls easy as ever.
You got money, you shouldn't save. You should go for damage at least, at the worst case. You can buy next round no matter what happens, so... Oh, that's not... Yeah. Okay, you know they've picked up your AWP. There is zero reason to save here. Big have got to do something on the way out. Stop these guns from getting out. Try and give themselves any advantage. A couple of frags here, but yeah, I bet you wish Grix was on that B side that round. Fav and that did not look pretty. And Donk destroyed JDC on short.
And honestly, that's just a great pace set by Team Spirit, right? Complete change of pace from how all these rounds have been. They've all kind of had these slow burning starts. That one is an instant short take, instant B hit. Feels like Big were trying to play some mind games, starting a second player, one of them also being Faven on a secondary AWP, so you hear the AWP firing. Everything looks like the same round from Big. Problem is, Spirit played a completely different one and ruined it all. So rough one, bit of pill for Big to swallow. A chance at a runaway half denied, but they could still win it out. That's now the goal. Deny Spirit tying this game up.
Risky repeat. Shira's holding con though. And Magix is waiting for this. Cheeky Magix, but he can't hit the shot. Ridiculous kill from JDC. Oh, that hurts. Because you've lost all this control. And JDC can just play to evade on this next spot. Oh, he missed the timing. Smoke is good. Donk might just run though, as he often does. Damage done. Donk's out of there.
So the rest of the team are ready to come through behind him, right? You'd kind of bet your bottom dollar that Donk would provide that opening. But when it gets denied, Spirit have to go back to the drawing board now.
Yeah, they've got nothing. I mean, they've just given Donk the orb.
It's not as much of a, crush as it might sound like. Donk's showing to have some AWP prowess in him.
Just lost a lot of entry power. Unless he can find a dry fight in spawn, Tabson is jump spotting.
Ooh, it's a missed util at the stairs. That's going to enable a peek from Grix, and you immediately get punished for it. Donk waiting, hoping that someone steps into the crosshair of this AWP.
10 seconds, boys. This round's over. Doesn't matter what Donk does. Big on to 7 rounds. It's a massacre at ramp. Shut down off of that lower push from JDC, and it has consequences. Lock Spirit back in spawn. They win that one fast short. Take. Otherwise, it is a massive streak of rounds for Big. 4-1 up. Half end 7-5 down.
Yeah, one, like, sure, there was the weirdness with the force buys back and forth at the start, but outside of that, it's one rifle round and a half for Spirit. Still, we touched upon how for Big, their struggles come in this second half. Yeah. It's their T-sides that have let them down at times on Mirage.
I'm definitely not full worried for Spirit. I think the way some of these rounds went is annoying. They go into a lot of stacks. Grix did a great job on B. And Big thrived in chaos, but yeah, their T side has been ugly as of late, so Spirit still have a shot in this game.
Right now, if you're Spirit, you're hoping that Tania can kind of do what he did on Dust 2, have a rough start and then turn it all around and be the hero. Because he's 2-9, he was a defining piece of that Dust 2 win. Bomb's back in spawn, but it's by design. There's a little cache util here as well. So early on, just waiting to see if Spirit get aggressive anywhere, make some noise out towards the apartments. Crazy lineup for Faven, but it worked.
Didn't feel reassuring. Up short they go, but the bomb is in Palace. This is all over the shop.
Trying to hit him with a bit of a fake, and that opening kill for JDC will go a long way.
Shiro's still on balcony.
How long does he stay here?
He's not moving either.
They're keeping 2 in reserve at this A bomb site. And you might be tunnel vision now that you've learned about Tania. You overlook Shiro in that position. These dual Berettas go to work. Plotting for CT. They're coming around.
Don't.
Spam connects. Plant
Yep,
denied.
don't.
Gets them off the bomb. Blame F 1v2. And nothing feels safe here. Gets a jiggle, but they're closing in on him. He's going to win this one now with the fight.
Oh, he
Blame
might.
F
Oh,
shut
I thought he was
down,
going
and
to get
Team
them.
Spirit, they'll go on to win that pistol round after all.
I mean, gotta give it to Spirit to not rotate in that position. They have every reason to. There's 2 smokes used. There's an entry up cat. Damage done on B-side player. You would be... I mean, there's every reason to rotate there, except they haven't seen the bomb. So Shiro holding on, gets his double kill. And they don't let Blame clutch up, just running him down in a 2v1. An impressive, confident showing from Team Spirit. No bomb plant, no buy. Spirit are well and truly in a recoverable position. Didn't see it coming on Dust 2, but the writing is on the wall here on Mirage.
Husbands.
Oh, we had a very convoluted pistol round at a big. Let's see the kind of tone they set on this T-side rifle round.
I honestly think that them forcing in the second round,
same, you know, with a lot of twists and turns and moving parts, a lot that has to go right, or do they try and strip it
when
back
they lose
a little?
it, they get 4 rounds out of it.
Util deployed early out
That's what
towards
a lot
mid,
of
top
my
mid, smoke,
CS
and
thinks.
window.
So maybe it's good sometimes that they don't get the plan, so they don't force and then lose a bunch of other rounds.
All right, Blame F left with 2 smokes. Gets these in out towards mid and con. Trying to feign a mid take, a short wrap, hoping that creates some room. It does not. Donk and Shiro, quick work made over these first players sent in. I'm still hoping to gain some ground here. The flash knocks Shiro off the line, but he's got the spot, seen the bomb, and now the rotate start for Team Spirit.
Okay, we're back on though, Big. Gotta worry about that spawn. Forever a present threat. That's a snipe shot from Zontix on the cross, and they go hunting. Bomb drop loose on sight. Zontix just blocking, but they're pushing in. Slow and steady. JDC hunts that kill. 20 seconds, and Spirit again. Look like they just want to charge out from CT spawn. With that name, Magic's might, Shiro has his back. 15 seconds for JDC in a 1v2. And every time he holds There's a second wasted. He needs these kills now. 8 seconds. JDC tries to plant, but Magix will offer up his life, and it is worth the risk. 8 rounds to Team Spirit. No plant today.
Those were insane
Big
shots.
Getting bullied
by
now on
Shiro.
this T side, as feared. Fake did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you know, they had a lot of faith that util was going to prompt a reaction in the 5v5. To walk 2 players out Palace and no one's even thinking about CT feels crazy. Yeah, you're always going to believe in your call, but you believe in it that much that Spirit had just up and left A?
Full pop on 8, and here's alone. Shiro's here with the AWP now, and he can cover just fine. He's not missing a beat.
Still, this is a pack rolly type of round, right? Not leaving as many doors open here. Nowhere near as convoluted, so they will get good space, but it's always been the issue of getting this damn bomb planted for Big. And again, Spirit able to just put the hurt on before that bomb goes down. Flame F not long for this world, as once more Spirit come hounding him down through CT.
CT is the problem, isn't it? Big can't seem to get control of it, and Spirit just keep punishing for that position. Shiro's just sitting there with a sniper, picking them off, even though he gets overwhelmed there. And Big get a advantage situation with 2 guns. Spirit just throwing more bodies at the problem. All right, Big, gotta dig deep, because this game is just disappearing. 4 rounds in a row. The final remaining squad from the open qualifier. Fighting valiantly for playoffs. But more and more, it's feeling like their opportunity was back on dust.
I think we can get another good game from Tanar. I think this game could be over.
They don't know it, but
Wait,
finally there's no one in CT. Zontix is hoping to change that. The rest of Spirit went in for a mid-take at the start of this round, and so Big moving into a quieter A site than usual. Donk over the stairs, and it was only quiet for a moment. Then you hear that AK getting charged up, and the round is ripped away.
Yeah, we're getting our usual serving of Donk here on this CT side. He's had some great rounds. It's so pretty from that POV. A Big first timer in the game coming down, maybe too late.
I mean, look, all throughout this series, we've been crediting them with kind of great ideas, great util and synergy and playing around it, but on these T sides, on this T side of Mirage, we haven't really seen that. You know, when they've tried to come out,
they really haven't hit a B.
Smoke leaving a gap so that Donk was able to peek
But
over and get guys going towards CT.
we'll see
Plays
if
that
they
are
end up doing
very
it or not.
convoluted and rely on so much going right. And in this round, it was kind of a distinct lack of utility as to why that's so easy for Team Spirit. Very much does just feel like the half that is the least big in its DNA is this T-side of Mirage for this squad. So now they've largely left util in the past. It's 1 belt for Tabson in this partial. He's throwing in a fake out towards the A bomb site. But Spirit have not bought this for a second. Tania staying in connector does try and force a fight, but he's got Zontix close by to help him out. Ooh. And even though you're getting these A kills, you need a Grix to get that Deegan mid. Donk overwhelmed, and Tabson with a follow-up. Magic's now arriving just too late to stop that bomb.
Not too late to win the round though. Naked go default could be problematic. Two players stacked together. Big get blown to pieces, and the bomb still goes down. Confirming position. Magix waits. Easy job. Locks it in. In a round that felt like the Faven 1v2 from Cologne, it's Magix in the same position to put Big back on their arse.
And he's celebrating at the end of it. Magix with a 1v2 to keep this beating coming in against Big.
They have not dropped a single round on this CT side. This has been
Compare that
six straight.
to the one rifle round T-half. You know, it's a whole different story.
And, you know, like, you can hit every nade you want. You can throw any fake, any execute, but they are getting outgunned in every position, either looking the wrong way or just getting multi-killed by Shiro and Donk.
It just kind of feels like there's something about their T-sides on this map that are just a little fundamentally broken or awkward. Because it doesn't even feel like you watch the same team at this point. And sure, you know, we were talking about it earlier on. You said how here in the open qualifier they got some wins on the map.
I don't know if he
Whenever you
knows
look
they
at them playing
crossed
versus teams that have competed against the top level, these T-sides drop off a cliff for Big. Hell, that was even the foundation of their legendary game from Cologne, was the fact that they got 0 T-half and then came back.
You can't be that reliant on one half. But it's feeling all too familiar here for Big. They go cold in middle.
Wait, hold on, one, two.
These positions aren't a surprise to Spirit, but they're also not a threat. Again, more misutil on A. Donk is going to get smoked behind him. He's still able to fight Con. Griggs looked for that pick, but Donk just plucks JDC out of the round. Ooh.
And in comes Magix like a freight train through that molly on short, just charging at them.
That's the
Donk
bomb.
gets you back turned, and that's the bomb drop down here in the connector. Donk finishes with a stellar sequence. Team Spirit match series playoff point.
Yeah, it's one of those halves that just it reminds you how good Donk really is. He makes it look so easy on stairs. Perfect crosshair placement every time. Every adjustment in your face. Donk another 4K off the top of the stairs to seal Big's fate here. Dust 2 was a roller coaster. But Mirage T-side is flatlining. Spirit look for a flawless half to get into the playoffs. 5 chances to find one round.
This entire time, they haven't let their coaches talk. You just see them, you just see the players' things split up. But like, if you're gonna talk, why don't you talk in the game?
He's
Yeah,
just looking to
let
go
the
back
coach
to
talk a little
something
bit.
simple.
Because maybe he's seeing something you're not.
Donk will not complain about that. Little palace pop. 3 on the ramp. Donk back in the jungle in position. Big analysis very clearly with lots of util flying into this site.
They have the control, they have the space, but in comes the spam from Donk. As this Team Spirit recovery laid out right in front of them. Right at the 11th hour, it looked like disaster was striking for Team Spirit. They're keeping themselves in this long enough, and now it's down to this 2v2. It's Donk and Magix side by side. And a bomb that's not even planted. Donk in a very forward position. Big have got to contest with getting that bomb down before they can even think about this. And as they go out into the open, they go into Donk's crosshair. He wants this victory. He wants those playoffs. He wants to dodge the embarrassment, and he does it in style. That's the Donk you've been waiting for across all EWC. And a big moment of relief at the end of this one, because Spirit were pushed to their limits across this series. They played two teams from those open qualifiers, and it was nearly those two teams that gave them the drubbing, but able to turn it around. Playoffs secured, job done. Big, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, a series of second halves for Spirit, right? Really slow starts, but very strong finishes. A reassuring game from Dog. So many 3 and 4K rounds across this map, and that was 8 rounds straight on the CT side to close it out. There's definitely some questions about Spirit after this group stage run, but I guess we'll get our answers in the playoffs.
We most definitely will. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, Donk showing up, 123 ADR, and really for Spirit running the show here in the second half. Not even questionable. Yeah, that's a pretty short, sweet way to sum it up for the ironic side, which is Spirit coming in here and kind of not showing the face that you would expect them to off the gate.
Yeah, and a great way for them to finish off the game, because at the very least, despite what Hugo just said right here, right, a lot of questions can still be asked in regards to where's Spirit at right now, where's their form looking, why were they struggling so much in the group stage, but at the end of the day, they made the playoff, and the last thing we remember is a CT side that's flawless, you know, and a Donk that is playing up to his best, so it's hard to count them out, you know, and it's hard to be too critical of a team qualifying for the playoff, but they definitely have not looked like their best in this group stage, but Spirit in a group stage and Spirit in a playoff can very well be two different things.
I think for the tournament's sake, it's just nice, you know, that we do get to set more regardless of what they've been looking, and, you know, making the playoffs and winning in the end, that's what matters, right? And no matter the fashion you get it done, you know, you can always make a case that you wanted to make it a little bit more flawless and things would have looked better on paper, and then you had more people than just Donk showing up in when it matters the most, right? But now they get to get a couple of days off now, you know, hopefully iron out some things, you know, talk things through, because it hasn't really been the Spirit that we've been used to looking at.
Takes two to tango. I think it's only fair that we give a bit of flowers to Big as well for putting up such a great fight. As said, you know, an hour and a half ago, they were up 10-5 on Dust 2. Dangerously close, knocking out Spirit, and that would have been a massive result for a team that is still trying to find a footing, that is still trying to grind their way back into Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike. They really did put up a good fight. Unfortunately for them on Mirage, they weren't really able to show up, and I guess we saw the individual quality and the difference in that regard. With Donk playing as well as he is, Peter, you said it coming into the game, there's no one within the big squad that can match that or come anywhere near close to that, and we saw the consequence of that in this game.
Yeah, and that's just the brutal reality, right? When you face Spirit, you do have to deal with Donk, and sometimes it's about, maybe you just want to try and avoid him, right? But it's always so hard, specifically on Mirage, you know, he gets so much job done from Connect, you know. He goes off, fight stairs whenever they hit the A-bomb side, and he's just straight up a pain in the ass. Let's just put it like that, you know. He's definitely hard to deal with.
Crazy you got a thing in common with Donk, Trace. I didn't know that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, me too.
I was just going to say, you guys are right. It is a bit of a relief. You saw the player cam right there. You saw the idea that Donk and company, probably a big shrug of their shoulders after that one. And hey, that's not our A game. That's not the best one at all, gentlemen. And I think that goes without saying. You could see the frustration right there.
Must be nice because they're avoiding disaster, right? For Spirit, that's not to take anything away from Big, but if you're losing too Big in your Spirit, you're the #1 ranked VIS team coming into the tournament. That would have been a disaster. So they avoided that. It's a sign of relief, if anything.
Yeah, and well, let's hear a little bit more from the side that won. Right now, I think we got Magix on the side.
Yeah, we do indeed, Trace. Magix, I'll start off with the congratulations, but I think we saw from the cameras, it felt like just a sigh of relief for you guys to get it over the line. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
I mean, it was a difficult one, as you could have seen. We were like we didn't join the server in the beginning of Cash. We had a great start on Dust 2, but at some point we lost a couple of rounds. Then they started to snowball us, kinda, you know, and when things get hard, they get harder. So we managed to come back on Dust 2, which was a really excellent play from us. And on Mirage, it was kind of the same story. We had a beginning, but after this, we have lost a couple of rounds, which were kind of weird, and we didn't like accept it, like, you know, in a fine way. We had it like affecting us throughout the other rounds. So that's why we lost a lot of rounds on T side. But, you know, on CT side, we just played excellent.
Yeah, Jong was really showing up in that second half of the final map as well. Just going back to Dust 2, as you said, you're 10-5 down. Bigger getting away with some insane clutches as well. What do you call to make sure that you can get that many rounds in the row and just close it out?
I mean, there was like a lot of gameplay based on communication and what we were expecting, and like I personally like not really gambled, but you know, had the reads like multiple times, like maybe 5 times in a row. Like I was third in A to block short, or helping B, or helping B again, and you know, the force buy that we stacked 3B with pistols, like I felt that they will go there. So I gambled and it worked. We won the 4th round, and then we started this to snowball.
I just want to be upfront with my final question. You make it to playoffs, but how happy are you with how you made it to playoffs?
Well, that's great. It's definitely better than losing today. And we have a couple of days like in front of us to figure out how we are going to play the next games, because you know, there's a gap between the playoffs and the groups, and you know, this time might be enough to change a lot of things going on in the game and outside of the game. So I just hope that we will manage to use that time to get better, much better.
Magix, really appreciate your openness and your honesty in this one. Congratulations as Spirit locks and loaded into the playoffs at the expense of Big.
Yeah, Big having taken that L, they're gone. It's donezo for Big. But for Spirit, you know, it seems like they want to get back to their winning ways. At least finding out exactly what that means is another question. For Big, the question marks might continue, but some face I think you were showing earlier, at least about Big being here.
I mean, they should be obviously not happy about losing, but they should be proud of the performance they've done so far at this tournament. At the end of the day, it's not their fault, you know, that Spirit dropped down in the lower bracket and kind of had to ruin their potential run. I think Big, as I said, coming into the tournament, as I said earlier today as well, I think they're better than people give them credit for. Are they a tier 1 team just yet? No, but I think they're moving in the right direction. And with the way they played today, no, they didn't win, but they have managed to push Spirit all the way to the brink of a capitulation. You know, being up 10-5 on Dust 2, that was the moment they had.
Yeah, and that itself is just a little bit of an achievement, right? Regardless of it's going to be hurting right now. That's for sure. Also with the way that you played it, I think they played up to par with Spirit, and just in the big picture, you know, like Big lost to G2 in 3 maps, and they lost to Spirit in 3 maps. You know, it's 2 teams that are just on paper better than yourself, right? And that we as a desk, but also the community and everyone else around expect, like, you know, to beat teams like Big. So it's been a difficult tournament in terms of the opposition they've gone up against, but at least they put up a very good fight.
Yeah, Magic said things get hard, he gets harder, and this might be a hard moment for the side of Big. So let's go ahead and catch up with them now.
Yeah, you're totally correct, Trace, because it was such a valiant effort coming out of Big. Commiserations, Tabson. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. I just want to throw it back to approximately an hour and a half ago. You're up 10-5 on that Dust 2. Did it feel like this series was in your hands to close out at that point?
It's always easy to say against a team like Spirit that we could have closed it out, but in the end, they're the best team in the world, one of the best teams in the world, and they make us fight for every single round. And it was a tough fight. I think it could have went either way, but in the end, they just managed to close it out by far. And I think we put up a really good fight. Unfortunately, this time it didn't go our way. I think we played decent Counter-Strike overall, yeah.
I mean, you guys have had to grind through the LCQ to come here. You put up a test to Spirit on that last map of Mirage. Was it similar issues that you saw coming up on the tail end of Dust 2? Could you compare the two, or was it kind of different problems that you were encountering on that last map?
Hard to say right now, honestly, but I think like in the end, it was just about the endings on the maps. They gave us a lot of room. We had the room. We needed to make the splits work. In the end, we didn't make it. Maybe there was 1 or 2 kills missing. Donk made, I think, 2 times the 4 kills. I think in the end, yeah, it's hard to say, but from the feeling wise, it felt good for sure to play the game. I think Ben was calling an amazing T-sides. We felt comfortable playing, and in the end, yeah, it's Donk and Spirit's game. They play a very good Counter-Strike as well, and they deserve it.
I think that's what's been so impressive about seeing Big in the past couple of months is every time we see you, you always push the envelope, right? Like I'm thinking back to Cologne with that incredible comeback that we saw obviously on Mirage. Now you put up a fight to the #1 ranked VRS team in the world. So I want to pose my final question is this a game where you can take away some positives, or now do you feel like Big are at a point where this result just stings you guys?
100% we can take a lot of positive things from these games. We played Aurora, G2 and Spirit. I think there's nothing to be scared or afraid of the score, the results. I think we did our very best and we watch it back and hopefully we'll learn from it, and then we hopefully improve from that, and we have many more tournaments to come. It's just the beginning of the season, and I truly believe we have a lot of coming up in this team. We have a lot of potential, and hopefully we can make it work, that we also can win against these teams, and that Big is again in the top 10, maybe 10, top 10 in the future. So yeah, hopefully we can make it work.
I feel like the results have totally been showing that as well, that slow and sure improvement. I do just want to give you the opportunity to say anything to people supporting you at home, the fans, friends and family as well.
Sure. Thank you guys for watching. It's been late. Other than that, I know it's been tough, but I think it's a lot of positive things to take out from this tournament. We came back freshly from the player break. We've been grinding a lot, and it paid off in that sense that we made it competitive against these teams. So I'm happy that we managed to win some games here. The last chance qualifier was definitely the positive thing. Now here as well against the top team. So just stick with us, and see you soon in the next tournaments, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insight as always, Tabs, and that's Big. Sadly, over and out here at EWC.
Yeah, that's Taps and lifetime representation of Big over there. And as you can see, they have been removed from the tournament via Spirit.
Yeah, he mentioned it as well, and I think it's a very fair point. They probably have had the hardest way out of any team in order to make the playoff. Playing Aurora, playing G2, and playing Spirit, those are three teams that on paper are better than Big, and three teams that are consistently at tier 1 tournaments, where Big wants to be one day. So I think it's a little bit unfortunate for them that GG How had to win the best of one against Team Spirit, because otherwise there's definitely a world where I think the level of gameplay we saw from Big in this tournament was good enough for the playoff. I'll even say it like this: there's going to be teams in the playoff qualifying tomorrow who's not as good as Big have been in this tournament. You're looking at your MIBR, at Legacy, they have a chance of making it. There's other teams who are, NIP Astralis. I don't consider them to be much better than Big right now. So I think it's a bit unfortunate for them that they had such a tough path into this qualifier and into this group stage, but that's the name of the game sometimes, Peter.
Yeah, just the brutal reality of top tier Counter-Strike. Sometimes the favorites they drop the ball, and you get punished for it whenever you face them in the lower bracket. That's just what it is. You can only face the ones just in front of you, and I think they brought up a very valiant effort today, and I think Tabson put it into his own words as well, that the grind has paid off. Like the grind that they have been doing the last 6 months ever since getting Blame, it has paid off, and they are moving in the right direction, because they wouldn't have
I don't think I used just my YouTube video or my YouTube title too.
A sign of improvement.
That's fine.
Despite of it stinging today, I still think Big should be looking at themselves thinking, we did a pretty good job today.
It's a stock that's going up, Trace.
Which is nice to know, especially, at least, I don't know, I just keep running myself back to this donk stats here, and this guy on CT side at 1.4 rating just kind of, I guess he is the CT side. Like, you're not getting through there.
He's the game, I know Saivu is born on the date of the game, but I think the way Donk plays Counter-Strike, he's one and it with the game.
And it is all just like the brutal reality of Counter-Strike. Sometimes it's just that one frag. If you don't get that one frag, you might end up losing. Or if you get it, you might win it, and that's also what sometimes changes the dynamics of the rounds.
Hey, we can go ahead and look at brackets of A. Of course, we should update them all. Tomorrow being a very important day here at Esports World Cup 26.
What you...
Group of A, yes, it started out with Spirit. It ended out for Spirit exactly what you just saw, fighting for a lifeline towards that lower side. But eventually do put Big away on their way to the playoffs.
Team Spirit G2 and...
taking down GG How. So I guess you could be asking, how did that happen, Jacob?
I think that's the main takeaway. I'll be straight with people at home. It's the 4 best teams in this group that made it through. Gamer Legion looked very solid in that group stage. G2 as well beat Big in what was a close game. Spirit and Aurora. Unfortunately for Big, they were the 5th in this group, and it was a tough group to begin with.
Yeah, I'm left feeling that, let's say they would have been Big against Aurora in a lower bracket chance. I think Big might have taken this one. I think throughout the entire term, I think Big has looked better than Aurora.
There's a lot of different groups as we're going to scale over them, B, C, and D, where Big could have made it.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I guess, just like you were saying earlier, may never know.
Yeah.
Well, let's just go ahead and look at B real quick. We also are going to have a key crush here in a second. You guys don't want to miss that. So take a look at B.
To do that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah?
I've never get to try that.
It's right over there.
I know.
Really. Like,
maybe I should go and do it.
It is a little intimidating. But for Magix, that would appear as though it's not that intimidating.
He's done it before, hasn't he?
Like, it must feel good, right? Like, in all honesty, it must feel a little bit good, right? Like, you fought so hard for this one, and then you get to finish it off by taking their key and put it into hydraulic press and just press a button and just completely destroy it. It must be feeling good, right?
Yikes. Yeah, there it is. That's what I thought he was doing, but I wasn't going to say it too early. Yeah, a little bit of phase up action there from the side of Magix. rightfully so.
Speaking of face-up in Group B, Trace, you know, they also had a pretty good showing so far. Made
So
it straight into the
Falcons,
playoffs together.
FaZe
Falcons,
Clan.
who- is it fair to say Falcons is the only heavy favorite so far who haven't shown any sign of weakness whatsoever? I mean, Na'Vi to some extent today as well also did win against the Mongols 2-1, but had a pretty rough showing on Ancient. I feel like Falcons have looked like the better of all of them so far.
Yeah, they've really picked up the pace from ever since the major, right?
Yeah, they absolutely have. Which is why we're going to go look at Group C now. Strawless and Nip down in the bottom bracket, boy.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a- that's
you
gonna
guys
be a
must be
spicy one.
turned from that one. Okay. Vitality. 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, yeah. How'd that go for your friends over there, Creek?
I mean, obviously for 100 Thieves dropping out of the tournaments, well, that's a sad one. But United, what is, they're not that team that we should be looking out for yet, right? But then Vitality, the fact that they dropped the ball a little bit against the Bait, and now they have to play for their life tomorrow against the Vision. You know, a game they should be winning 99.9% of the time, but you know, I don't think it happened.
So the real question, Peter, has the 100 Thieves reached out to you yet?
No, they haven't.
I just figured, you know, like it's.
And why haven't they done that?
They're like wash players. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well,
they should have reached out.
Jacob, when you say wash, what do you mean, Jacob?
I mean, when you take them in the washing machine and you give them a little bit of a tumble.
A little bit of a cleaning. Well, Mal's and P-Vision down there at the lower bracket.
That's a nasty matchup, to be completely honest. Two teams who can go far in the playoff. Only one can win. Unfortunately, there'll be one of the teams left out, but that's a quality game of Counter-Strike.
And just to put in some perspective that now we have Spirit and we'll probably have Mouse and Vitality coming from the lower bracket as well. That means we're going to have some potential spicy ones in the playoffs. Spicy round of 16.
Yeah.
Just like this next one, Jacob.
What I saw from Team Vitality, I think Team Vitality will make it.
My favorite group so far in this tournament, and I guess tomorrow will be the last day we can check in with the D group.
Pause. You said you potentially had pizza for dinner, and I know that you didn't have pizza for dinner.
I actually did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
So wait,
I did a walk-in slice, you know.
Man. I haven't watched Magic play, so I can't say which one I think is gonna win our 90 Magic.
Has been the Mongols in 9C. I feel like they're the two main
And I haven't watched
favorites in that
Pain
lower
play,
bracket.
so I don't know. I can't call that game either.
Not winning that game against Magic, though. That, as you said, maybe we don't give them enough credit, enough respect. But you know, 9C, fresh off a trophy win, they should be able to get it done.
Lin Vision Vitality. Do you love to see it, Peter?
I mean, if you're a Vitality, yeah, you do, because then you're probably, well, you will advance to the playoffs.
You know, I'm pretty sure we've been down this path before. You can ask Jacob about it. He did say some things one time, and you know, it just
You know
seems
what?
like it didn't work.
I'll do one more. I'll do one more time. I'll put it like this. I'll do everyone out there listening right now, including you, Trace, a massive favor.
Oh, God.
If Vitality don't beat Lin Vision tomorrow, I'll strongly consider to retire.
No,
Never
that's,
show up.
that's half-assed. If you were gonna retire, you
I
would
thought
really
you were gonna say
retire.
something a lot more fun.
Because I thought you were gonna. You had me in the first half for sure.
Okay.
Oh man.
How about we shave your head?
How about no?
We've done that before, haven't we?
Yeah, we.
I don't know. We put it to a community vote. You guys let us know. Would it be us shaving Jacob's head, or he just retires? Either way, it seems like an L is going to be had from Jacob for whatever reason.
That's going to be Lin Vision.
Will Lin Vision be able to do that to Vitality? That's a totally different story, Peter.
Nah, I mean, like, I don't see a world where Vitality's not going to do it. And I know they didn't play their best against Bait, but you know, it will be. This will be like one of the biggest disasters that team has ever had if they don't make it on home soil and make it to the playoffs.
Lin Vision is the least inspiring team left in the tournament. So there is absolutely always a chance that it can happen, but it won't happen. It won't happen. I'm willing to risk my career here, Trace.
We're aware, and I hope that, you know, this is all
You
pre-recorded.
hope they lose now, huh?
No, I'm saying this is all pre-recorded, and I'm assuming that they'll edit this part out, so that's completely fine. With that said, yeah, EWC Play Tournament Pick'ems. It's the time where I invite you to go ahead and grab that QR code that's been down there. It's been down there multiple times. It might come back up. Look at that. Yeah. We got you. We got you taken care of here, EWC 26. But that does it, I think, for what it is for Counter-Strike for us. You guys content with that? Are you cool?
It's been a good long day, you know, 3 games, 9 maps, all the way to the wire. It's been a long day of Counter-Strike.
You want to sign us off, Jacob?
How about no?
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Jacob. And, of course, Peter, honestly, always a pleasure. And, gentlemen, that does it for us today. We're going to go ahead and call it there. Tomorrow starts bright and early, a big day. We draw ahead to what has been the group stage. And we are also going to be doing that draw there for the round of 16. So a lot of fun, a lot of interesting stuff going on tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. It's the Esports World Cup Club Championships 2026. See you tomorrow.
I'm excited for tomorrow. I want to see what teams got for us tomorrow. a lot of teams I haven't seen play because they've been on the. Well, if it was 100 Thieves or G2, I switched back and forth because I liked watching those two teams play and seeing like what they could do. Depends on what stream they were on. But other than that, like, so there's a couple teams I've missed watch or. Like all the games were really good today, though. So it was. Everyone. Everyone has been. Like on one day. But INZ did take this really good. To get very to break. Look at these guys. These guys just stomped them on this map. But it must just be Big's very. And then we had the fake comeback. And then we had a real comeback. This one was just close all the way till the end of the series. Which is pretty insane. Alright, well, I think that we're going to end this stream since there's no other games today. But we will be back tomorrow for another stream of it. It's going to be a good day tomorrow. Or a bad day, depending on like how bad the other teams are against the one teams, but we'll see. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.